Yo, I'm on screen. Will's not on screen. Will's video just crashed. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to why are you doing this? Don't do this. Remy, help. Help, Remy. No, that's Will's. Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? Welcome to Wednesday morning. Lovely day that we have here today. What's going on with... Oh, man. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. It's a lovely Wednesday morning today. I hope everybody is doing absolutely amazingly today. Will, are you ready, mate?
Crashing or the Wi-Fi's crashing? I don't know what was going on. Bro, I'm confused.
No, I think your live stream crashed, mate.
Okay, that's right then. As long as my Wi-Fi's okay. I mean, I ran up and got my phone just in case I need to use my data. Also, by the way, guys, can I just say, LJ, if you're watching this, who's your daddy? That is what we like to see. He was like, well, I don't know if I like that Euro JPY trade. I don't know if I like it. I was like, nah, it's in my plan. And guys, this is actually what I was talking about yesterday. Remember what I said? Like, LJ is an amazing trader, and it almost scared me off. It almost put me out. I lowered my risk a little bit. I was risking about $700 instead of like $1,000. So I lowered it a little bit, and I thought, oh, I don't know. LJ is a very good trader, and he knows his fundamentals. Maybe I shouldn't be trading this trade right now, but guys, I stuck to my plan, and I thought, if I'm going to lose, it's going to be because I lose, and if I win, it's going to be because I win, not because anyone else has said so. Bosh, we just smashed out a $630 trading day this morning. This afternoon for me. So I closed it out halfway towards the end of Asia session. I ended up closing out on that Euro JPY trade for, some really nice profit.
Nice, awesome. I'm very happy that your trade went in your way. I got a nice NASDAQ trade, so very happy with that.
Beautiful, mate. Beautiful. Have you got a coffee though? Yes, that's what we like to see.
Deadline for complaints expired yesterday. Yeah, so I got a very nice NASDAQ sell. Why is it not showing? Oh, yeah. So it was on the 5-minute yesterday. But, okay, I'm going to have to just extend it a little. Otherwise you can't see it. Dude, that trade took 4 minutes. Not even 4 minutes I was in the trade. So New York Open, price was absolutely tanking. It made a base. So drop, base, and then another drop. On the close of this candle, I entered 1 to 2R. Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful, mate. Bloody beautiful.
Yeah, so happy with that one. That was a great trade yesterday. Very, very happy for it. I'm pretty sure LJ was the one that mentioned the potential... Excuse me. The potential for NASDAQ to sell off, but I did not expect this strong of a reaction.
Such a sell-off.
Yeah, came back to this area down over here, just lovely. Started pushing back into this area, reacted slowly, and now we came into a bit of an area of consolidation. So we'll have a little look at what NASDAQ, gold, and the US major pairs did last night. Have you got anything that you want to have a look at? Okay, so Will is struggling a little bit with his Wi-Fi. In the meantime, I am going
Yeah,
to.
bear with. Let me just.
All right, mate. We'll remove you from the scene, and then you can figure out your Wi-Fi, mate. All right. First and foremost, this morning we've got Sean Ronald. Yo, Mandems. Good morning. Mandems. What is Mandems?
Mandem, you know what I mean? Got to get that mandem. Bruv, what you saying?
Dude, I have no idea what Mandems is. Like,
That's
is
a
this like
very,
cool?
that's a very, I feel like a very London thing to say. The mandem. It's a very young, like sort of London city kid thing to say. Bruv, like the
Okay.
mandem, you know what I'm saying? Like,
All
very,
right.
very much slang.
All right. We've got Henry in as well, all the way from Australia. Good evening. It is
Good day,
evening.
mate.
Good day, mate.
I
So
wonder how
happy to
many
see you.
Australians I can piss off. Every time I see an Australian, it's just straight away, good day, mate, or got another Barbie, is there? I've got another Barbie going on.
The funny thing is, I've spoken to LJ about this, and that is definitely not a thing.
No,
Pretty
I
much.
know. No, I know. That's why That's where I first realized that actually it's not a thing, and you're probably just pissing Aussies off by saying it. Was by speaking to LJ. I was like, LJ, you're gonna put another shrimp on the Barbie? He goes, Will, that's really not a thing. I was like, oh, okay, thank you. You should have just left it. That is a thing. I probably would have dropped it quicker.
Anyway, Ada Kuhn saying good morning, everybody. Good morning. We've got Apron FX responded or reposted the stream. Dude, that's cool. Thank you very much for reposting the stream. We
Bro, that's
appreciate it.
amazing. You can do that.
We've got Sarah that's in saying good day, everyone. Good day, Sarah. We've got. Oh, so sorry. I want to sneeze. Give me a second.
Look up and say pineapples.
I can't say pineapples, but I don't have to sneeze anymore. We've got Namit saying good morning, all. Good morning, Namit. We have. Oh man, I'm really gonna butcher your name, so I'm just gonna call you Zwane. Can I sit down? Of course you can sit down. Sit down, Zwane. We've got Sigma FX. Yo, yo, yo. Good morning, team. Good morning, Sigma. Happy to see you, my friend. And also, this is pretty awesome. We're sitting at a pretty 97,042 subscribers. Let's see how many more we can smash today towards that 100K sub goal.
Bro, that's so cool.
We're so close, tantalizingly close to 100K subscribers. And I'm just absolutely like tingling at the moment. There's so much that's happening in the background that I would love to divulge. I would love to, but I've been sworn to secrecy. My lips have to be sealed. But I'm so excited. There's such cool stuff coming very soon, very soon. But I can't talk about it. We've got Shane. Yesterday's stream earned my sub. Thank you, guys. Shane, we are very thankful. Thank you very much for subbing. We really do hope that you're going to continue being a long-term subscriber and you're going to pitch up every day and comment and chat and share. Share this with anybody that you think might enjoy this kind of content if you think that we're providing with value.
Because that's a thing which I didn't realize you can do that. So yeah, repost the stream, man. That's sick.
Please do this. This is amazing. Remy, our producer, is asking everybody, how's your trading week going? Spill your wins and your setups in chat. Yes, please. Please engage with us. Tell us where you entered, why you closed. Did you take profit? Did you take losses? Anything is welcome, and we'll look at your trades and then try and dissect what it is that made you decide to get into that trade. Like, judge you a little bit. No, we won't be judging you at all. I should probably switch.
We may be judging your strategy, but we won't judge you.
No. Sigma saying joined Will in his EJ trade, ranged and took a profit, was out too early, and then it really took off. In early, out early, always a lesson to be learned.
Nice, man. Dude, that's super cool, dude. Bro, you should have held it, man. You should have held it. I held it to the real peak of it. I think that we could get a bit of a pullback and then a continuation. If that is the case, I'll re-enter. But I'm just gonna keep an eye on it now. So I'm not gold though, dude. Like gold is the one that really, like, I wanted to cry yesterday after gold. It wicked, invalidated. I closed off, and then if anyone has checked out gold this morning, I've made peace with it. I promise I have made peace with it. But oh, woof. It would. Let's just put it this way: it would have been beautiful.
The crazy thing is, we have a base over here on the end of the Tokyo session. It never ever pierced through this base area. So rally, a base, and then another rally. And when it came back to test it, it just never broke through. And the same with UJ as well. UJ had a base that was created over here after the reinitiation of another rally. Came back to test it over here, and then just took off this morning during the early hours. So if you were in it, amazing. If you weren't, there's always going to be the next trade.
Yeah, there's always tomorrow. There's always today. There's always 2 more sessions of today as well. Well, London and New York. So. Yeah.
We've got Zion Capital Fund. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir, madam, person. Good morning. Just good morning.
What is good smadam?
GBG. Good morning, guys. Take a sip of coffee and jump into screens. Yes, that is exactly what we need to do.
That's our favorite part of the day. Coffee and screens.
So you're saying I've taken Euro JPY. I am in profit. Euro JPY.
Beauty. That's why I was buying last night.
Ooh. Yes. Yes.
Yep,
Very much yes. What a nice, just upward, slow movement during yesterday, and then today we went parabolic. That is lovely.
Oh yeah,
that is lovely.
It was beautiful.
We have a nice area of interest over here. Should we come back again? So a little bit of slowed momentum during the Tokyo session and with rollover, and then just parabolic from there. And then we have another 5-minute base over here that if we do come back, we might come and test that. This down here, I would say, is a breakpoint, meaning that if price were to start pushing and eventually disrespect this area, push lower, then that is the signifier of a new downward trend, in my opinion. However, if we were to break through this and then rebound off of this break area and then start pushing up again, respecting this level, we can carry on going bullish. That looks pretty good. That does look pretty good.
Yeah. Sure does. Sure does.
Aaron FX12 saying welcome. Welcome,
Aaron. Welcome to the stream.
Sigma saying, well done. You held the course. I was conflicted by you and LJ2, but learn to do me more. Will learn to do me more. What?
Yeah, Sigma saying that he will learn to do him more. So in other words, he won't be influenced by myself or LJ. Bro, Sigma, absolutely, my man. Well done on joining me on the trade, by the way. That's pretty cool that you had a similar analysis to me. But yeah, dude, even I was doubting my own analysis when after speaking to LJ, I was like, oh man, I don't know, maybe, yeah, no, I don't. Well, what do we do? Well, I was like, trying to talk to myself, and I thought, in fact, I actually spoke to you guys on stream. I thought, I'm going to stick to my plan. I'm going to trade it. I'm going to hold it. And if I'm going to lose, it's because I lose and it's under my own decision. Because you imagine now I wake up today and then I look at it and it rallies and it looks amazing. And I could have taken like $1,000 profit from it or $600 profit from it. And I'm like, oh, God damn it, LJ. LJ will just say to me, well, it's your analysis. I was just disagreeing with you. Like, why are you influenced by me? So I'm glad I took the trade, even if it lost. which thankfully it didn't, because at least I can now cover my gold trade from yesterday. So technically, according to my P&L, I didn't take a trade yesterday.
Well, according to your P&L, but according to your journal, you most definitely took a trade yesterday.
According to my journal, I definitely took a trade.
You definitely took a trade yesterday.
I took two.
Benson Timothy is saying, I made good money with gold overnight EU time. Congratulations.
Awesome stuff.
I just want to say this. If anybody decided to join us in a trade, let's say we're marking up a trade, or we're planning on taking a trade, or we take a live trade, we would advise you not to participate. However, we can't stop you. So we'll just advise, listen, we know what it is that we are risking. If you decide to enter, just remember it's off of our analysis and not necessarily yours. If it is off of your analysis and your analysis agrees or aligns with ours, awesome. You go take all of the trades that you want to take. But if that trade is not off of your analysis, please be careful. We know what we're risking and why we're risking it.
Yeah.
That's all I want to say. I can't stop you from taking any trades that we take on stream. So, but do be careful. GomBG is saying, I do also made overnight on gold, but I was risk less as usual, but it's profit. Profit is profit.
Profit's profit.
Yeah.
Well done, my man.
Saying it is good.
It is good, my friend.
Sean Ronald saying, yes, it is slang. Mandem singular, mandems is plural. Awesome. Thank you very much for teaching me, my friend.
You're gonna have you imagine seeing that in an English class? You imagine? Jamaican English slang.
Nice. We've got Michael in saying, good morning, guys. Good morning, Michael. J. Morgan saying W. Yes. W, mate.
W.
Shane Joyce. I'm in a bad habit of moving my stop loss when I'm in a trade and stopping out potential wins. In a trade right now, and I'm fighting every fiber of my being to not move to a positive SL. Question for you, Shane. Your normal strategy, is it reliant on you moving your stop loss? If not, then just revert back to what your strategy that you've tested says you should do. If it says don't move your stop loss, then don't move your stop loss. However, if your strategy, your back-tested data, is based on the fact that you're moving your stop loss, then you taking a loss is either part and partial of your strategy, or it's that you're being too aggressive with your stop loss movement. So also go and revert back to how you tested it and the back-tested data that you have, and try and replicate what you did there. That's the best advice I can give. Will, have you got any advice to this specific bad habit?
Understand your strategy and ask yourself, like, how much data have you got collected on it? If you've got enough data proving that a strict stop loss in place is positive, then there's your answer. It's simple. It's in the data. Whereas if you've not got enough data collected on it, then therefore you're actually going to be looking at it like, oh, okay, yeah, this looks good. Like I like this, but what if? You're giving the idea of what if a chance to breathe. Whereas if you have that sort of sniff of what if, and you're like, shut up, this is my plan, this is the data proving it and backing it, go away. You have that confidence to execute. Whereas if you allow what if to come through and you're like, ooh, yeah, I see what you're saying here, what if? Perhaps maybe you haven't got enough data backing up your confidence or giving you enough confidence to hold within. That's the one thing I'd suggest helping yourself understand the bad habit. To rectify the bad habit, go test the what if. Go test and see. Go forward test it. See what would happen if you did move your stop loss. So right now, stick to your plan. If your plan is to hold a stop loss, also place a trend line or a horizontal line in a theoretical area where you would have moved your stop loss. So you got two outcomes.
Henry is also saying, accept your risk. It is hard. Reduce the risk until you reach a risk you are happy with. I also agree with this.
Or increase your risk until it's a risk that you're unhappy with.
Jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Will, are you going to be the little devil on the shoulder today, and I'm going to be the little angel?
Hey, look, if you're going to be the angel, I may as well be the devil. We can't both be on one side here.
All right, fair.
Yin and yang.
Yeah, this is a good. I think this is good practice. The idea of accepting your risk. Understand that there's a reason why you wanted to take that trade, and there's a reason why you put your stop loss where you put it. Do not fear losing a trade. It is part of the journey. It's part of trading. You're going to lose trades. Accept it. So accept the risk. I think. It's a good starting point as well. But it's hard. It's hard to just accept it. But yeah.
Yeah, of course, man. It's not easy. If it was easy, we'd all be profitable traders. You know, there'd be a world of profitable traders, and no one would work manual labor jobs.
Very, very true. Benson saying last week was crazy with Seagate. I jumped in the right moment. Well, congratulations. Are you planning on holding it, or are you going to first of all, tell us, Benson, what kind of trader are you? Are you an intraday? Are you a swing trader? Tell us a little bit about your decision point as to why you got in on Seagate, and then how long do you intend on holding it, or at least to which levels do you intend on holding it? Gombi saying exactly, I lose a trade, or trading should not hurt, should be fun. I'm going to disagree with you. Trading shouldn't be fun either.
I have made a video about this actually today.
Okay.
I actually made a video on this today because I got asked if my trading if I'm now happy as a trader compared to when I was in a normal job. So, wow, the fact that you've said this is perfect. Trading, in my opinion, should not be fun. Sorry, Rich, I've just jumped on top of you here.
Good. You have something to say about this, so let's hear it.
Yeah, it resonated with me so heavily because I literally went down and grabbed some breakfast this morning, and as I was walking down to breakfast, the sun was in my face. I was basking in like 24 degrees heat, loving life. And it made me think about a question someone had asked me the day before or like yesterday. And it was like, hey, well, like, are you happier now as a full-time profitable trader compared to when you were in a job? And the answer was no. And I say this quite clearly on the video, which I'm going to post either today or tomorrow. I say this very clearly that I am not happier now as a full-time profitable trader compared to when I was in a job. That's my short form answer. My long form answer, however, is I'm significantly happier. And the reason there's two different answers there is because my life was easier when I had a job. I woke up, I went to work, I finished work, I went home, I partied, drunk, played games. I did whatever people do. Went to sleep, woke up, go to work, repeat. End of the month, I got paid what I should get paid. Very basic, very simple, very easy. So therefore, happy. Trading, short form answer, very difficult, very stressful, not always going to get paid. I lost $2,000 last month, break even month before, break even month before. I've had 3 months of earning no money and actually losing $3,000. So very, very difficult, very stressful, very hard work. However, long term, I'm now sitting in Hong Kong working from my computer full time, and I've traveled all over the world, and I've been able to speak and meet fantastic people. Whereas if I was in a job, I'd still be in that job in my local area, waking up, working, going to sleep, repeating. So it depends what you're looking for. So Gombi GL, I will say no, it should not be fun. But the outcome should be worth it. You should be able to have fun with the outcome. I have fun in Hong Kong. I go for runs most days. I can go for a hike. I can go to the beach. I can go to the city. I can go shopping. I can see my missus and her family. So I can do all sorts, and that is fun. But it's stressful to be able to afford that fun and to be able to create that fun. That is stressful. That is hard work, and I much prefer to be in a 9-to-5 job. I will be dead honest with everybody. I would so much more prefer to be working a 9-to-5 job. You're all fantastically lucky, everyone who's in a 9-to-5. However, I'd much prefer to be stressed because I'm now creating these possibilities and opportunities for myself. So pick your difficult, but it should not be fun. Yeah, it's all going to be hard. It's hard to stay at home bored, but it's hard to try and achieve enough wealth and freedom to be able to do all these things. They're both very difficult things to do. One's mentally difficult, the other one's financially difficult. Which one do you want? Because they're both difficult.
There's a saying where they say, if you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. But I think that's difficult for people to maintain, because it's like if you paint. Now, I'm not a painter. My wife, she is. But if you only paint with one color, and let's say that color is just happiness or just the stuff that I enjoy, your paintings will always be one color. It will always just be one variant of the same color. And I think life should be about balance, not just the chase of happiness, but or the pursuit of happiness, but the pursuit for balance, and understanding that there's positive and negative vibes, there's positive and negative experiences, and they all build you as a character, they all build you as a person. So yes, you can have a job, quote unquote, in this case trading, and have it be fun for you, but understand that it's not always going to be fun. And if you don't enjoy it, just realize that that's part of the balance. That's part of you experiencing all of the colors of the rainbow with regard to this one thing. So you're going to have negative days, you're going to have losing days, and you're going to really hate trading. But that's part of the journey. It's part of it's part of the realization, let's rather say, that you care about something, is if you have an emotional response to it. So I don't agree to the idea that it should be fun, but I can agree to the idea that it could be fun, but that there should be a balance, rather.
Yeah, again, yin and yang.
Yeah, very much. It's all about balance, in my opinion.
A very controversial social media person posted that without darkness, you cannot enjoy the light. And I'm not going to say who this person is. I gave you a hint with controversial. I'm not going to go and divulge into who this is. However,
is it one of the Taints?
Yeah, maybe one of the Taint brothers. Yeah.
Anyway,
However, they mentioned how there's always going to be a bad day. There's always going to be a bad day, and this is so true, because there is always going to be something to be miserable about at some point. However, no one wants to be miserable. No one wants to have that miserable day, but it's going to happen. However, we've got to be grateful for that miserable day as well. Hopefully, it's not too miserable, but we've got to be grateful for that bad day, because therefore
the good days.
It makes the good day so much sweeter, and it's so much better. And I really sort of resonated with this when I actually understood his point a little bit more. Because at first I thought, and then I thought about it, and I was actually going through a bit of a tough time in the markets anyway. And I looked at it and I thought, yeah, I suppose this is a bit of a crap time at the moment. I've got this going on, that going on in my personal life. Then I've also got the markets not playing how I want it to. I thought this really is just really crap at the moment. It's really difficult. However, I came through light at the end of the tunnel, and it really did feel like getting off the aeroplane. And I've used this reference a couple of times, where you get off the aeroplane in a tropical weather and the humidity and the heat just hits you. And it's like that, I'm on holiday. Yes, I love this feeling. And it was literally that. It was like stepping off the plane, and it just made that happiness and that good time feel so much better. Because had I have not had that tough time, I may have still been able to accept that it was a good time, but it would have just been normal, and I wouldn't have appreciated it any more or any less. It would have just been, this is a day. And I don't think that's healthy. I think you've got to understand that bad days
Mm.
are there to help you understand that good days are beautiful.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree 100%. Sarah, I am new to Forex and to the Fivers. Well, first of all, you're welcome to the Fivers and welcome to Forex trading. It is a very busy, very high
Wonderful journey.
strung. It's a very busy, very high strung, difficult yet very rewarding career to be in. I trade using trend lines and price action, stop loss hunting basis. Will be taking the first prop firm trading account with the Fivers today.
Oh,
And in that
Sarah,
case, I'm
beautiful.
going to say, welcome to the Fivers officially.
Yeah,
The
literally.
best,
Yeah,
the best prop firm in the industry. The best
in
one.
the
There isn't
world,
in the world.
in
There
the
isn't anyone.
galaxy, for those tinfoil hats out there, in the galaxy, we've got aliens trading with our prop firm. We're that good.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We really appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Also, good luck to you as well. You know, you don't need it. You clearly know what you're talking about. You're clearly a profitable trader. You know, even though you're new to forex, but you're clearly profitable. That's why you're taking the prop firm challenge. Even you, and we know that you're going to have greatness and great success in the industry. So, also the fact that you trade trend lines and price action, that's pretty cool to hear. I not so much trade trend lines, but I definitely trade price action. Yeah, welcome to the club.
Here's another one. I feel trading is too hard to crack. Any tips for transfer from stocks to forex? Very interesting.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Stock trading.
You've got perfect answer for this because you came from stock trading, I believe, didn't you?
Yeah. So stock trading to me has always been more of the idea of like an investment medium. Stock trading has always, or at least my viewpoint on stock trading was always buy and hold. So look for an asset, look for a company that has an undervalued asset and or undervalued um, scorecard, and see if there's anything about that company that makes sense in the current like climate. And then I would look to find a stock that was a little bit cheaper, like I said, a little bit undervalued, and then I would put in a marginal amount of risk into that. I would buy a certain percentage of stock, and I would just hold it. So that was always my mentality around stock trading, was that it wasn't really trading, it was more investment. And I would generally hold a stock for a few years. Some of them gave dividends, some of them didn't, but in general, it was always like for the longer term, the longer like time frame that I could hold it, the better. Just give it some time to appreciate and so on. The thing about forex trading is that I would almost venture to say that the idea of entering with an intention of holding it way longer term, let's say a year or more, is very unadvisable because of the extra layers of factors that need to be taken into consideration. If you look at a company specifically, any company at all, and you see that that company is doing well, you can consider buying. But if you see that a country and a forex pair like dollar and euro, the dollar is doing well, it doesn't necessarily mean that the euro is weak. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the dollar is going to rise exponentially. And I feel like when it comes to buy and hold, stocks is way easier. Long-term trading. Forex trading, I think lower, less than a year, a few months maybe at most, that kind of like thing. So if I would have to go to give you a few tips, taking into consideration what I went through, the thing about trading Forex, I think it's important to understand why that Forex pair is moving the way that it is moving and trying to find patterns. Whereas with stocks, you don't necessarily need to see the pattern on the chart, but what you need to understand is the fundamental of the company itself. And I think it's a little bit easier. I think Forex is a little bit more wide. So my suggestion would be select a singular asset or a singular currency pair. Choose one. Let's say hypothetically you choose Euro USD, which is the most traded, well, at least was until recently, the most traded Forex pair. And I would suggest going and understanding how the Euro USD moves in which kind of markets. Try and understand the Euro USD as much as you can before you start trading the Euro USD. Don't try and jump across too many Forex pairs. Select one, try and understand it, and see if you can find a strategy that makes sense to you for that specific asset, and then start trading from there. That's one tip that I can give.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Is Euro USD not the highest traded asset yet? No.
I think at the moment gold is. I think gold has taken over in terms of like the highest traded currency pair. I'm talking under correction here. That's why I said I think it's up to recently. I think gold has been just the most sought after
I mean,
asset.
it wouldn't surprise me, to be fair.
Yeah.
Thinking 4000 saying nice talk, mate. J Morgan P. What an awesome name. I like that. Well said, Will. Thank you very much, my man. We've got M Habe saying only 73 USD remain to blow my sounds like you're trying to blow my 5k account. What advice would you give?
73 USD on a 5k account. That's more than 1%.
Yeah, that's not
actually almost 1.5%. That's plenty, mate. You can work with that.
Yeah, that's not actually, that's not like you've got like $5 of a 10k account or $5 of a 100k account left before you blow the account. You know, that's not that bad. You know, a 1.5% there or thereabouts is actually pretty good. It's pretty okay. You know, there's wiggle room. You've got wiggle room. Best thing is to do lower your risk, slow it down. I don't know what your strategy is, but maybe look at lowering your risk if you manage to get like 8.5% down. And then just keep going. Follow your plan, execute your plan. Don't venture out of it whatsoever, and then see how it goes. If you blow the account, you blow the account. It happens. You know, I had a soft breach of one of my accounts yesterday just because it's a very, very high risk account. I've had it for like 2 years now or 3 years, and I've had it a long, long time. I don't really care for it as much. It's just a high risk account. I lost on gold yesterday and I got a soft breach on the account. So you know, it happens. It depends on your risk tolerance and it depends on your strategy, of course. You know, sometimes I went in 7% down on this account, which is live funded 100k, just because my strategy stopped working at one point. It's one of those things, man. Don't stress over it. Gone BG saying it's all mindset. The freedom is worth it. Yeah, 100%. The freedom is definitely worth it. The one thing that I hate about trading, and it took me probably like within a year of going full-time trading to realize this, is that it's hard because you feel like you have to make money. And the reason it's so hard is when you're in a 9-to-5 job, you can earn 2k a month, let's say, as example, is an average wage. You can earn $2,000 that month, and it's plenty. You've got more than enough money. For a full-time day trader who may trade 2 or 3 days a week, or 2 or 3 times a week, the rest is just waiting at the charts and at the markets. Dude, that's $2,000 isn't that much, because you want to go out and explore, you get bored in the house, maybe you want to go off and do activities, you know. Otherwise, you're just sitting watching TV, sitting watching the computer, sitting doing some back testing, but you know, you're going to get bored, so therefore you're going to go out and do more things, and it's going to cost money. So being a full-time trader costs quite a bit of money. So yeah, the freedom is great, but it's also boring. Just, you know, playing devil's advocate on that one. You know, the freedom can sometimes be a little bit boring. Like right now, I'm actually a bit bored during the mornings, local time, until about 4 p.m. when I join stream, because I don't trade Asia session and, you know, I don't have a job. So And excursions here costs money, so I just go off and sort of waddle around the country, take the MTR to all different parts of the island, and even that costs money, man. The MTR costs money, so bear in mind, freedom does come at a higher cost.
MK90 saying, would you mind taking a look at GU for a minute? So I've got the GU chart here. We have the previous day low down here that was untested, but we've got the previous day high that was absolutely obliterated during the Tokyo session. And then this high over here was Monday's high that has already been taken as well. So from what you can see is this morning already yesterday's high, which is there, which was a double high pretty much, or almost a triple high. We had a small reaction this morning trying to push it lower. It failed. We broke through, retested, and volumetrically started pushing up from there. So right now we are in a bullish price action at the moment. We have bullish price action at the moment, making higher highs, higher lows, and so on and so forth. So looking pretty good at the moment. However, we have a few base areas from Friday. There's one, and there's another one that needs to be tested before we can get to this high up over here, which was at 137,877. So this was, let's say, the last or the most recent strong attempt at least, from the bulls to try and push price higher. So we had this base area which was created on the 27th of January, where we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 reactions, and then a 7th reaction to try and push it up. And this was the last time that this base area held. So I would say in terms of that section up over here, this is the one that we are most likely trying to come back to if we're going to continue bullish today. But like I said, there is some price action in between where potentially we could meet resistance. Not first and foremost, where we are right now is an area of resistance because we've previously already reacted off of it. So this base area, if I just go to, what was this, on Friday, base area was created, we broke lower, retested it, and then continued pushing lower. So we've already had a singular reaction off of it. So now we are back at that area right now. So the idea is we should try and see how we're going to react in this area. It's a little bit slowed, even though we do have a little bit of a pullback that we had coming out of Tokyo session and in the middle of Tokyo session. This is a little bit different. This is not a pullback so much as it is a little bit of consolidation. So it's a bit more sideways action. So first and foremost, I would say, let's see how we're going to react where we are now. Should we break through, then we have this area over here to be tested. And I'm sure that we would then probably see some sort of reaction coming back to this zone and then potentially react higher to get up to here, which is that last point of call. If this area is disrespected, meaning that this area of resistance doesn't get respected, we break through it, then we have this high point all the way up over here, which is 138.06 to 138.34 that we could potentially come to. Now, this is all assuming that we're going to continue pushing bullishly. If we do not push bullishly, however, if this area where we are right now holds as an area of resistance, then price is most likely going to have to, first and foremost, break lower than the Tokyo low. And then after that, we have an area of resistance here, which we've already had a singular reaction off of. This is 1.3684 to 136.68. That can be tested. And then lower than that, we have the previous day low, which can also be tested. So if we respect, the idea is that we would start potentially coming down. We need to test this area, After that, it's this area over here. And if this one fails, meaning we break through, come back to it and start pushing lower, this would be then the area of interest. So yeah, just that's what I'm seeing on GU at the moment. Why are you giggling, Will?
I just read this comment. Oh, look at me. I'm traveling. I wear a Rolex. I drive a BMW. I play golf. I drink overpriced coffee with honey in it. Actually, it's a Tudor, not a Rolex. Thank you very much. I prefer Tudor than Rolex.
The
I shall
crazy
have
thing
you
is everything else is correct.
know.
He drinks overpriced coffee with honey in it. He doesn't drink sugar with it. He is
True.
traveling. He has got a BMW. He does like playing golf.
Yeah. How dare you say I wear a Rolex? Oh man, that made me. I also do boxing and I do karate as well. I do play rugby. If there's anything else you'd like to call pathetic, Falcon, my dear friend.
Pathetic.
Someone's jealous.
We've got Andre Labuskachny saying, "Hey guys, hope you're doing well. Got my first funded account and blew it the first day. How did you do that?" I have some sort of strategy, but don't have a foolproof strategy. Is there anyone that can help me? I like scalping and day trading. You're at the right place, Andre, first and foremost. So you've already answered where your problem lies. You have some sort of strategy, but you don't have a foolproof one. Now, first and foremost, there is no such thing as a foolproof strategy. You're going to lose trades, all right? That's the first thing. But you need to have a sound strategy, a strategy that you've back-tested. You have enough data on that suggests that it is a profitable strategy, first and foremost. And secondly, it needs to be a strategy that is easily implementable, meaning that it's easy for you to recognize when it's setting up in the market. And secondly, it's easy for you to take the trade. So however that strategy is made up, you're gonna have to take some time to put in the effort to go and do backtesting. And backtesting should be done first and foremost on a demo account. Don't use live funds for strategy testing, and also don't do evaluation testing. So buying an evaluation account and then trying to test a strategy on that. It's just going to cost you money, and you're not going to be happy with if the results are, you lose another account. So get yourself a demo account. You can get a demo account with pretty much any broker. And also use like TradingView as well. TradingView is lovely when you want to do drawings up and stuff like that, and the going back in time. So with the replay tool, it's kind of nice. You can go and have all of that information nicely in place. You can say, okay, if we break a recent high or a double high, I'm going to take a buy on that very first candle. I'm going to have my swing point just underneath that, and I'm going to go for a 1 to 1.5, just as an example. And then what you do is you go and take this exact idea that you have, and you go and look for periods in time where that held true, and then you document all of that. The nice thing about doing it on a demo account is that you can actually see with the demo account, if you do forward testing, you can see the actual result. So that's pretty awesome. And then what I could also say to you is go to thefivers.com. On thefivers.com, there is an academy page. Click on that academy page and go through that academy information. There's implementable strategies. There's information about how the Forex market works, like very standard base level things, but also a little bit more advanced. Go and have a look at the risk management section, work through that, and then based on what you see there, come back to the market and try and formulate. I wouldn't purchase another funded evaluation account just yet. Go and do all of those things first. And once you have back-tested data that supports the idea that you have a profitable strategy, only then go and buy yourself another evaluation account. It's going to save you a lot of money and a lot of heartache in the long run. That's what I would suggest. But the Fivers.com, perfect place to start.
No, 100%, man. Yeah, literally that. Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. That was perfection. Gom BG saying coffee with honey. I must try it. Do not try it. You will be pathetic. Dude, coffee. Yeah, bro, go try it. With a splash of milk as well. So like a teaspoon of honey, a splash of milk, and 2 teaspoons of coffee. Oh, brother, you will try. You will drink nothing better than that. It will change you forever.
We've got Unbiased Trader. Morning.
Yo, what is good on Unbiased
Trader? Krishna is asking how many hours a trader should spend in front of a laptop screen per day.
As little as possible.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. The minute you get your trade, bosh.
Yeah, the idea, I think, is in the beginning, when you start out with your trading journey, let's say you're very green under the gills, you're very new to trading, try and spend as much time as you can. Whenever you have an opportunity outside of your normal workday and, outside of your duties and responsibilities of the day, try and spend as much time as you can in front of the charts to understand how certain assets are moving. Go through different assets, work your way through them, pay attention how the news affects a certain asset, how it moves, what's typical movements during which session, and so on and so forth. And try and get like a baseline understanding of how the market works. Once you start becoming a little bit more experienced, you'll start reducing that screen time significantly. And then eventually it'll get to the point where, let's say you have a strategy that relies on you only looking at the chart on a Monday, and then you look for a trade on the Tuesday, and then you enter on the Tuesday and you don't have to look at the chart again for another week, then so be it. Then you ended up only having that like hour or whatever that you look at the chart on a Monday, and then the hour on a Tuesday, and then you're done. So it really depends on your experience level and what it is that you're trying to achieve from being at the market. One thing I can tell you is that sitting in front of the market the whole day is going to cause you to have FOMO, because you're going to see movement and you're going to want to get in on those movements without testing them first and foremost. So you're going to see a movement, you're going to be like, oh, I should jump in on this because I'm going to miss out. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is you're going to have mental strain, because you're going to constantly be looking at the market, but you're not really you're not getting the reflection of input. So I'm looking at what's happening, but I'm not doing anything about it. So it might bore you, or it might feel like you're going to feel drained. Just try and, when you do spend time in front of the chart, let it be with a specific goal in mind. I want to understand what the GU is doing from London Open until 2 hours into the London session. And then you do that, once a day. Even if you didn't get an opportunity on Tuesday, you come in on Wednesday and you look at what happened yesterday. Okay, so London Open, we had this little push down for the first hour, and then eventually so that's what I'm like saying. It's like, try and let your time in front of the chart be with a specific goal in mind. Cesar is asking, care to have a look at silver as well? Will, do you want to bring silver up, my friend? So you're not sharing a screen. Share a screen for us, and then you can look through silver. I believe that you've muted yourself.
My bad. Yeah, it's because I reset my what do you call it? Stream. So yeah, let's have a look. Silver. Under will do. Oh, silver looks quite nice on the 4 hour, straight up. So we got this is the 200 moving average, by the way, I think. Yeah, it is. I just had to make sure. This is the 200 moving average. We can see there's a little bit of wickage at the bottom here. My new favorite word, you know that, guys. Wickage. Silver is massive. Wicked. Incredible. Anyway, so we've got this price action here where we can see this massive drop off, very much like gold. They moved very similarly recently. And then we've got this simple price action. And what I mean by simple price action, it is literally just a highs and lows. We can see high and low here. And then that was broken by a further high and low. Again, very much the same going here. Broken by another high and low. Simple, basic order flow showing bullish momentum. So here we are. We've got this bullish momentum here, which we can quite clearly see on the 1 hour time frame. I'll drop down to the 15 and the 5 in just a second. We can see a break of structure here. Let me just mark this out as a break and structure. There we go. We've got this high low, higher high, or previous high, previous higher low, and the lowest low here. So now that we're going to start moving above, let's drop down onto the 15-minute to see if we can see any nice intraday structure points. And what I mean by that is to see if there's any areas that scream our name. We've got a nice little area here. We get our fib retracement tool up. I'm going to try not to look at this too much on the 5, but we will drop down in just a second. For those of you who trade imbalances or fair value gaps, whatever you want to call them, there's a nice little imbalance here, which crosses over very nicely with the consolidation zone, which also crosses over very nicely with my sort of golden zone between the 6.1 and 7.1 fib, which could potentially mark out for a nice confluential buy opportunity on silver around about here, maybe, and then you can jump back up onto the 1 hour time frame, and then who knows, maybe just start looking for some target areas. Target area 1 maybe, target area 2 at these lows, and then maybe a target area 3 at the highs. Just different points and different areas of interest where you can look at targeting. Or if you want to look at something a little bit more immediate, then we've got a nice little zone just down here. So let's drop back down to the 15-minute. We are seeming to be very bearish right now after these, after taking these highs. So we've had this this higher high, break of the highs, a little bit of consolidation on the 15-minute, which will look a little bit better on the 5. Break and close under the consolidation as we start dropping down towards this nice consolidation. However, this is not a structure shift. To me, this is purely a pullback, and it's not a structure shift until we can break and close under this low here. So this is previous low for me. Oh God, come back. This is previous low for me here. Nice potential buy opportunity. Let's see if it's validated on the 5-minute. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it's very, very nice on the 5-minute as well. A little bit worrying about this consolidation zone here, I must say. If I just mark it up in apparently red. Why is it red? I don't want red, I want green. That's better. So very nice consolidation zone here, but you can see that we're coming down and actually starting to wick it as well. So if we can sort of wick around for the next 5 minutes, maybe tap in, and then I think I could imagine some nice buying opportunities coming into silver over the next couple of hours. Do I reckon we can see $100 though? Maybe. But yeah, I think buys, those who are buying silver, I can see conviction in it. I like it. I can't see selling on silver right now. Maybe if you're an immediate sell, so maybe if you're on the 5-minute, you've marked out this consolidation, you wanted to see a break and close under this low, you got it, you sold around here, stops at the high. Where would you want to be selling to? Probably these highs here, the top of the consolidation. So it's only going to be a 1-to-1. That could be a valid sell opportunity. Other than that, and that would be a counter trend, very short time frame or lower time frame, short term counter trend trade. So I wouldn't take it personally, but it does look very nice. It looks very valid. This would be what I would be interested in trading. But I don't trade silver. I got no data around silver. But if you were to trade silver, I do quite like this idea.
Awesome. Thank you for that one.
Very well.
I wanted to... Benson Timothy saying, strategy, just do your homework, do research, read and watch the news, etc. Yeah, that's a strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Yeah, true. Literally that. A strategy in its basic form is just your... How do you define a strategy?
All of the preparation and analysis that you do, along with the exact criteria that you will utilize to enter and manage a trade. That is that is a strategy. So if fundamentals is part of your strategy, then you need to formulate that as part of your strategy.
Yeah, literally that. It's something you do in order to expect an outcome.
Ollie is saying, I have 2 to 3 good trades entries every day. Is this luck or do I have a good strategy? No idea. What does your back-tested data tell you? It's as simple as that. Like, you shouldn't be entering just willy-nilly. You should know that you have something on your hands here. You should only be utilizing or using strategies that have a proven track record. So if you don't know, Ollie, then you need to go and have a look at your back-tested data, or at least the strategy that you're using right now. You're getting 2 to 3 good trade entries a day, but what made you decide to take this or what determines whether or not it's a good trade entry? What are you looking for? So go and have a look at that information, and then you'll get your answer right there. Pranav is asking for gold. So
I'm not. You can look at gold. Screw gold, man. I'm not looking at it today. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'll look at it if you want me to.
Yeah, please do. I'm prepping to enter a trade, so I want to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, no stress. I'll take a quick look now. Okay, so gold. Look at it. Stupid, pathetic thing.
Stupid gold.
Stupid gold. No, I'm only messing, guys. But in all fairness, I'm not okay with gold right now after this beautiful, beautiful buy up. After wicking me out of my trade buys yesterday. Gold's looking quite nice. 4 hour, clearly very bullish. Trying to. Let me just get rid of this. There we go. Trying to. Oh my god, go away. There we go. Have I got it now? Yes. There we go. Gold is now trying to fill in this this large downwards move that I had last week. So if we can drop down to the lower time, the 1 hour, there we go. The 1 hour looks quite nice. The start on there. Got this nice consolidation zone yesterday, which I was hoping to be buying through, and then we missed it. So it left without me, and then we're looking quite nice around this area here. We seem to have paused a little bit. So if we look to the left to see why we've paused, we've come up to this zone here, which looks okay. I could imagine maybe a little pause, but I don't know, maybe I don't think it's going to reverse from here. I think we could have a pullback to these highs and maybe this base level here. So I think we could have a pullback, which looks to be around the 50% fill of my fib. Yeah, it's a roundabout. So here's the 6-1, the 50 is going to be around here somewhere. Yeah, so it looks if we can get a 50% retracement of last night's price action or New York price action, then I think that could be really, really nice. Don't know if we're going to get it. We've whipped under these lows here, but it seems to be ever so slightly pulling back. Those who are selling gold, again, very much with silver, I could understand why. We've got the break and close under on the consolidation. and you've got the break and close. Very nice. Again, we've got the break and close under this low. So we are shifting structure on the lower time frame, being the 5, to potentially to the downside. But where would you want to be targeting to? My assumptions, and only my assumptions, not my analysis, would be stops on the highs, enter in on the brand new open of this candle. TP maybe here. Okay, I mean, that's still a 2-hour trade. It's still quite a nice trade, but it's lower time frame. It's counter trend trading, and on the very smaller time frame intraday, which I don't like too much, to be fair. I like the 15 and the 5 to be married up. The 15 is not even in the slightest bit showing any bearish momentum. We've got that's barely a pullback. It's almost just a consolidation, then a pullback. It's just with these lows. A pullback for me would have to come into here somewhere. That, in my eyes, is going to be a pullback. Anything else is going to be a very shallow pullback. However, we have got highs. Let's get rid of those and try and draw them again, but better. We have got highs up here. There we go. We have also got lows, which we have swept. So now that we've swept the lows, those who believe in liquidity, bosh, sweep of liquidity, close above, continuation higher, literally what happened yesterday, and it took me out. Could we see something along the lines of this now before continuation higher? If so, therefore, I'd like the 15-minute to break and close it above 5092, so close to $5,100 an ounce. And I'd like the 5-minute to be on board with that as well, or vice versa. If you're going to be looking at the 5-minute, then that's what I want to see on the 5-minute, and then I want the 15-minute to be on board with it as well. If we look at the 1-hour time frame, 1-hour time frame is very much on board. We've got consolidation, hopefully continuation. If we get a pullback, then this is where I'm going to be looking at pulling it back to, which is going to be around about, again, this isn't an exact number, this is an around about figure of about 4994, so just under $5,000.
Nice. Shami asking, when is LJ joining the stream? LJ will be joining in roughly 17 minutes or so, along with Dirk today. For everybody in chat, very soon we're going to have a schedule that's going to be put up on the stream, showing you exactly which trader, which streamer is going to come on at which time, and it's mostly going to be in GMT time. But if you want to, in the description box below, you can see who is going to be joining us at which segment. Those times are also in GMT, but they should reflect based on your time zone as well. But you can have a look there to see exactly who is joining and at what time. But we will be having that information up on a banner, Anyway, I wanted to just show you that I am currently in a NASDAQ sell.
Oh, awesome. Let's have a look.
On my live account.
Once you've shown us your NASDAQ sell, I want to show you how childish I can be sometimes.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I'm going to just show it on TradingView first. So this morning, I had already showed that this was my intention idea. This is what I thought NASDAQ was going to do in the short time frame during the London session. I have a suspicion that we're probably going to come and try and test down here. We've already come back into this base area up over here, which is something that I wanted to see. We did have a large sell-off yesterday. Yes, we are technically stuck in this kind of range at the moment. But what I want to see is what I drew up here is a potential push lower, break lower than the Tokyo low, as well as the lows of the day. We've wicked twice. And then tried to come back and then failed. And I thought maybe there was a potential to try and push lower. So I decided to get in. So right now, my stop loss is just above that recent attempt to push price higher. And my take profit is basically just at the lows here, just slightly above the low. even though we are having a little bit of a bullish reaction right now. If I look on the 15-minute, it's fine. That's why my stop loss is above the most recent swing. So price volumetrically pushed lower during the London Open. We had a bullish candle, which was then followed up by another bearish drop. So drop, base candle, drop. So the top of this base candle, my stop loss is just above that. Gives me a little bit of room. I do suspect that we can potentially come back to this point up over here, which is 25,308, in which case I will potentially, if and only if the price action proves that it wants to carry on going down and that this isn't the lows, then I would consider entering another trade there with my stop loss being at the exact same point and my take profit being at the exact same point. But that is only if it rejects this base area in the way that I deem it being in my direction. I'm only in a 0.5% risk for this trade. So if I show you here, it's 0.5%. This is a 5K account, so it's small. I am up 1% on this account, slightly more than 1%. So I'm risking whatever profits I have in this account today. So 0.5% for this trade, and then a potential 0.5% if it comes to this red line, and then it starts showing me the reaction that I'm looking for. So yeah, I'll keep you guys updated with this trade as it goes. So
yeah, dude, I really rate that. That was a really nice trade. In fact, I was looking at NASDAQ. The minute you said I've entered a NASDAQ seller, I thought, right, before I look at it, let me have a look at NASDAQ and see if I can find why he's selling. And okay. Yeah, dude, I can kind of see. I was looking at the 15-minute and I thought, yes and no. The 15-minute looks okay. Jumped down onto the 5 and I thought, actually, that does look quite nice. And I was like, I can kind of see why he's selling that. So yeah, fair. I like that one.
So that was the original idea. I am going to, come back. There we go. I'm going to just show this. This is what my expectancy was, at least for this trade. This is what I expected to happen. So if you can see that's what my expectancy for this trade is. So whether or not it's going to play through, I don't know. We will see. But yeah, that's the general gist of the trade.
Awesome stuff. Now, for Will Davis to show his age and act like a kid, it must be tasting well. Coffee with honey. Bro, it tastes amazing. And cinnamon. No, not cinnamon. just honey. However, I did make this. I just had to. Honestly, it made me chuckle, and I thought, I'm going to create something for this. So yeah, there you go, guys. Me traveling to the golf course in my BMW with my Rolex Tudor, on my wrist, drinking my overpriced coffee with honey in it.
Maya is saying, I am targeting NAS to 25,205, which, by the way, I can also just kind of show this. Today's options expiry at New York Open is 25,357. So we're very, very close right now. 357 is 357 somewhere over there. 257. 357 is here. So we've already been at this point. So there is a potential that we're going to just be sideways a little bit up until New York session, which is also fine. You're not going to win every trade. But in your case, you're saying you entered at 25,205. So 205 is all the way down here. Okay, so you entered on this base area yesterday. Oh, no, sorry, you're targeting. My apologies, you're targeting it. You entered at 25,309. So I'm going to mark your trade up, Maya. So, 306, 25,306, right there. You're aiming for 25,205. Right there. And then your stop loss is at 377. So somewhere over there. Okay, so you're aiming for roughly a 1 to 1.5 R. I do like this trade because it comes into this base area of mine, as well as the fact that we have this base area where you decided to enter. Now, I would have loved to have entered a little bit earlier on it. This is generally where I would have entered. Actually, I would have been in on this candle already. So there was somebody that asked earlier for us to give the source. I think it was Andre.
Give us that secret sauce.
Yes, it was, what do you use as a strategy? Lol, give us the source. So those of you that know me know that I generally like trading ranges. Well, trending. Not ranges. I hate trading ranges. I trade trends. What I look for is I want an area of resistance or support that is reacted off of. So I choose an area, like for argument's sake, the Tokyo high or the London high as an example. I'm not saying that's what I always use, but this was yesterday. So in general, I would look at an area where there was either previous reactions or slowed reactions. So I want to see price really slow going into that area or slow down while being in that area. So this area up over here, the Tokyo after the London high, price was slowly but surely pushing a little bit lower. We pushed back into it, we slowed down, and then we started pushing lower. So once I have a trend that becomes established, like with NAS, we have a drop here. So we had this reaction off of an established area, it started dropping volumetrically, so with momentum. So I'm looking for momentum as well after a reaction off of a established area. Then what I'm looking for is I'm looking for what I call drop-based drops or rally-based rallies. In this case, it's a drop, meaning it is a multitude of strong bearish candles followed by a base, and a base to me is a 1 or 2 candle pattern in the sense of in the opposite direction. So drop, the base would then be a bullish candle, and then a follow-up bearish candle. So it is drop, so we've established a new trend, which is bearish. We have a drop. We have an attempt for the bulls to try and break this newly established trend, which is what I call a base. And then we have the confirmation of this trend following up or continuing. In this case, another drop. And then I have some other parameters that I also take into consideration. I'm not going to mention them here, but the general gist is I look at differences in the momentum. I look at differences in the candle sizes in relation to the previous candle sizes. I look at how strong of a pullback and how, or in this case, base it was. I'm looking at price action. I'm looking at higher highs, higher lows, that kind of like stuff, price movement. And then I will then decide whether or not this base, along with this drop, is a good enough entry point. I have two different strategies, or two different risk strategies. It's the same strategy, but the risk is a little bit different between the London session and the New York session. New York session, I'm a little bit more, less risk averse, let's say. And with the London session, I'm a little bit more risk averse. But in general, then I will have a static take profit and a static stop loss that I implement. And this is based on back-tested data. So that information I will then use to determine whether or not I enter the trade. And that's how this trade came to be of last night. And that's generally what I look for. I have other strategies that I also implement, that I also use. But this is the NASDAQ strategy that I have. This one at the moment, for the stream account, it's slightly different. I use a slightly different risk parameter on the stream account than I do my personal accounts. But it is generally because I'm not reliant on this account, this stream account, doing well. This is for entertainment. This is for showing people here is a trade that I'm taking. You can decide to follow along if you want to. I would advise against it, but I cannot stop you. But in general, it's something to do while we're on stream. So yeah, that's it.
Just to let you know as well, I just entered in on an S&P trade.
Show us.
This is, let me just bring my screen up for you people. There we go. Can you see my screen? Yeah. So this is the S&P trade that I'm trading right now. It's in a little bit of profit. I've got 2 5-lot orders on ready to go. One is already tapped in, so that's risking around $400. The other one is, again, going to be risking about $300. It's a little bit lower down. So we'll just see how it goes. We've pulled back 90% or like 95% of this move here, which is quite interesting. So it'd be interesting to see now if we can continue that momentum up. Seems to be pretty good. The US 30 is still bullish. We've not really had much of a retracement on that. Now, I missed this potential entry yesterday, so that was a shame. I kind of wanted to get in on the S&P. I've been testing it for some time. It seems to be working really nicely, so I'm going to see if we can live trade it now and see how it goes. I'm in $10 profit at the moment. I'll bring that up in just a second. The NASDAQ, as much as I love you, Rich, and I want you to do really well, and I can really genuinely see that trade being a valid, profitable trade. I kind of want to see some bullish momentum.
Yeah, no, I thought that you were going to probably be bullish on that because you're bullish on US 30.
Yeah, exactly. So I kind of want to be bullish on the NAS. However, right now I'm not. Right now there's nothing unless I jump down onto some lower time frame trades. Let me just reset the chart. I will be bullish on NAS if and only if we can break and close above this high here. If we can break and close above that, then I will buy it under the 200 EMA. But until that happens, I'm not interested. Now let me prove to you that I'm actually in the trade by showing you my screen. Now let me just stop sharing and then share my MetaTrader. There you go. Can you see this okay?
Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome. So there we go. So as you can see, $26 up now, or $25 up. Wicked in really nicely. Didn't quite tap onto the lower wick, which is this. It taps into this nice little area down here, which we haven't tapped into yet, which is absolutely fine because it's still time. It still could. I could have put my stops at the low here, but I haven't. I put them at this low. So I'll probably hit a full stop on this. I can't see any reason to close it unless like price action really does invalidate me within internal structure, and then I'll look at taking out. But right now, targeting the highs. The highs are going to be looking at around about $400, I believe. No, come here. $500, $513 TP. It'll probably be pretty close, if not the exact same, on the lower. So we're looking at hopefully a full TP of about $1,000. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, or it could be a loss of $800. No, it wouldn't be. It'd be a loss of $400.
Okay, I was about to say going slightly double than 1-to-1. I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's just over 1-to-1.
Yeah. Scribbles is saying, I actually ended up losing my high stakes challenge due to max loss. I plan to restart at the end of the month, but I have entered the competition today and I'm currently not doing bad. Scribbles, first and foremost, just remember that competition is generally just for entertainment. It's just for the fun of it. Don't fall into the gambling trap of trying to win an account because you want to make the most profit that you can. I would say use it as an opportunity to, if you're not accustomed to the Fiverr's platform, to test out the Fiverr's platform first and foremost, and secondly as a means to kind of like just rebuild your confidence again to see some profits without actually risking anything. So good luck to you, Scribbles. I hope that you do well in it. I'm just going to say that. I hope you do well.
Also, we've got medium impact news coming out right now. Flash core PPI flash estimate year on year for the euro.
Oh yeah, it's already out.
Yeah. yeah, it came out literally right now. However, later on we got ADP farm employment, not the main one, at 9:15. So that is 1:15 p.m. UK time, and then 11 p.m., which is about 7 p.m. in the evening. I think, yeah. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Is ISM service and PMI.
Yeah, so I saw that if we have a look at the news from Forex Factory, that last night we had where is this? There was news talking about how the US was submitting a where is it? Oh, there we go. It's the US passes the funding bill to end government shutdown, sent to Trump for signature. So that might mean that the government is going to end the shutdown. Not entirely sure when. But if this does get passed, then the government will open up again, and we should start seeing the high impact news coming out as expected on the expected time slots. So right now, I think some of the dollar information, where was it? The prelim one from Friday. This is all yellow folder. This tentative one, the unemployment claims of Thursday. It might still be tentative, but if the shutdown comes to an end, it will most probably then have a time allocated to its release. But then again, it may not. So whenever you see tentative news like this, assume that the information is going to come out, and then react accordingly to that information. ADP, obviously, non-farm employment change is not a governmental data set. It's just the adaptation from the previous one. Just take that into consideration. Okay, so this trade of mine so far is in drawdown. We are coming back to this base area. The reaction that we're having is a little bit stronger than I would have liked. So I'm probably not going to enter on the secondary position where we are now. I'm just going to leave this trade to decide what it wants to do. If it comes and takes me out up here, that's fine. It is what it is. That just means that this area down here is a little bit stronger than I initially thought. Then I can always just wait for a new establishment of a trend, and then I can decide to get in on a buy should that be what the price action is showing. But as it stands right now, I think the trade, I'm going to leave it to either take stop loss or to go down to profit. So it is what it is. What's going on here?
I believe in you, bro. You got this.
Yeah.
Optimism, my friend.
Optimism.
Hey, Ted. Sorry.
Hello, Dirk.
Well, hello.
Hello.
How is my favorite German friend?
Wow, you know more Germans than me?
Let's just say yes. Let's pretend that I have a lot of German friends.
Yes, I have a
Pretend
friend.
that we'll have
Yes,
friends,
finally.
first and foremost.
After 48 years. Yeah.
I'm on the top of the list. I have finally made it in life.
Oh, guys. Yeah, sorry again for being a bit late, but I just couldn't go without coffee. And of course, like when you quickly want to get something, then suddenly, you have to empty this at the coffee machine. You have to refill that. I was like, oh, God.
Yeah.
My preparation was not well done last night or yesterday, and now I have to suffer the consequences.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you usually find it as well, like so much hard. It's like watching paint dry. It takes the exact same amount of time, but you're watching it and it's longer. It's like,
Exactly.
how does 2 hours go so much longer than 2 hours when you're busy?
Yeah, that's
Oh man, yeah.
the proof that time is relative.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Good. See, and I haven't even looked at the markets really today as well. So, is there anything
Well,
tradable today?
I've had a good day today,
Oh yeah.
so
Nice.
I've not touched gold. So I did close my trade that I entered yesterday. Was it this time yesterday or in the later stream yesterday? I believe it was in the later stream. My Euro JPY trade was really nice. Which I analyzed it 24 hours ago, and then I took it like I don't know 20 hours ago.
Okay.
Closed it a little bit earlier this morning, and that's all I've taken. I've actually now entered in on an S&P buy mine, so hopefully that goes equally as well, and then we'll be clawing back our catastrophe of January.
January was not good for you?
No, I lost about 2% January.
Okay, happens, no?
Yeah, exactly.
December was not good. January was okay, like with normal parameters, positive parameters.
Yeah.
December was not good. Somehow December was like, especially for me in NASDAQ, a very wild ride.
Yeah, great fun. Yeah, great fun. Yeah, November, December was okay for me. It was like $100, like $200. It was like 0.3% over the 2 months. So it was a lot less than average. I call it a break even couple of months. But I didn't lose, so that's something. But yeah, January is my first losing month since September. Which, I mean, look, it's pretty good going if you think about the law of averages.
Sorry, I thought you would say something like, well, January is my first losing month since December.
Yeah, my first losing month this year, actually.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Insta Onair is saying US tech or NASDAQ buy target is 25,700. Planetary time cycle says this. Okay, so I'm going to mark that up. I'm going to take your word for it. 25,700 is the marker. 25,700. Let's just make it there.
I tend to agree with it, honestly speaking.
Yeah, and
not necessarily with a planetary cycle thing, but with the target.
Yeah.
And then he's also saying gold sell target is 48.57. So 48.57, somewhere over here.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Planetary time cycle says this as well. So just tell us Insta Onair when. So if the time cycle says that it's going to happen, whenabouts is it? When the planetary time cycle...
What is the planetary time cycle?
I have no idea.
What he means by planetary time cycle is he means it's 100% guaranteed.
Okay.
Bro, like, guys, I got to go real quick. I got to go full margin on gold, shorts, NAS, longs, and on all my accounts because it's 100% guaranteed. So, guys, I'll catch you in fit.
Okay, but let's just say this, Instanair. So just tell us when. So is this happening today? Is this happening tomorrow, end of the week, next month, 1 year from now?
Would have been my question now, my follow-up question as well. Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, good point.
Just kind of like tell us when. I'm genuinely interested. Tell me when. Planetary time cycle says it will happen someday in the next 500 years. You know what's funny to me is when you have these soothsayers that say, I predict that this thing will happen. Have you come to realize that they never give an exact date? They usually say, in the future, we will have event. It's just like, probabilistic. Yeah, it could.
It's like these UFO alien whistleblowers where disclosure is just around the corner, has been for the past 70 years, just around the corner.
Which corner? How big is the road, though? Like, when's the next corner coming?
I love this. It's 100%, but without a stop loss. Instanair, we're not taking the mickey out of you. We're kind of like taking the mickey out of the idea of the planetary time cycle. So just kind of like tell us why. No, it's live planetary time cycle, maybe in 24 hours. Okay, but if it's 100%, then it's not maybe, then it's definitely in 24 hours.
Ah, like it.
I still don't understand what the planetary time cycle is. Is that when
So-
New York opened?
So you're saying with the planetary time cycle, every 24 hours there's guaranteed points where
Yeah.
NASDAQ and gold is going to go.
The planet cycles every 24 hours. Yeah, I'd imagine.
I just don't know where this information would be found. That's the only thing that I don't know. Like, where would you find this information?
Strategy. He's clearly the GOAT.
He's saying technicals fail, fundamentals fail, but not the planetary time cycle. I still don't know what the planetary time cycle is.
I'm starting to look for my tinfoil hat. I'm going to be honest with you. It's around here somewhere, man.
Yeah, maybe LJ can give us some. LJ, what is the planetary time cycle of trading?
You even actually laugh at the guy who's most qualified to talk about this.
Okay, what on earth were you guys talking about?
So we have a person in chat that is saying that NASDAQ is going to go up to 25,700 as well as gold is going to go down to 2857 because of planetary time cycles. And we're trying to figure out what is this planetary time cycle he's referring to. And he says, when I say planetary time cycle, it means 100%. But we still don't understand what is this planetary time cycle. So he says...
Sorry.
Carry on.
Is that like related maybe to, what is his name? W.D. Gann, I think, who also was like with his Gann lines, you know, and with Mercury in retrograde to Venus and things like this. Maybe it stems from that.
Yeah, but I still don't understand what is this planetary time cycle.
And he's like, very secretive about it.
Yeah, like, do one thing, check my targets. I did check them. Or else, how can you know me? But that's why I want your understanding of what is the planetary time cycle. I don't understand it. I don't know what it is. So I would like you to explain to us what is this planetary time cycle that you're referring to.
I know, 24 hours in a day. Like, what are we talking about?
I was going to say.
That's what I said. The planetary time cycle is always reset when New York opens.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're going to say 24-hour time cycle, what is the trading information based on? Are you saying that at every day there is a specific target for this cycle of the day? Where do you get that target? Like, what is that target based off? If you're just saying, okay, 12 o'clock this time, or let's say GMT +7 at 12 p.m., that can be the planetary time cycle start.
Does it need to be 23 hours and 56 minutes? You know,
it can be anything within.
If we're being specific,
hours.
Right? The real time of each day.
So it is something. It has to do with other planets too. So my guess it's something from W.D. Gann.
Okay. The real fact is it's the first turn happens in the planets and the reflection takes place on the charts.
But we want to understand it, really, man. So that's why we keep asking.
Honestly,
you, so what is
I've got things to do and places to be, but I'm going nowhere. Like I want to know more about this.
Anyway, it's just the sun, the Earth and the stock name number.
Stock name number. What is the stock name number? So many questions.
I
have many questions.
In other words, it's black magic. It's voodoo.
Yeah. This is literal some voodoo stuff going on right now.
Look. I believe that any strategy can work. All right, but that strategy must be based on logic, not flights of fancies.
Well,
now, I'm not saying that this is a flight of fancy. I'm just saying that I don't understand the logic because he hasn't explained the logic. So if you explain the logic, Instanair, maybe we can understand what it is.
Well, here's your logic. Here is your logic. A doctor can't explain everything to you. He can just give you the tablets.
That's exactly the opposite of what a doctor can do.
Okay, so it's according to astronomy. All right. Okay.
But I mean, to be fair, I've heard that before, like people using astronomy and sometimes astrology to try to explain patterns. But whatever works. Come on.
I mean, look, we all have our weird and wacky ways of being profitable in the market. Not saying yours is weird and wacky, but to me it seems pretty weird and wacky. So if that's how you make money in the market,
I mean, my wife, for example, told me this morning, Dirk, it's the beginning of a Chinese lunar lunar spring, I think. So you have to transfer $88 today from one account to another account.
Next week, that is.
Next week? She told me to do it today.
I think I solved it.
As long as you do it, I think as long as you do it 15 days within the actual new year, then I think you're fine.
I think that's it. I think I figured it out. Oh shit.
LJ's mastered it. LJ has got the strategy.
LJ, what's the name of that indicator? I want that too.
Bro, what do you want about what's the name? It's clearly called the what's it called again? The lunar planet. No, the
planetary time cycles.
That one.
Or I can change this to a black hole, and then we get a stronger gravitational pull.
Yeah, that's true.
It's be like
exactly. But what if it collapses?
That's a good idea because light cannot escape from a black hole, so your losses also cannot escape. I have a black hole for my trading losses. Nice.
In other news, Maxwell Bonney is asking, Richard, how do you calculate the position size on a CFD NAS 100? I'm going to be jumping off now because I am...
I was going to say, same as that.
LJ, if you don't mind just taking this question for the NASDAQ one. I need to go now. So I will see you guys a little bit later in the next segment. So please welcome Dirk and LJ for our fundamental section on the live stream. Boys, take it away.
Cheers, Thank you, guys. See you later.
See you later, guys.
Thank you.
Have a great session.
Ciao.
Well,
Howdy.
We get...
There we go.
Here we go.
Morning, guys. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday. Happy Black Hole Wednesday. How's everybody?
Yeah, we got the black hole running up through here. On that note, though, where is the NASDAQ strikes for today, I guess? And where was the question that...
I think that was like, how do you calculate position size on the NAS 100 CFD? Oh, yeah, here we go.
Okay. Hang on, give me a sec then.
Ooh, European inflation rate, 1.7%. This is how you do it.
Yeah, it's lower, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very low. Italy has like 1% only. So time for some more rate cuts here, I hope.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with the RBA increasing rates the other day. It's like, what are you doing? Stop. No.
21.5 yesterday by 25 basis points.
Yeah. And they just cut like less than 6 months ago.
Okay, that's really crazy.
I don't think they've ever done that kind of U-turn ever. But if you break down the inflation numbers, like 21.5% of inflation was just from energy price.
Yeah. Same here.
And particularly there were prior government rebates that rolled over from COVID that they got rid of. So it's like a arbitrary. I was like, what are you guys doing?
So anyway. It's just like one-time skew data then, actually, no? Or one-time data effect.
Yeah, so there's been that, and then some of the housing pressure stuff, which obviously is going to come up anyway because you reduce rates. That's natural. Blah blah blah. Like it's a bit silly. There's been some government schemes and that kind of thing. So 25,357 for today on the NAS, which is actually about where we are. All right. Well, first of all, I'll get rid of my black hole and everything. We'll get rid of the stuff. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see NASDAQ running higher. As far as I do expect a slight tilt to the positive side for US data tonight. All things sort of amount to ADP should actually look pretty good. And the ISMs have been improving and such. Same with each of the components being pretty good too. So I would say you could get a positive boon in that regard, and also looking at the dollar in general, looking for a bit more strength in the dollar, most likely, on that same principle. But back to the original question, what was it? So we were talking about how to calculate position size for the NASDAQ.
CFD, yeah.
Yeah. So generally speaking, I would say you're pretty safe going pretty much 1-to-1 with what you trade with, your standard lot sizing on a currency. And always the main thing with the lot sizing altogether is mostly about what you're risking, right? So how much risk are you actually taking? Because if, depending on your style or approach, you might have like a 5 or 7 pip stop, or you might have 15 or 30 or 60 pip stop on like a currency, and that's going to massively shift the lot sizing that you take. Because if you're taking roughly the same percentage risk, so the total dollar amount of risk that you would lose, obviously that lot sizing is going to fluctuate substantially. So in general terms, I'd say pretty much 1-to-1 on whatever you're trading on currencies. It can be tempting sometimes. People go very heavy on the lot size on NASDAQ or S&P, especially when like the NAS or S&P indices aren't actually moving. They're not very active at the moment. They're kind of just trading in like a 0.2 to 0.34% sort of back and forth range, which you do have to be careful with, especially if for some reason you're not running a stop loss on there and you're trying to do things manual. And just babying the trade, that obviously you get the NASDAQ or the S&P drop, 1%, 2% very rapidly, then you're going to get cleaned up, right? So that would be the thing to just be careful of.
I mean, if the question is like related, how do you like calculate maybe what potential profit or loss you can have on the MetaTrader, on the CFD, maybe help you with? Because I think actually it's much more straightforward doing that for the indices than it is for Forex. So what you can do, so am I showing the correct one? Can we see the pop-up also? No, this one. Too bad. So what you can do always is, sadly, I cannot show this for whatever reason. If you click here, right-click on the NAS symbol, for example, you go to specifications, you get a pop-up, which you sadly cannot see. And it will tell you like what the contract size is. And it's for NASDAQ with a 5 as very straightforward because it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Means like if you would buy one lot NASDAQ, you would have a position size of where we currently 25,334. And so you would have a profit or loss. 1 point would equal $1. Pretty straightforward, I think, to calculate that. And what you need to do basically is then you need to see where is your stop loss, like how many points is that away, how many dollars are that, and then adjust the size, the lot size you are trading to that. So if you want, I don't know, if you want to risk something like $10 and you are 10 pips or 10 points away with your stop loss, well, then you could trade one whole lot. Yeah, if you have a smaller account and you need to translate those 10 points into $2.50 or whatever, well, then you need to divide that by 4. What works very well is, and I believe with the trick that Michael was showing us yesterday, is the position sizer from Earn Forex that you can install here. I haven't installed it yet, so apologies, because on this account or this machine, I usually don't use the MetaTrader much, and which will automatically, when you put in your stop loss and your trade direction and you and the risk in percentage that you are willing to take, it will automatically calculate the correct lot size for you. So that's a really, really cool tool. I'll see that I get that installed for the next time again, so I can show you around there a little bit. I have it not installed, as I said, at the moment, because it was like very laggy after the last update of a MetaTrader, but our good Michael McSparron found a nice workaround over this, but I have yet to reinstall it again.
Yeah, I think it seems as though the sort of lag bugs or whatever figured out. I don't know. I wasn't getting it in the morning when everyone was talking about it, but I did then later in the evening, to the point where the terminal just was not even.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, eventually started working again. I don't know. I tried closing everything, and yeah, similar to you guys, like using like an older update version, and it was still, so I don't know what the issue was.
Yeah, I think Michael said like you have to change the font the program is using from, what was it, Arial to sans serif or something. But yeah, nevertheless, it's a great tool, really, and very helpful, because you don't have that time delay always between entering the position and figuring out what is the correct lot size I should trade here, amongst other great stuff you can do with a tool as well. Yeah, are you looking? Are you like? Let me first ask: are you in a trade currently, LJ?
Not really. I'm looking. I've been very busy today.
Yeah,
all over the place doing stuff. So, I'm quite tired at this stage now. I've been up and moving about and all sorts. So I haven't had a massive chance to look at the markets. I did, sort of just check in my PC this morning, and then throughout the day off my phone. At the time, I couldn't really see too much. After overnight trading, we were sort of just bopping around. During Asia, we did have this kind of, so if we look at the Aussie, it was, pretty similar across the majors. We got this kind of old school triangle pattern type situation that was pretty textbook. It's not very common you actually see these play out so perfectly these days. It's sort of all been very much arbitraged out, etc. But yeah, very much nice, condense, and then a break to the downside. So I'm kind of looking at this kind of move, both on the Aussie, Euro dollar, quite similar as well, and kind of that sort of thing as well. It's all the same across the board right now. So I'm looking for a bit of a deeper move lower. Aussie down into the 200 moving average there, or this kind of in between range between this lower cluster and the breakout point. And that also goes in line with the news this evening, which I do expect to be on the better side for the US. If I can actually log into my calendar and things as well. Sorry.
ASM later today.
Yeah, ISM and then ADP.
Oh, tomorrow we have EU interest rate decision also.
Yes, ECB tomorrow. And then obviously that's the other point. Like we got the inflation data today, like you're saying just earlier, a bit lower. We got ECB coming through tomorrow. Probably some more dovish leaning comments in that regard.
And we are back to not getting US data from what I heard this morning, right?
Yeah. So they passed a partial bill to keep like part of the government open. And then I think there's another bill going forward to reopen everything. Obviously, right now, it's not in political favor for them to do another extended shutdown. There'd be no political benefit or anything like that. And particularly heading closer and closer to the midterms, pulling that card again right now with no benefit to show for it would just be, death. So I think they'll wrap that up pretty quick. It will be, I believe it'll still be delaying the NFP data. So we won't get that on Friday. But stuff should go back to normal. after that.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so, really. I'm actually looking at NASDAQ right now. I think it's quite interesting, the setup currently there. So I'm on the hourly NASDAQ right here. And what I like is that we kind of have really a good zone of confluence between our standard deviation bands, so the 2 sigma to the downside, and where we are currently with a weekly bull market support band. So that's the channel you see down here. And you guys can see we kind of bounced already 3 times off this area. So maybe I missed the boat already. That can be. Probably should just enter now. But should we see something like in the next 2-3 hour candles that we kind of test this area again here, then I definitely would risk a long position. I don't like, of course, that later on we have US data coming in, which is quite important. But good risk reward trade here, in my opinion, can have your stop loss quite tight and you have enough room to the upside.
I do agree. So similarly, I see upside on NASDAQ, like I was saying before, and looking somewhere about that 770 kind of range. Just like we were talking about before with the black hole gravitation. But it is, I have to say, a good target level. That would be my sort of expected move. It's basically between there and 25. I think, what is it? 2580 to 2600. My resolution is too small. My chart. Hang on. My terminal. So basically 2600, 590 and change. Call it, plus minus 5 points. Right. So that area certainly looks good to me.
Risk reward on this one, if you just want to trade the price returning to 0 sigma around 1.5, which I think is okay for a day trade.
Because we got the nice drop through last night, actually, as well, because we were talking about the options yesterday. That did run down through there. And also we got what fueled it further was the Anthropic release.
Yeah. Man, I'm waiting for Sonnet 5.0 to be released today. I have a super big project going on right now, which is unrelated to trading, but I've hit like the limits in terms of code base that you still can handle currently, even with Opus 4.5. So I'm really, I wonder really if it's going to become true that they're kind of aiming at you having your whole dev team as AI agents right now. Plus the context limit of 1 million tokens is fantastic, of course, as well.
Indeed. So exactly like that. So for you guys that are unaware of sort of why NASDAQ got hit extra last night, so Anthropic, the AI company, basically releasing further tools was around the legal assistance for the legal industry. And so there was a bit of a micro panic around and a bit of a sell-off around some of the private investment vehicles that are holding a lot of SaaS companies. So software as a service, and basically people talking about software just being eliminated quick smart. So a lot of these companies have massive valuations, but they're not exactly producing much money. And certainly unlike a public market like shares or something where you can start to, trim positions and go to the open market, that thing, these are private companies not on an exchange like that. So you can't just find another buyer rapidly to take your shares away. So there's a concern around the valuations of those companies and everything getting crushed, and therefore the private equity firms holding those also getting similarly run into the ground, right? And someone's going to have to pay the difference, essentially. So a bit of a small panic there, and that brought the NASDAQ down a bit further. So basically just came into support, however, which was picked up very, very nicely there. So I think I'm also, I did a bunch today as well. That was one thing I spent about two and a bit hours just 100% on, trying to go deeper into my decisions on direction for the NASDAQ for stocks for indices this year, because I keep tossing it up. I kind of go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I think it's somewhere in between. So I think we do get the kind of bit of a pump still, almost like silver with the kind of last gasp tops before collapsing. So where do I have it? I had a chart. I might not have downloaded it, but I'll try and find it in the background where I can. But basically, companies, institutions, funds, and everything are pretty much fully invested at this point. So free cash sitting out there ready to be deployed is around those record lows, which every time basically you have like a following market crash or some kind of cyclical downturn or something like that, right? And it's not that causes it, but it just means that it's very susceptible to markets coming off the top, right? Because there's no one else to keep bidding up the market because the cash has been fully deployed. And so it makes it much easier to lose confidence once you see the speed of climb in the indices and such starting to dwindle. So given the valuations here and some of these concerns going forward, it just looks primed for dynamite explosion, if that makes sense.
So wait, you're not as enthusiastic anymore as you used to be, or?
Okay, so I still am, but I'm just trying to determine, say if I, zoom out, is it, April, May, is it August, September, is it next Jan, something like that, right? So I'm trying to figure out how much of a shift higher do we get, blah, 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 something like that. And then it's that kind of thing, and we tank, or do we keep getting along, maybe a bit more down, but have some kind of recovery like that, rates are coming off or something, and then it's into next year that we get the big dip. And once the midterms are over and the rest of it. So that I'm struggling in terms of the timing of the pathway and trying to accurately at least get that within some kind of range I would be comfortable with.
Okay. Of course, makes sense.
So I do still think we'll get a few higher tops. It's just then going to be a question of how quickly that momentum stalls. And then probably depending on how the Fed goes over time with raising rates, reducing rates, staying neutral, whatever the rhetoric is as well. What is going to kill the rally? Kind of the same way that we had, the gold situation pop, silver pop, which was just the catalyst of new Fed chair. Apart from that, I got to say, silver volatilities are definitely still bonkers. Gold's still elevated as well. So for the longest time, these typically sit more around these. They're always much higher, but it's around into 28 for both silver and gold, and they kind of sit pretty close to each other. So right now, you can see we're definitely more than double on gold, typical, and still about 5 times on silver. So it's crazy to think that some of these moves up another $20, right? And that's like just the past 2 days. Whereas in, previously $20 taken weeks and weeks and weeks. And now that's like a daily occurrence. So I do think we'll get another drive higher on silver, just like we were talking about earlier in the week. Same with the slight recovery to gold to about 5,050, which we're right there now. And then it's the question of, again, how that comes off. But gold is into that pocket. So that was the piece we mapped out on gold there. So either retrace first to that level or a continuation up into the tops here for a target to then start to wander off. But yeah, so I don't mind gold shorts either, potentially. Yeah. Primarily, though, I'm probably most happy with the like Aussie or Euro shorts for the time being. The only piece as far as something like the Aussie I don't like is that, yeah, I do agree with potential push higher on the NAS. But it should be US dollar driven. So therefore Aussie and such should still come lower.
I'm trying to get this the position sizer working with a trick of Michael, but now I cannot share my for whatever reason I cannot share my MT5 anymore on EVMAX. EVMAX is the software we use for streaming here. Oh, Jesus! This morning, maybe that means I shouldn't trade. Actually,
is it? You can't get the terminal to share it. The platform to share the terminal.
Exactly. I see it then when I click on it, then it just disappears. Super weird.
It's not working. Okay.
I'll try again because let's see. No, yeah, really. I click on it and then it's gone.
Yeah, fair.
Wait,
okay.
Now is it? I think now it's showing because I quickly wanted
there
to.
There it is. Yeah. Okay, sure.
Show you guys if you don't mind. That is, of course. So it's still a bit laggy, but this you can see the position sizer here, and I kind of just want, because I didn't even know I have this account still, honestly speaking, but like a little long trade in NASDAQ with my stop at 24,870, which you can. So first of all, you can choose the side of a trade here, and it's from short. In my case now too long. It's like super lucky. Then you can type in the risk you want in percentage. So for example, 0.25%. You can do other nice stuff as well, but this is usually how I use this one. And all I need to do then is click on trade. I'll get a little pop-up because it automatically calculates the correct position size. And when you hopefully have a trade here, yeah, now it's executed. So all you need to do then is, if you are working with take profit, for example, to punch in your take profit. Really a neat little tool, but fire and forget. And like this, you can always make sure that you are not trading or you're not choosing the wrong position size in according to the risk you actually want to take. Good. Let me quickly switch back again to my other chart, and we can have a look at gold also. Was it this one? I think so. Tile. This one is that? No, that's the wrong one, of course. Oh my God, it's acting up here so much, the software this morning. So I try to find my other chart now again, and suddenly that one is gone. It's really, really great. It's crazy. Can we maybe switch to yours quickly and then?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to try to get this working. I know what that is here today. Really crazy.
Yeah. Just had to grab some more caffeine.
Yeah.
My brain feels slow today. I was on fire earlier, but I think I've been going for too long. You know.
Yeah.
Start to tire out.
You know what? I'm quickly going to reload the software here in the background. I'll be back in a minute. Okay.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Alrighty, guys. Please open gold. We can definitely open gold. So this is the 30-minute. Let's go out to the 1 hour quickly. This is basically just deal with the two oscillating pieces just here. What this was from was yesterday when I was talking with Pedro and some of the guys and Will, talking about the move higher once we'd met this level just when we started the stream, beginning of London. And looking for, basically that was the base point we were starting to build a base on, right, after the drive higher, managing to consolidate up there. And it was a question of then if this the candles through here were going to pop back down, come to support, and then we run higher up into the resistance cluster here, which this comes in line with the higher trading range that we initially fell down from. Got the base of that wick, as well as the beginning of the drive higher through there. And then we had the crossover confluence with some of the simple moving averages just here. So this is the target we were looking for. Obviously, that guy played out. So let's just move some of that so it's a bit clearer. So as far as gold, at the moment, I'm leaning tentatively to further downside at the moment. So I'll be looking at something like this, say if we're at spot. Reason being, you've got a nice level to lean on at the moment. And I'd be looking for some kind of retrace just down here to about 49.50. So nothing too crazy, not quite a full collapse through there. That would be my first consideration point. And then if you see a further drive, that'll be T2. And then down here would be 3. So 3, 2, 1 as your potential profit targets. So it comes in at 49.50, about 4,900 just here. And then the level down lower at 4,800. Now, that's obviously not going to be a straight shot. The volumes are still elevated, but they have definitely decreased, of course, since we had, this was one of the largest liquidations of any asset in history last Friday and Monday. So don't expect it to just fall just as fast once again. But we probably are building up for a slight pullback here. The only thing I don't like is the position of silver. I was highlighting this. We've got this small break here, and we could see another move up to the underside of this cluster. Right? Let's delete the yellow. It's a bit gross. There we go. So that's the only counter piece to it that I would potentially see a little bit of a move higher on silver first. And at the moment, the correlation has been much higher. Though we have had a number of instances where they have broken away from each other. So we had a few times through here where gold actually broke new highs through this period, I believe it was, on about the end of Jan. And then silver didn't quite participate getting onto the highs. It was either through here or the day before on the Tuesday, I think. Silver eventually played catch up. We got a breakthrough there. Gold had already come back a touch, and then we came off fully. Right? So they're kind of crisscrossing. One is leading, one is following, then one is leading, one is following. And on occasion, they'll both drive together. So just keep that in mind with that as well. Let's go back to down here. Now, obviously, the inverse port of call would be, say, a break above this structure, and ideally a decent break, not just tapping the wick low from the initial collapse up here, but actually a bit of a break above there. So you're looking for a push beyond that 51.10, 51.15 type area, and then run something probably like, this is going to be a bit of a wide stop. I guess if you got the break there, you could pull it up a bit more neat. And then I'd be looking back up into that cluster there, right, which comes in about 52.75. Now, that would not be my expected case in this current point in time. So I'd prefer the shorts and some kind of potential overall move.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I cannot share tabs on Firefox anymore, but I fired up the TradingView app now, so you can use that as well. What were you guys talking about? Gold?
Yeah, so just outlook for gold, and talking about we basically made that retracement sort of area looking for, and now I was saying my preferred trade would be a move to the downside. That or else only joining a rally on a break above break and sort of confirmed momentum on the break up through here, and probably just a bit above the wick lows through here. So not right on 5100. I'd be looking for about 5110 to 5115 to really confirm that we're actually moving. And then from there, I'd see a move up to 52.75 to 80 type range. The only trouble with that trade, I also don't like where you sort of place a stop. I'd probably pull it up tight in case it's like a false break, to be honest. That's the only way I would trade that. So I'd prefer to trade the move from here and look down to one of these lows. So TP1, just in here, about 49.50.
Okay.
TP2 looking at 4,900, and then back down at round number of 4,800. Overall, I would prefer to trade some of the currencies. I think some of the currencies have a bit of a better setup, or NASDAQ or something at the moment. I think gold, generally speaking, when you get this kind of range like that, you can see we're basically in the kind of center point, the kind of neutral mid zone. So typically anytime you have that, I tend to steer away from those assets until we get like a break either to the lower side or the higher side, and then go from there. Because otherwise through here, it's always very like 50-50 with that center point.
I can totally see that as well. Yeah, it's not in the pocket right now where I would like to trade it in either direction, honestly speaking.
So forced to choose, I would pick a downside move. But I would prefer to avoid it at the moment overall. We did have a question before from Sniper VBAC. Sorry, man, took a bit to get to it. I've just lost my funded account in 20K boot camp. Now it's time for me to stop and just focus on the strategy. I will start with 100K demo, and after that, I will go for 100K real. Bro, perfect thing to do. That's very good. Yeah, definitely jump on that demo. Sort of rekindle your flow, right? Get back into the pocket, into focus and everything. And once that's good, then you can pick up another account. It's often or rarely a good idea when you do knock out one of your accounts to immediately just like aggressively sort of FOMO revenge trade, buying another account and then just blowing it right away, which a lot of people do, obviously. So yeah, that's certainly the way to go about it.
Yeah, it happens, no? I mean, but the good thing here is you've gotten to the funded stage before, so you'll definitely be able to do it again, in my opinion. And I kind of can feel of it. I said that earlier. I don't know if you were already there. Like December, for example, was not such a great month for me, especially in the indices for smaller time frame trading, because they behave differently from before, and I wasn't sure back then. Is that like, do we see like a fundamental change in the markets right now? Something I cannot grasp, or is that within the expected behavioral range? And whenever I experience something like this, I also tend to step away from trading because I don't want to get into the danger of making trading decision based on outdated data, so to say. And in the past, in the very, very distant past, and honestly speaking, I was somebody also tending to try and, to force it. Like, oh, I had a bad day, or maybe I had a bad week, now I double the leverage, double the guns the next week because I want to earn everything back. And of course, also earn something on top of that. And that usually never is a good idea. I think from a psychological standpoint, you really need to be somehow in this ritual pocket of things you do every day to have the outcome you are most likely looking for. Like you also said, you were like busy today with other stuff. Me also this morning, so I decided also not to trade. First trade I did today was just now the NASDAQ trade, and yeah,
exactly. Like I saw a couple potentials today as we were moving up in that channel. But yeah, it's one of those things. If I'm kind of just looking at it, briefly, and then I've got to go do something, I don't want to just jump into it, not be able to sit there, nurture it, monitor it. Some kind of headline risk comes out and knocks you out, and you're just taking a senseless trade. So.
And that's kind of a thing I also see right now in gold, why I'm not so willing to take a trade on gold right now, is if there's anything to visualize it would be this, where you can see it's like one of my indicators was kind of a contrarian momentum type of indicators, who is decent in firing signals very often. You're not trading like every buy and sell signal. Obviously, they need to be in the right spot, but it printed a lot of signals until Monday, actually, until Monday morning. And since then, it has been flat. And this for me is always a sign, there is like something going on in that asset underlying. There's maybe a change of market regime, which would be typical. No, we just had this super crazy volatility spikes, and now the market is kind of trying to find out, okay, which direction is it going to be? Are we going to go back into our longer term uptrend in precious metals and gold and silver, or are we going to reverse maybe further? And whenever I see something like this, I kind of try to stay away and try to see first, so which direction is it going to be? Are we going to have a breakout to the upside or to the downside? Or, is this going to continue further for the next couple of days? And specifically for gold, I don't think it will resolve necessarily, or the earliest where it will kind of start resolving itself is with the US data coming in later today. I don't think we're going to have much movement until then.
Yeah, definitely. I think also, the thing with precious metals, well, silver's not a precious metal, but the thing with silver and gold right now, there's a lot of people that have been burnt on the way up, and some now that got burnt on the way down. And so I would also say, just think about the swath of people out there looking at it now. How committed are you going to be to rejoining with real size capital into the trade convincingly, right? So you get the fragile moves where, yes, we do move, especially on silver, $10, $15 an ounce in 24 hours still. But yeah, that very quickly washes out. So you just got to be very careful with it overall. It's always better to strike when the iron's hot and things are clear and clean. There's a bunch of other assets out there that you can trade. Now, if you're scalping it or something on lower time frames, it's going to be much easier.
Different story. Yeah.
Those micro structures obviously are going to hold. But
remember last week, this was like one of the trades I did here. No, this one up there, in euro dollar, and the same in cable, same in dollar yen to the other direction. Of course, those were my most profitable trades this month. Last month, I should say. That was still January.
That was very good. And so you did take it there.
I took all three of them, and all three of them hit take profit. And they had like really nice R's. Like the cable one had a 3R.
Very nice, very nice. Yeah,
very nice indeed. But now we are like, if I look, for example, here at euro dollar, we're kind of back to neutral zone. Yeah, there's like a buy signal printing right now, or has been printing already on the Renko chart, but it's like somewhere in the middle. And this is very typical for a market that's kind of anticipating news. We had a big move overall because of stuff Trump said once again, and now we are like leaning here. Okay, what now? Yeah, somebody give us some direction. And of course, we as retail traders cannot be the ones giving that direction, right? I mean, maybe you have like billions of US dollars that you can deploy into trades. But normally that kind of needs to come from a news event, that kind of needs to for sure come if Trump says something, which probably would be to the downside then, of course, again. And so on and so forth. The top G indicator, I use a modified version. The original version is, wait, where is it? Which one was I?
Is it actually called the top G indicator?
It's called top G. Funny enough. Crazy, though. Oh, this one. Was it this one? Or? Oh, I was hilarious. It's the original indicator is from Big Beluga, and it basically paints those two bands. I because it's an open source script by them, I modified it a little bit to like what I want from it visually. But basically, it's a supplement for me or another layer of confluence for the standard deviation bands and my signals from my own indicator, the real-time swing detector. So whenever I see something like this, for example, here, and it aligns, for example, with the lower band of a top G indicator and preferably also with 3 or 4 sigma on the standard deviation bands, then this is kind of, for me, a 3-layered confluence. So thus, it's a trade I probably would take in this case. Cool, at least for how I try to look at the markets on shorter time scales is a nice indicator. You can find that one if you just go in here and look for top G, I think. Yeah, top G indicator, Big Beluga. The enhanced is just my version of it. But I wanted to leave a Big Beluga name in it because, it's their brainchild and not mine.
Yeah, Big Beluga, look, make some great stuff.
They really make sense.
Yeah.
But you always have to be aware, no, it's not like they look great, the indicators, but just because they look great, it's not like the holy grail of indicators. Yeah, I'm saying this because I know probably a lot of you guys, like also we in the beginning of our career, were always looking for this holy grail kind of indicator or strategy that is always going to analyze perfectly the market. So you kind of have to embed it as everything into your own strategy as a, in my opinion, at least layer of confluence. Then their tools work well. I think partly also due to the fact that they are just good in making visually very appealing indicators, in my opinion. Same with the Kalman channel, no, the one you like to use sometimes.
Yeah, they definitely look very pretty as well. They do get the sort of aesthetic of it, which is actually important in trading because it makes it much easier to differentiate things and
exactly.
But don't get fooled by shiny objects at the same time.
Yeah, and as John BG, the one from Big Beluga is free. So that's one of, like the Kalman channel, one of free indicators. We also have paid indicators, of course. And you can see the source code and then you can modify it in a way you like it. So for me, actually, I didn't change much. I just added some options that I can change the line thickness because in the original version, I think it's like too fine. I tend to have a lot on my charts, a lot of colorful stuff also, and it kind of got lost in the mix, man.
And yeah, no worries, man. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm a little bit sluggish today. I feel like I'm misfiring.
I have my third coffee right now.
Yeah, Monday, Tuesday was really good. But yeah, today I feel like I'm still here, but I just feel like I'm not.
I'm here, but not.
Yeah, so apologies for that. But so Christy was asking before, and this goes back to what we were just talking about before, when VWAP Sniper was Sniper VWAP was talking about going over to the demo. Some of the stuff that we were talking there would definitely recommend. So if you're going to take your first 3-step bootcamp, first and foremost, take your time, right? There's no time pressure. You don't have to rush. Rushing normally doesn't work out very well. It's a tortoise in the hare type situation. Quick profits made are typically quick profits that are lost as well. And then you'll end up spending more time trying to recover those poor trades by trying to force it than if you just sort of stayed disciplined the whole way through. And you got to put up with the stress and the time input and all that kind of stuff. So that would be the first thing. Now, second thing, I would just make sure you've got your kind of approach, your style set up, whatever it is, outlined appropriately beforehand. Define your risk levels, all that kind of stuff. Get all of that in place, whether you want to put it in a Word document, put it on a piece of paper, put it on some sticky notes in front of your computer or something. As long as you just keep that in mind and stick to that the whole way, you should do pretty well. Simple as that, really.
Congratulations. I mean, for me, it's always somebody passing the boot camp evaluation. I think that's the most difficult thing to do. Because it kind of forces, really, you need to be patient, first of all, and it kind of forces the risk discipline onto you, because you need to have a stop loss for every trade out there. The leverage is not 1 to 100, I think it's 1 to 30, the max leverage on that one. So, but this is also the one you then can potentially scale up to $4 million. So you're on your way to that. Nice.
Yeah, so take it nice and steady, and you'll get there in no time. There you go. Welcome aboard, though. Welcome to have you.
Welcome.
I might have to jump up in a sec just to let my partner in. She's sending me messages on WhatsApp now because I think
don't leave her waiting outside, please.
Yeah, sorry. I'll just have to let her in. Give me just one moment.
Yeah, sure. All right, so what else should we look at? I saw Andrea asking about cable. So yeah, for cable, it's kind of the same picture like euro dollar. I said earlier, last week I had those beautiful signals up here, which I traded all the way to the 0 sigma line, so the gray dotted line here. And I think cable has been not performing, or has been outperforming actually euro dollar here a little bit. So right now we are kind of in a pocket here where I don't really see the necessity to take any trades. Let's quickly look. Do I have that chart here? Let me quickly look for it. This one. Apologies, I have to use the app today for trading view. Yeah. So if it's Bitcoin or cable, I was just about to say how come this is, but Bitcoin also interesting at the moment. We can talk about that in a minute as well. Yeah, this is the daily picture for cable. So it's a little bit like everywhere over the place, in my opinion, right now. There was the bounce. So if I would need to make a choice right now, and I want to put this channel a little bit longer, actually. If I would need to make a choice on cable right now, I would prefer it to come down to this area, so around 133.40, or even all the way down to the -2 sigma, which currently is at 131.42. Now that's a long way, of course, but I don't see, because we are somewhere, around somewhere in between the 0 sigma and +1 sigma. So for me, this is not currently a trade that is attractive. And so there's a lot of noise in it. This is actually why I tend to analyze the markets more using Renko bricks. So every brick you see here is a movement of 20 pips, independent from the time. So this chart only changes if there really is a move by 20 pips. Over the last top of the last green box here, then you would get another green box. If it's lower than, in this case, 137, so 136.80, you would get a red box. Why do I like to use this for analyzing potential zones to take trades? Because it takes away a lot of the noise in the market. And I know not everybody agrees with me here. That's totally okay if you want to stick to candlesticks as well. But especially for more shorter term trades, so trades that I maybe hold on just for a day or for a couple of days. The last ones here, I think, were 4 or 5 days I held onto those. I prefer to use Renko blocks, because you can see with one grasp what is the current trend. You can see here, not only defined by the standard deviation channel, that the current for the past at least, what did I choose here, 250 blocks. So this goes all the way back to the 9th of September 2025. So we're talking about a couple of months of data here already, that we are in an uptrend right now. And so preferably, I would like to see, in order to engage here in a long position, that the market comes down at least to the 200 EMA, so the 200 days moving average, even better all the way down here to those sigma bands, because then I can trade with the trend. Then I don't need to be the contrarian. Now, there are, of course, exceptions from this, like the one you saw here. So a couple of days ago, this band looks still a little bit different. Where the market goes to, for example, 2 sigma, I get a sell signal from my own swing indicator, and then I'm willing to take the contrarian trade and trade the return to the 0 sigma line here. And you can do this, of course, also on other time frames. So if you make the Renko boxes smaller, like I said, I have 20 pips here. If you just have 2 pips, you'll get signals, of course, more frequent. But for me, at this place where we are right now, there's really not a necessity to necessarily engage in a cable trade right now, be it to the downside or upside. I would prefer us, at least on this time frame I'm analyzing here, to go down somewhere to 133.80, which is, of course, very far away at the moment still. Then I would reconsider going long again. Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry. Chaotic day, everything going on today. Pound dollar, I'm looking, so similar to what I was saying before with shorts overall on the majors, so therefore dollar strength. I'm looking down at 136.65 roughly. Is that what that is? 130, 85. 85.86. I had it on my terminal. So I had to make change the font, right? Now it's too small.
It's
so it's basically on the 15 minute, basically looking for a move down into this 200 moving average, and then you've got the sort of levels in through here. So this cluster box just here, that's what I'd be sort of looking at for the target. At the moment, I did jump into the Aussie dollar short, so I jumped in on that over here. Where was it? Where's the actual level? It was just there. So looking at
jumped in
70.03, just before, like, I don't know, quarter to the hour, so half an hour ago. And then I did jump into the NASDAQ longs just now.
Welcome on board.
Yeah, so I've gotten in basically just here at spot on just this prior candle. Stop down here. Looking for... God, where are these numbers? I swear I didn't make them this small before when I had my terminal open. I don't know if they've like reset, but okay. What level is that? Gosh. Okay, no, I've got it. Tighter. So hang on, let's go to a 5 minute. Here we are. 2527. No, it's not 27. God. 25272. Yeah, there we go. So just below that candle that we had the drive up from. Just earlier coming sort of into London, just after London started. I think that was. And then I'm targeting... Is it 25490? So I'm looking to jump out of this one a little bit earlier than those higher targets. But I mean, the risk reward on that is plenty good. So I'm just looking to pick up some sort of intraday pickups going towards the data later on.
So preferably you would like to get out before the data comes out, right?
Somewhat, yes. Although, sort of if we drive there earlier, ahead of the data, then yes, I would. That's why I do have the target like a bit early. I think the data could propel us right up to that 25,550, and then potentially up towards 25,700, depending how good it is. But yeah, so it's a touch above this 100 moving average here on the 15, and just sort of below the heads of those big cap bounce kind of candles after the fall last night. So yeah, I do expect the data to actually drive the trade that direction. But I saw that we are starting to take off. I feel like this is pre-positioning for that data. So Aussie dollar's already coming off. Euro dollar's still lagging, dropping lower. So same thing with the pound here. And then you can see dollar yen also running
It's like a rocket
hot.
again.
Yeah. So I think the dollar yen trade, so the yen strength is very much in play. But it's still going to be one of those trades that takes a very long time to sort of wander its way down. Just like through last year, we had sort of stop, start, that type of situation. So I'm looking at the underside of that move higher for some kind of peak top, and then I move lower through there. And that also comes in with on the Dixie. We haven't looked at the Dixie as much of recent as we used to a lot last year. Like the Dixie itself, as far as a gauge, hasn't been as clean as the individual currency blocks. But so same deal for the Dixie. I'm looking for a return to about 98.20, which is the underside of this near-term trading cluster just here. Now, of course, if the data somehow comes out poor and doesn't actually perform, we're heading right back down through there, of course, right? So what are you in now, Dirk? Just the NASDAQ, or? I think you're muted. Or is it me? I can't hear anything. Hang on.
No, it's me. I was muted. Sorry for that. So yeah, just a NASDAQ trade for now, and I think today for the foreseeable future, at least until the news release later, I want to keep it that way. Except, there is something that really jumps towards me, but the way I see it right now, where we are trading, we're pretty much in neutral territory. So I assume it's going to stay that way. Kind of hoping that we are going to get a little bit of a surprise maybe in the data later, so we actually get to see a little bit of volatility more. Not too much, but that we can reach, let's say, more extreme points.
Yeah, so some of the prior data that we've had was showing that the employment components were pretty decent, so I do expect ADP should follow that line of thinking and actually come out pretty all right. ISMs as well. Have been looking for ISM's PMIs to start coming higher, like we've been saying. So I expect that to hold up pretty decently. What else did we have the other day? It was the PMI, yeah. Yeah, sorry. So PMI is definitely now finally getting above 50. That's in part due to the whole infrastructure spend and everything that the administration is pushing out and giving a bunch of the tax deductions, the accelerated depreciation for the big tech companies and everything building data centers and infrastructure for that. So they've got an accelerated depreciation timeline right now, which then ends up showing because of how the accounting works, shows the ISM's starting to lift pretty healthy. Not ISM. Oh, God, my brain is just not on it now. PMIs is what I was talking about just now.
Oh, good. Don't worry about it. I have a feeling also I'm only here like with half brain today. The other is thinking about stuff that I had to do prior to the stream today. We have a question here from Sarah, who has difficulties with payment processing. Sarah, please reach out to the Fiverr support. There's a live support segment, I think lower right on the webpage, and they will immediately help you with issues like this. We here on the live stream, we can, of course, not see on a technical level if something is not the way it should be at the moment. Gold. People are asking about gold. Gold. We talked about gold earlier again, and I think we both, if I remember correctly, came to the conclusion that it was at where we are trading right now, at least not the asset we would prefer trading. I assume most of you maybe are still in positions stuck. I hope not in long positions that you entered very much higher than we are trading right now. But I think gold at the moment is really like one of these assets to be patient. Then we have somebody was asking about, I know you have been asked a couple of times now, what about US 30 short? And I see you have it already on your selected there on TradingView. So why don't you just go ahead and share your opinion, LJ?
Yeah, so this is what I was we were looking at yesterday. Similar story to S&P 500 and NASDAQ yesterday. So US indices overall, basically a tick lower, come into this cluster, sort of midpoint here, find some kind of supporting base candle, and then ultimately a drive higher. So then it was just the question of exactly how much push through, or do we sit right on them? And of course, with the events of last night, we pushed right down on the NASDAQ and the S&P. So that did take us that touch further. But then, yeah, I was looking for US 30 to drive higher. And assuming, like I was talking about, the US data does come out decent tonight, that should continue. So overall, I would say there's still very much bent higher right now. And particularly, you've got the, US 30 has a bunch of the financials in them, heavily weighted, right? And we've now got the new Fed chair who is potentially not going to reduce rates so quick. Rates being higher is better for the banks, more profits, right? So we've been kind of stuck in this sort of sideways block area through here and haven't really been able to crack new highs for a little while. Obviously, this is only since basically the beginning of Jan, but for the past month. So fair shot that we might start actually pressing that and building on that, making some new highs. So I do like longs for US 30, similarly to the NASDAQ S&P right now. I would play them very tactically, though, because there is indeed a sensitivity right now. Any other headlines, whether it's NVIDIA, AI stuff, we've had Sam Altman chucking a bit of a fit with NVIDIA and this and that and saying China's ahead of us. And, he always goes through the stuff, but that does tend to send some of these like ripples or kind of spook effects through the market and the whole AI tech play going on right now. So
I mean, I would always be careful with what especially Altman is saying because of his past. If you look into his past, he tends to be a guy that promises a lot based on something like "Trust me, bro." And he has an interest, of course, to not use NVIDIA chips anymore because he's also building up his own chip manufacturing company. So a little bit careful with that. By the way, the Dow Jones, I think we talked about this in the past as well. It's something I do not trade because it's a price-weighted index. Price-weighted means the stocks with a highest numeric price in there, which is Goldman Sachs, has the highest weight also, 11 point or 12% or something it is. Other indices like the NASDAQ, like the S&P 500 are weighted by market cap. So actually, the bigger the company is itself, based on market capitalization, the higher the weighting in the index is going to be, which I think is more realistic than a price-weighted average. But I get it. The Dow Jones kind of has this historic importance to it. But if you want to trade stocks, I would always gravitate towards or US stocks, the NASDAQ or the S&P 500 or the Russell, for example, can be also quite interesting because like those small cap stocks tend to have a life of their own.
Yeah, so you can see how here, like Goldman's, what the actual per share price is trading at is $9.41. Right now we go look at like Nvidia, which trades at 180.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, obviously, Nvidia is a way bigger company than Goldman, but Goldman is more heavily weighted in the index purely because of this number just here.
Yeah.
Right. Even though the market cap, like the actual size of the business, is not like way apart from each other. What's Goldman's current market cap like?
That's a good question. Let's have a look.
300 billion or something. I don't know.
You could be right. Goldman Sachs Group.
281. I was pretty close.
It was pretty close, man. Yeah. But I mean, compare that to what's the market cap of Nvidia? Like 4 trillion or what?
I think it's almost like, or it was getting close to 6 at one point. I think we dipped back a touch.
So we're talking
here about 4.3.
30 times or 20 times the size. Yeah. And it's a little bit ironic because if you mention something like Goldman Sachs, if they would do like a stock split, which companies sometimes do when the individual stock price is very high, they say, for example, a new stock price instead of 940 is going to be $94 US now, but everybody will automatically get 10 times the shares they currently have. So nothing changed. But suddenly, their index weight is not 12% anymore, but something probably more like 0.5% or something. This is why I think it's not a good measurement when it comes to stock performance to look at the Dow Jones.
Yeah. I was just going to bring this up as well.
PayPal yesterday.
Have you seen PayPal recently?
Yeah. Massively aftermarket.
Dropped like 86%. I think over the past while. Yeah. I think their market cap now is something just like 39 billion. It was up close to Goldman and everything not long ago.
And it's one of those companies where you never would have thought this is going to happen, right?
What the? Like it's getting to levels where someone will just buy them out.
Yeah. Which is probably going to happen, honestly speaking. Yeah. But why has this been happening? So, like, for example, in Germany, everybody likes to pay by PayPal. It's very common.
I was wondering that as well. I was like, I need to look into it more of exactly what caused the massive drop. I mean, obviously, part of the run was, the chaos during COVID. All internet stocks, gaming stocks, blah, 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 anything like, stuff just went parabolic. There was, a lot of that. But say, even if we knock off like half of that, or even go down to like 150, say the top's at like 300, 150, kind of call it more fair value or something. That's still a massive drop and we've kept declining it. And whatever in Jan 25, I don't know if this was some kind of thing related to potential stuff with like crypto or whatever. I haven't looked into PayPal's operations recently in a while, but I feel like PayPal is very,
but I mean, they
well
are
respected,
money,
well used,
It's not a company, that's like having losses every quarter. Contrary to this, if I look like at the last 4 quarters and add that up, was like 270, 374. We are over $5 per share in earnings over the whole of 2025. So we're getting into territory from what is it called in English when you compare the earnings to the actual stock price, and you get like a ratio of that earnings to what is it called again? Stock to earnings, earnings to stock price, something. And you have this metrics and
the like PE ratio, price to earnings ratio.
Thank you. And I mean, we're in territory right now where that almost seems like a bargain. I mean, we are below 10 there already for a fintech company.
That's why I saw this yesterday, and I was like, hang on, it's down that much. And that's why I was going to bring it up, because exactly that. I feel like this is starting to look like a good buy. It's almost like the Intel thing. We'll stop talking about stocks in a sec. Sorry, guys, but when Intel in the bin here at 18, and I had mates saying, "Oh, don't bother buying it. They suck. Whatever." I'm like, bro, it's still Intel. Like, the company has massive value. Whether the US government takes over it, someone else gobbles it up, they simply get the right person in to transform it. They're massively positioned, for the company to at least do something. Right? The thing is, okay, not trying to play the next 50 years necessarily and go with that, but at those kind of price levels, like, yeah, easy 100%, got over 200% gain right there. So I like some of those kind of stock buys. That's what I always keep my eye out. I think we had some questions yesterday about how I sort of play some of those market regime stuff in terms of longer term things. I tend to keep I don't scan over these things all the time, but just keep like a kind of a in my peripheral vision of stuff going on, and then you pick up these kind of gems along the way. It's kind of how it works.
Sometimes there are those rare opportunities. Like last year, I picked up Nvidia when they dropped below 100. Sadly, and I know I'm repeating myself because it's one of the trades in the hindsight where I can punch myself in the face because I sold them at 110 then again. And it's like, oh, why? I was happy, but it still was a good trade because it was just a matter of days, everything. But if there are, especially like if there's a lot of FUD in the market, and that certainly for PayPal is the case in my opinion, it kind of feels like, okay, you don't need to risk your life savings on it, but that looks like one of those opportunities where you can quickly make a couple of bucks. It's not a company, honestly speaking, that I would like hang on to for eternity. For me, that's the whole like fintech kind of thing is a little bit outdated, honestly speaking, because the products are very easy, very fast replaceable, but PayPal has a giant reach. Now it's like used everywhere on this earth. And
recognition, trust.
Yeah. So I think it's really more kind of like
users.
relaunching of its core product. Like in Germany, they have added recently, I saw finally the ability to kind of add your credit card and use like the contactless payments, which was not possible with it. Everybody's using Apple Pay or Google Pay here. And so maybe going in the right direction. Let's see next year around this time, we're for sure going to revisit that. And then I'm going to be frustrated again because I didn't buy.
Yeah. I was just going to say with this before when you commented on it, if there's a buffering or if it's taking a while, probably just give it some time. Normally that will be typically, obviously, if it keeps happening, either contact support or sometimes even your bank, because normally it's just like the bridge connection from the website to your bank, and sometimes it's not talking to each other. It could be literally a problem on the bank side sometimes. So can be good to try again in like an hour or 2 hours, or just Google whatever bank you're with and see if they've got some kind of website issues or something like that. Live stream start time changed. So we are streaming 1 hour earlier from now. So just basically means you guys get more time with us. So the stream will be starting 1 hour earlier than previous, and that basically just started this week, so from Monday.
Which is nice, no? Again, to cover a little bit more of the early European trading hours as well, where, I mean, let's be honest, we usually have the moves coming in from Asia when London joins in the morning, and then it kind of gets slower on normal trading days, at least until later New York joins in, and we have a session overlap with Europe. We have a payout date. Tomorrow is my payout date. Congratulations.
Getting those grapes.
Nice.
Getting those grapes, you know? That's it.
The juicy grapes for all the hard work. Nice.
Congrats, man. Modern farmer out here farming the pips as well.
Farming the pips, farming the payouts. Nice, man.
There you go. Congrats, brother.
That feels great, no? It's like the first time you get to withdraw profits from your trading. Not just from prop trading, but in general, you know, when you build up an account, you get like, okay, now I can like pay myself a salary actually as a trader.
I've still got photos from the first time I withdrew like a big chunk of money from the market back in 2013, whatever, at the like ATM back before all the bank apps and everything. So I'd have to go to the ATM, put the card in, and look at it on the screen. I was like, yeah,
it's such a great feeling. It's like I had this last year also. When I started fading out of Bitcoin, my Bitcoin position, I sold, I think, 5 Bitcoin over the year, which I bought in between 15 and 30,000 before. That felt really good, because it was a significant amount of money, obviously, but also like, this on this one, I was really, really right. And that feels extremely, extremely, extremely well.
Yeah, it's very rewarding, definitely. What about Palantir? I haven't looked at. I know Palantir is absolutely crushing it in terms of revenue and everything. I haven't looked deep into everything for probably 8 months now. But when I did 8 months ago, and everyone's saying it's overvalued and all this kind of stuff, when you look at the forward multiples and the earnings generation, it was definitely not overvalued, very much undervalued. And that's continued. So I haven't updated in, in the past relevant earnings calls, but I just know they're still crushing it. So yeah, I can't recommend whether to jump into it now, but yeah. You're a grapes farmer. Oh, nice. That's cool.
So now you're not only farming grapes, but also pips.
Yeah. Do you have a like a vineyard, like a wine portion of the farm as well? That's my question. Are we making that nice juicy wine also? Third payout.
Wow.
And third funded account. Mate.
You're crushing it. You should come
done.
online and stream with us, man.
Grapes for export. There we go. Cool. Very cool, dude. That's awesome. Peter here was asking how Renko blocks work. I feel like that's a good one for you.
Yeah, I can explain that. Let me switch back, for example, here to Renko Euro Dollar chart and zoom in a bit to explain it a bit better. So I've defined here, for example, now that each Renko block has a size of 20 pips, which is 0.002 in my case, with a feed from or under at least. So a Renko block will only move when there's a price movement. It's independent from time. And so the last Renko block is this one here, which is between 118.20 and on the downside 118 precisely. So when the price now starts moving 20 pips higher than the last top Renko, so to 118.40, then you would get a new Renko block. If the price goes to 117.80, then you would get a new red Renko block to the to the downside. As long as this doesn't happen, nothing will be updated on the chart. So it kind of, and this is what I like about it, it filters out all the noise you tend to have. For example, like we're having right now, where we see, okay, everything is kind of going sideways. Everybody's waiting for the numbers later to come out. So if there are no price movements really that go outside of these Renko block zones for newer highs or new lower lows, then you won't have anything on the chart here. On the downside, of course, it takes like longer time to until you see actually changes happen. So if you work, for example, with moving averages on Renko charts, they tend to be extremely laggy. And sometimes you can have difficulties actually jumping into a trade because the price you get is not the same that you might see on the chart. Like looking back, for example, if you apply a standard deviation channel, it all looks so beautiful and easy, like it always is. It's not in reality. But for me, it's still a tool which I like because I don't need to eye the chart all the time, and I just need to take action when there's actually action in the market. And you can kind of adjust this also to the brick sizes you like. So instead of working, for example, with 20 pips, you can, for example, say, I want to work with 10 pips. Then the whole thing changes. Then you can, and at least in TradingView, also ask TradingView to update every 5 seconds, which is something I do, or just every minute. So where you have a time component coming in, then it would just check every minute, has the price changed in a way that I need to draw a new Renko blocks. For me, 5 seconds is nice because it updates frequently, but not it's not going to draw too much weird stuff like you get on 1 minute updates, for example. So let me switch that back to. It's one of the more outlandish ways to look at charts. But it's a good trade-off. I used to use Heikin Ashi charts, for example, a lot because I'm a fan of the averaging on price. But with Heikin Ashi charts, is what you trade always is totally different from what you see on the chart because it only works with those average prices. I don't know. Are you just using candlesticks or are you using other stuff also, LJ?
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, it's just sending a message. I'm just using candlesticks, but I was just thinking, as you were saying that, I wonder if I should try using testing some of my algo stuff with Renko instead.
I sometimes like to have it parallel to each other, like a euro dollar, for example, where I have a 1 minute chart, and then I have this 5 second Renko chart with brick size to kind of, because I like when things align good, when you see maybe on a longer term Renko chart, which is for the standard deviation channel of, I think, 120 I've applied here, 128 in this case. Okay, doesn't really matter. You can see for the last 128 blocks, which go back to the 3rd of February. So not that long, actually, just yesterday, because we had some moves, obviously, in the last days. We have kind of this uptrend, but the minute trend at the moment candlestick is against it. So I would typically now wait if I want to trade this, but this is just an example, until the 1 minute trend for the standard deviation starts aligning with the overall trend. So slight upward. There are so many ways which you can use them, and it's all just, you need to keep the balance between I have too much going on there on my charts and I'm looking at too many different charts and really finding out what is confluence, and how do I apply it? How do I align my time frames? I know many people also kind of use they look at the 4-hour market structure and then they align everything they do maybe on the 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute with the 4-hour structure. It's the same kind of the same principle, with the exception that for me, Renko, I want to have this time independent market structure in there without all the
interesting. Yeah, interesting. I've never tried playing around with having them side by side and cross comparing. I think the last time I sort of even looked at Heikin Ashi or Renko charts or anything like that was probably 2017 or something, ages ago, a long time ago.
I mean, Heiken Ashi is like it's also nice because it shows you the trend better. My problem really is if I see, for example, the price now according to Heiken Ashi, pardon me, at 118.13 here. For this is not the price I'm going to execute my trade on because it's an average price. So they can be somewhat misleading in my opinion. This is why I prefer Renko, because usually the price you see there is also the price you trade then.
Interesting. I'll actually I'll explore playing around with this and let you know. Yeah.
I actually think
I like it.
For the way you normally go about analyzing the markets, it probably would actually something that adds more benefits than problems for you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I could immediately see like some of the benefits there. So yeah, I'll definitely tinker around with it and see where I get. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about putting it together like that before.
Yeah, but see,
I've got a couple other ideas that.
That's the beauty of streaming together. No, you always get like new input, new ideas. Like the standard deviation channel, which now is like kind of one of my go-to tools, is because of you. No.
Yeah. No, it's good. Awesome, dude. I like it. I think there was a thing before. Xiaomi was asking on the NAS long trade. Yes, I am in that currently. So these are exactly the stop, target, and the entry that I jumped into. So we'll see how quickly or not that gets to before the news. We may. So this is basically my TB1. There's a high level. What time frame was that on the 1 hour? So this cluster through here, and then the higher level just above 2700. So about 2600 there, 2700. Sorry, 25,700 I should say, and then 25,600 up here. So those are the two higher levels, but I think they'll be very contingent on the news, of course. Even with this, we might not quite get the drive there before the news. And ideally, I'd like to jump out. So on the 15 here, before the news, we may just get as far as just below these heads here, as this 100 moving average is coming down. And then I will decide if I just want to jump out from there and then wait until the release and then re-enter.
I would be surprised if we make a new higher high there, honestly speaking, before the release.
Yeah, it's only half an hour away, isn't it? I got to check because daylight savings still confuses me sometimes.
ISM is still.
No, it's an hour and a half.
What else is coming out there? I only have ISM here.
ADP.
Why is TradingView filtering out ADP? That's really weird. According to them, I have like filtered only to the important events, and ADP, according to them, seems not to be an important event, which I don't agree with at all.
Arguably one of the more important events if we're not getting
I think actually more important than ISM services PMI. So
yeah, definitely. We'll see how we go approaching there over the next hour coming towards New York. And if not, it's getting too close to the news and I'm sitting in a little bit of profit and, then I'll just take it there, wait for data to sort of roll through, see where the ADP comes out, and then New York Open coming towards there and reassess if I need to. So same with the Aussie trade, the Min. We're coming down a bit lower. We just came back to entry. Now we're just popping around here. So I've got room to pull this like right the way up there if I wanted. Not going to, but I've still got the stop sat here. But obviously, if we do push higher, that's probably going to be the sort of retrace point near term. So then I just shift things up towards 29.5. I'm just taking some small trades in the market today. I'm right by my profit targets at the moment, so I don't need much for today for myself. And then personal accounts, I'll be waiting, probably until New York to jump in there for now.
Yeah, definitely.
Just scrolling through you guys' comments and chat, just see anything. I gotta scroll right down. That's why. As a new trader, I've lost so much, and I want to learn. Well, mate, I would tell you, you're in the right place, right here. So you've come to the right stream. You're in the right house.
For learning, not for losing.
Yes, for learning. Yeah, not for losing. There you go. But yeah, man, look, very common. A lot of people go through a pretty hard time in the beginning of their trading journey and such, before they actually gain some real traction. Or sometimes you get a period where you're doing really well and then it just all sort of falls apart and you kind of go, everything was working and now it's not, and you're confused and that kind of thing. But yeah, perseverance is definitely key, that kind of tenacity. But yeah, certainly at the same time, don't sort of immediately bankrupt yourself into the ground in that pursuit, because it may take a lot longer than you think, or it might be shorter than you think, but you don't really know when you start out. So just be measured in your approach.
And kind of also find your own pocket, no? Like when I started trading, I always thought of myself, I'm the scalper. I want to ride the 1 minute candles up and down and do like 500 trades every day. And when it turned out, and I had to learn this also the hard way by crashing multiple accounts until I finally got a little bit smarter, that I'm not a scalper at all, but contrary to this, I'm pretty good at long-term investing, be it like options for a time horizon maybe of 3 months, or be it a fundamental analyst who like decides this is what I want to be in for the next 3 to 5 years. I've just recently, like a year ago, returned to becoming more interesting again in the lower time frames, and I'm still struggling up to now really to persistently be profitable when I try to trade something like 1 minute charts or 5 minute charts. So what does that mean for me? That means for me, I still want to learn it. I'm optimistic that eventually I can be long-term profitable also with scalping or day trading. But I can, of course, not like bet all horses on that. So I still want to do what I'm good at, what I feel comfortable with, where I know I'm better than most. For example, telling myself this is what's going to happen probably in the next 3 months down the road or the next 3 to 5 years down the road while trying out. And this is, I think, crucial to accept. If I could go back and talk to myself back then, I probably would tell myself, be realistic and don't like chase any wild dreams just because you have this kind of this picture in your head that you want to be a scalper with 10 monitors and having a lot of clickety-click action every day, when it doesn't really, at least back then, didn't fit my psychological profile. I want to tell this. And I think this is one important thing about finding out or about becoming successful as a trader, that you find out, where's my pocket? What is my risk profile? Some people might be comfortable with risking something like 10% per trade. I'm not saying you should do that, but some people are comfortable with doing that. While I already, get sweat on my head when I risk more than 0.25%. This is also like one of the things you need to be in your comfort zone. One of the very few times when it's good to be in your comfort zone when it comes to taking on risk in your risk management approach. And other than that, it's like with everything in life, it's a hard profession. It's actually a difficult profession being a trader. Social media always likes to make it sound easy. You just need to download this app and do a little of clicks and then you can be a millionaire. Couldn't be farther from the truth, of course. And failing is part of it. It's like when you learn a language, a new one. When do you learn the language the best? When you converse with native speakers, right? This is where you learn the most, but this is also where you make the most mistakes. And it's natural, because you make a mistake, you're probably not going to make this mistake again. The problem is, of course, if you right from the beginning risk your own money with trading, then mistakes always have financial consequences. And this is, do yourself a favor Not saying, don't risk money, but risk money in a way that the risk reward is better. What do I mean by this? For example, if you buy even just a 2,500 prop trading account here at the Fivers, which is like $24, $25, I think, no, one of those. But this will help you already. You don't need to invest so much, but you're already in a setting where you can see, am I good at this? Is my strategy working? And the beauty of it is, if it's working, you're going to scale up this account very, very fast. I'm not such a big fan of, trading a demo account for eternity. I know a lot of people like to do that, but I've seen that over and over again. People are successful on demo accounts, and when they start using their own real money, suddenly they are not successful anymore.
Yeah, I did it only for a little bit just to actually figure out how to open up a brokerage and kind of how do I open a trade and a contract, and just sort of just figure out the platform and discover things. And sort of went for a month and then, jumped into things, right? So I paper traded for a month. But yeah, definitely if you need to refine the strategy and the approach and test things, it's a good way to test it without that. But yeah, I do agree as well. I think at some point you do somewhat need to jump into the deep end and really sort of test it under a bit more pressure, per se. Most people act very differently when there's stakes on the line versus not, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, that's why we also see sometimes, not sometimes, quite frequently, people passing the evaluation stage. And then once they are funded, they kind of have in their mind, okay, I want to reach a payout now. Obviously, this is why we do that. But they start making different decisions from what they did before in the evaluation phase, when in reality, they should just continue what made them pass the evaluation phase. And this is our brains are very good in tricking us, sadly, in making us doing things that we shouldn't do.
Indeed. So, and like you were saying before, it is like a really, really, really difficult profession. Statistically, it's one of the hardest to actually do well. I think Ray Dalio has even talked about before, going out and starting a fund or even just doing well in the market. You've got almost a higher probability of going to the Olympics and blah, 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 He's sort of talking about more like a big hedge fund, so it's a little bit different. But the point is, it is very difficult, but it also feels very easy because the sort of bar to entry is kind of, you can open something up and you click some buttons and that is super simple, but the actual process is more in depth, more involved. Definitely. So, hello, sir. I'm in the odd dollar on a sell. Can't advise, should I hold it? I would say you can do whatever you so wish. I will tell you right now, I am in a sell myself. Those are the TP and stop loss that I have. So if that helps at all, do with it what you will. But obviously, all your trading decisions still have to be your own. Does it fit your approach, your style, your methodology, your logic? Have you got other cross-correlated trades, all that kind of stuff? So I will say, going into New York, I am expecting a bit of continued upside for the dollar. We have had quite a drive in that momentum today, however, so do be wary that we could just get a bit of a small dip and then pretty quick reversal. So similar deal with the Aussie here. That's why I'm just looking for a kind of a small dip, not even quite to the 200 or to these wick lows from earlier. But it is roughly in line with the 61.8% fib from the tops that we made right down to the retracement low there at about 69.10. So that's where that comes in, just here.
It's just to add to this, it's important, really to make your own decision. Of course, you can ask us for advice, but don't outsource the actual decision to somebody else, because that quickly, from my experience at least, puts you in the spot of, well, this guy, LJ or Dirk or Richard or William said, I should hold on to the short, so it's their fault if I lose money. No, it's your own fault. Not saying, of course, that this was the intention of you asking, but it's a very dangerous thing to make a habit. Let me put it like this. Get inspired by what we are doing here, like we do, like I did by LJ, for example, with his standard deviation channel. Like LJ just said, oh, I should have maybe a look at Renko charts as well and see if I can use that as well. Seems interested. This is the whole purpose of what we're doing here, to show you there are as many approaches to trading as probably people on this as traders on this planet. Everybody kind of has their own way of looking at the market, of becoming successful. And well, I mean, you can see here already just in the stream now, 4 people that have totally different approaches, but are successful in what they are doing. Isn't that nice? Yeah. It's like your own coaching team.
Wait, you guys are successful?
No, I'm just pretending to be successful for the past 26 years. I'm still waiting for my...
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, actors make careers of pretending to be people that they're not. So if it works for them.
I'm the living Dunner-Kruger effect, you know. Then you know what is Faked it until I made it.
Faked it until you made it.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, I'm going to bring my screen up really, really quickly because I'm going to exit this trade on US 30, and I want to do it in front of you guys.
Nice.
I'll break down my reasons in a bit, but just to let you know, I've now closed for $135 up.
Wow.
Nice. Good stuff. Beautiful.
Yes, that's what I needed to
cleaned it up, Will. That's good to see. Yeah, we're talking about further upside on US 30.
As he closes the trade.
Yeah. Well, that's literally why I've done it. I like I said, I'm going to give you my reasons in a bit. But
there's too much profits to be made here. Too much profits.
I'm earning too much money, bro.
But we're also talking about others. We were also talking about it yesterday with the dip and then the move higher. So that's sort of more what I was saying. Like we will get the return. So yeah.
Do you see how much higher it went as well? I was talking about this earlier. Bro, man, yeah. But look, I mean, this morning taking profit from Euro JPY, which by the way went up beautifully. Oh god, so that just mitigated all losses from gold, so I was pretty happy with that. So what else can you ask for?
So you revenge traded gold.
I was tempted. I was tempted. Yeah.
My NAS of this morning was a loss, but I decided to hedge it and bought just before it got tapped out. So I'm also in the same trade that LJ's in, but I got in earlier.
Where did you? We're all in NAS long now here. Or what?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
I'm waiting for my NAS longs. I'm waiting for a better close. If I can get a better 5 or 15 minute close, I'll be in NAS longs. But like I said, this is like all my indices right now. I'm pretty bullish on. I'm just waiting for the nicer entry point where I can risk a bit more.
Yeah. And then in 1.5 hours, ADP is going to spoil our party.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
very much. I got in at 25,337.11.
For me, it's 336. So.
Oh wow, close. Yeah, I got in there, and my take profit is currently at 25,687.18, but that is probably not going to. I'm not going to hold it to there. I'll show it on trading.
We learned this morning that it's a 100% chance now we are going to see that, according to the planetary time cycle.
Dirk, don't do that to me, man. I was drinking my coffee.
So this was the original trade where I entered here. Now, obviously, I really wanted to get in on this candle, but was not paying attention. Obviously, with stream and like looking at all of the stuff, you don't always have all of the screens up and available. So I'm not trying to make an excuse, but according to my strategy, that would be where I would normally get in on this 5-minute candle. So this could have been a winning trade had I followed my strategy as I was supposed to. Got a little bit later thinking that it was going to carry on pushing down. It didn't. It started pushing up. But before it came to my stop loss, I was like, you know what? This thing is starting to show some bullish price action. At least it's reacted off of an area. and it's starting to push bullishly. So I decided, you know what, on the close of that candle, I'll put in a buy. Now, here is where my, let's say my actual take profit would be. It's at 25,506. That's my actual take profit. And the reason for that is it's because yesterday during the end of the London session, that was the last high point that NAS made. So I took the 5-minute close, the last bearish candle, or a bullish candle, sorry, closed as the take profit. And then the one that I've got as the, what was that pricing? 687 is right up here. So on that base candle of mine. So that's where that one is. Probably not going to reach that. I've got this red line here. This red line is the ADP news, which is soon, an hour and 10 minutes or so. So I doubt that we're going to climb this amount. However, I am more than willing to keep this trade just before the news comes out. And then if it's in drawdown, so be it. If it's take profit, so be it.
What about during news?
Yeah,
Are you going to hold through news or not?
It's a high stakes account, so the profit will probably not be taken into consideration. So, and if it's a loss, then it's like, oof, soft breach. So I'm not going to hold it through news.
Yeah, nice.
Fair. I was just going to say there was a few questions you guys might be able to answer. We didn't quite get to, and a couple others starred through here for myself and Dirk. I am unfortunately going to have to love and leave you guys today.
Likewise.
I can't stay around too much longer. Yeah, had busy day today. I've still got a few things to wrap up, but definitely, if you guys are around tomorrow, shoot it by me. Be here again. Tomorrow should be a bit freer for me, so I'll be able to get some rest and be a bit more switched on tomorrow. Today's been very busy, very chaotic. So bring them for us tomorrow, and definitely get through to it.
Awesome.
Righty. Take care, guys. See you next week.
Thank you very much, Dirk. Thank you very much, LJ, guys. Have a lovely weekend. See you all. Well, LJ, see you tomorrow. Dirk, see you next week, Monday.
Yeah.
Sound as a pound.
Cheers,
Not
guys.
very sound as the pound, mate.
Sound unlike the pound.
Sound unlike the pound.
Yeah, right. Rich, give me 2 seconds, mate. I'm going to refresh my screen, my whole stream terminal, because none of the comments are coming up. Last time I refreshed it, it worked perfectly. So I'm going to refresh it. It may be like 30 seconds to a minute.
No problem. Go about.
Sweet.
Go about. I'll get to these questions immediately. Let's see who asked what. So Andre Labuskachny is asking, do you guys recommend moving your stop loss as a trade moves in your favor or set and forget? Personally, I myself am a set and forget kind of like person. The reason for that is like I work on expectation. So if I have a standard static stop loss and take profit based on a specific risk to reward ratio, then I know how much I stand to gain and how much I stand to lose exactly with every trade. The way that I formulated tested my strategy, it was based on take profits and stop losses being at set and forget levels. So in that regard, for me, set and forget is the way that I go about, but that is because I know exactly how much I stand to lose and how much I'm going to gain. So hypothetically, every trade, if it's a $25 trade and that's 0.5% or 1%, I know that I'm either going to make $25, $37.50 or $50. So it's either going to be 1-to-1, 1 to 1.5 RR, or a 1-to-2 RR. The thing about moving your stop loss, sometimes what happens is you do your analysis with the idea that let's take this trade that I'm currently in. Okay. Let's say hypothetically you had your stop loss all the way down here with your entry point exactly there where it is currently. And you decide, okay, price is starting to print a little bit of a bullish structure, and it gets to a point somewhere over there where you decide, you know what, I think this is a good enough place to move my stop loss up to. Now, First and foremost, I would only move it if I have backtested results indicating that this is the correct move. Like I know that if I move it to, for argument's sake, this swing point over here or that swing point over there, that there's some sort of statistical data that aligns with this idea that yes, it's a profitable move. Now, let's say hypothetically I decide to put my stop loss over there and I'm effectively 1-to-1. Let's say for the sake of argument, it's a 1-to-1. So you have a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio if you took your stop loss to there. But now there's a little bit of a deeper pullback and it just knocks you out. And then from there, it starts doing that. Now, first and foremost, you're going to be livid. If your original take profit was over there, as an example, and you moved your stop loss to an area that you did not test, whether or not it's a sound area to put your stop loss, and then it just wicks you and carries on without you, you're going to be angry because this could have been a 1-to-3, as an example. A 1-to-3 R trade, but you only got a 1-to-1. And now the thing is, this one trade does this, but you keep doing it with other trades, and every trade that you do this with, maybe some of them is a 1-to-1.5, as an example, but the trade could have gone to a 1-to-6, as an example. If these were stuff that you were testing, your original take profit is up here, your original stop loss is all the way down here, and you keep moving your stop loss up and it knocks you out. Now, your back testing was probably done on this initial 1-to-5R, as an example, and you did your all of your win percentages and all of your expectancies and everything is built on this idea. But now you decide, I'm going to change my stop loss, I'm going to move it and make it a trailing one. Now all of a sudden, all of that back tested data becomes skewed because what you're actually trading and how you're actually managing your trade, or how you're managing your trade, is not how you tested it. So there's a discrepancy. And because of that discrepancy, you're going to have you're either going to have a strategy that is subpar, as in it does not play out the way that it could in terms of what you've tested in with your strategy and back testing. That's the first thing. And the second thing is it's going to affect you emotionally. Your psychology is going to be impacted by this because you're going to think, if only I had left my stop loss. So you'll maybe have some negative impact moments with something like this. I know there's a lot of people that have discretionary stop losses and take profits, and that they're willing to take out if something invalidates. So in this case, technically, I should have been out of this trade because we're not breaking above and we're reacting lower. So in theory, this could be a, hey, listen, you may as well just close this trade out because it's probably going to hit your stop loss. But I don't trade like that. I have set take profits and set stop losses. So this one over here could have exited early when it started invalidating the trade, but that's not how my expectancy works. So I just don't follow that.
Very nice indeed. So you are set or forget on this trade?
Yes.
Up until news.
Up until news. So
yeah,
I would have loved it if it came to test 500. I would have loved that. But in all likelihood, you're not going to reach it. Not before news in any way.
Well, that's the thing, see, because I would have loved news to have been a little bit later, or for NAS to play exactly out how it is now, but a little bit earlier. Like when I was, like, me and you were streaming earlier on this morning. That would have been beautiful. That would have been beautiful. Assuming we could have had the break and close above, I would have been able to enter in because I had my eyes on NAS and I was looking, even on my other accounts, I was looking at NAS being like, come on, break and close above, then we'll go. Then we'll go up. Whether we pull back and go up or just go straight up, we'll have both positions available. Let's get there. Let's get it done. But yeah, like you said, it's just consolidated a little bit. I mean, it's looked nice. So your entry is beautiful, in my opinion, and your entry is the only entry I can see valid, because we've not had the validation for my break and close, nor my break, close, and retest entry. So, which is really annoying because you can see the wicks. You can see those 3 wicks above, which is, if they were candle closes instead of wicks, in fact, I probably would have been entered in this trade 5 minutes ago, if that.
Yeah. I mean, there's always the idea that the market is just waiting for Redfield news. It's very subdued, but where it reacted, even though my idea was correct, I was too late on the idea. So this was the original idea was up to here. So we were on a downward push. We came to a base area. I wanted to be in on the reaction of the base area. So once again, you have how I have done it before. That is a low. That is a high. This is effectively a lower high. And this is effectively a lower low. So this is a re-establishment of a new downward trend, considering that we were slightly bullish. So I would have preferred to have been either in on this candle over here or this candle over here. It was most probably would have been this one to go for a 1-to-1 short. And that would have been the trade, the initial trade at least. And then there was the potential for this one to be a trade as well. The point being that I got into the sell way too late, meaning that the move had already played out. And then the reaction was off of an area that was expected. That's why my take profit would not have been lower than this point. It would not have been lower than this box initially. But because I thought, okay, there's a potential that we're going to carry on pushing lower, I decided to get in on this trade. And it's one of those things where if you force a trade or if you jump in when the trade has already made its move, you're going to get caught. But in this case, it's the reaction made sense after the fact because it was an area where it was the daily rollover. We already had a singular reaction from that level, and we came back to it, and it almost respected it. It just kind of like wicked below it and then carried going up again. The problem that I'm seeing here now is that we're kind of stuck between these 2 points. So we have a very flat range at the moment, the whole day. So the highest point that we reached was over here, which is within this box, and the lowest point that we reached was just below this box. So this whole box basically plays right now. And the thing is, the news is going to make something happen. The news is going to either start pushing it higher or it's going to push it lower. It's one of the two. It's only 2 things that can happen. I doubt that it's going to stay in this range.
Not this high impact news anyway.
Yeah, problem is, I cannot be a part of the trade when the news is happening, because that's not how my system works. I don't trade news. I'm out before news, so I can't trade this. This is not, or I cannot hold it to try and get up there. So this is kind of like a very good example of how one decision that you make has repercussions later on with other decisions that you make. Because I got in later on this trade, I decided to hedge it so I could hedge my risk. Same thing, got in, maybe not in the best place, but I probably would not have been in this trade had I gotten in on my first trade, which was over here. So it's a rolling effect, and it's a rolling negative effect, because what's going to happen now is I'm going to probably have to close this trade out somewhere over here just before the news comes out, regardless if it's in profit or in stop loss, which already goes against my idea of set and forget. So you see how these like decision points start having negative impact based on a singular negative decision, or at least a singular delayed decision or a singular late decision. Martin I is saying, no way, Rich, my entry was 25,340.36. So just above.
Fractionally above you.
Yeah. So Morgan or Freeman Moyo is asking, which pair is this one? This is the US Tech. So this is NAS 100. This is the NASDAQ CFD. The NASDAQ CFD chart. If you can see here at the top right, this is a 4K screen. It's a large one. I unfortunately cannot make anything larger than it is already, but it says US Tech, and that is just the US Tech chart, the IC markets version, is the one that I found that's the closest in relation to what we have with the 5-year charts. So,
oh, really? That's interesting. Because I just
yeah.
For me, I use Vantage or Oanda.
So the candle, the previous candle closed at 25, let's say 352.14. 352.14 is the previous candle close. 352.14. And this candle, the previous candle closed at 352.60. So there's pipettes difference.
Yeah, that's pretty big. So, let me have a look on. Let me have a look. Well, I think I'm using Oanda on as. No, I'm using Pepperstone. Okay. What was that? The 5 minute you said?
Yeah. So I'm just going to go ahead and close this trade. There's really no point in me carrying on holding this trade anymore. Very subdued sideways action. It's starting to be a little bit more wicky here at the bottom. Okay, I don't think it can be seen.
What did you say it closed at? 40. This is 25,352.
So 25,352.6 on the IC market one.
Oh wow, yeah, fair. This is 50. So yeah, 352.50.
Yeah. Whereas with the closure on the 5-year one was at 352.14. So yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
So yeah, so that's just kind of like how I've been looking at like my trading like live and stuff like that. It's just like I can't always follow my exact strategy because sometimes the way that I want to trade doesn't always align, or for argument's sake we have to talk, we're chatting with chat and you're not paying attention on the screen because I'm here on the right hand side looking at chat, and then when I look left, then the movement is busy happening, where normally I would be able to focus in on my trade and only focus on that and then carry on. So yeah, it's not always easy, or let's say it doesn't always work out.
Dude, it's a skill, man. It is a skill. Yeah. I've not known many people who can. I've not met many people who can live stream. I've not met many people who can truly trade, and I've certainly not met many people who can do both.
Yeah, but once again, it's still that idea of like trading itself is a skill, and it's a skill that you can improve on, and you have to get outside of your comfort zone when you're going to do something like this, when you're going to do trading, because you're going to be uncomfortable. Nobody likes losing money. I mean, there's always this discussion point of like, let's say you have a typical day job where you go to work 9 o'clock in the morning and you come home at 5. Now, generally, it doesn't matter what you do during that 9 to 5 hours. At the end of the day, your time is logged, and at the end of the month, you're going to get paid. Because you're not being paid for what you do, you're being paid to show up, effectively. Like, it's the simplest example is there's a guy that works with me. He is in the smoking area the whole day, chatting with everybody, lovely time. I'm the one doing all kinds of hard graft stuff. And at the end of the month, we both get our salary as we normally would have. Mm-hmm. So and that's literally just one is participating fully, and the other one is kind of like just there. Trading is not even remotely the same to that. Trading, unfortunately, you can rock up and be at work the whole day. And not only can you not get paid at the end of the month, you can even lose money.
Yeah, you
so
pay them.
Go to work.
Imagine paying someone to go to work.
Yeah, you're paying to go there, and you can just like, okay, cool, here's more money to my employer because, I rocked up, I didn't get anything done. So trading is one of those industries where I feel like you can't just show up.
No, it tests the mentality so much. Yeah. That's why psychology is so important in trading, and some of the best traders I know are very much aware of psychology, and their psychology is especially in trading. Like those who come into the trading markets brand new, they just forget they're too interested in strategy and not interested enough in psychology, and usually you find that's where the biggest losses come. And usually you find that's where they find their psychology is post big loss or big lesson, should we call it?
Yeah, because people don't learn from success. Let's put it like that.
No, of course not.
Because they expect it. You expect success.
Yeah.
You expect that if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it well, and I'm going to win this trade. In general, people don't really look at success as a learning curve. They look at losses as a learning curve. So you're going to wait for that big loss, and then you're going to be like, I should have. So it's that hindsight, I should have done a certain thing. But in the reality of the matter is that you should be learning on both sides. Whenever you take a loss, you should consider why you took a loss, what led to you taking a loss. And then you also have to go and look at the other side, like, okay, what led to you winning? What was it? And then you can try and see whether or not you can replicate what it is that led to your success. So
Yeah.
every moment in the market is unique. Every moment in the market is an opportunity for you to learn.
Yeah.
And there's no guarantees. There's no guarantees in trading. The only guarantee that you have is that if you don't work on your psychology, if you don't work on your strategy, if you don't put in the time and the hours, you will receive nothing from the market. If anything, you're going to give to the market, and it's gonna take a lot.
Yeah, bro, go to the casino, man. You know, if you're not willing to put in the graft, go to the casino. Screw it. You'll probably have a better time. You'll probably have a better chance of winning as well. You'll have some good fun there. You'll have, there's lots of bright, flashy lights. You can take your friends and you can chuck all sorts of money at all sorts of different types of games. Go to the casino. You will have a lot more fun. You know, if you want to come into trading, take it seriously and treat it like the career that it genuinely is, then welcome to the first day of your strange journey, should we call it? But those of you who coming on being like, yeah, cool, I just want to be a millionaire, Lamborghini, lifestyle, women, parties, money, like boats, all sorts of that flashy stuff. But I want it like next week. Yeah, cool. Casinos that way.
Yeah, I mean, if that is the sort of stuff that interests you, you can certainly get it. However, it's more of the I expect that it's going to happen based on my input versus if I actually work hard, I may at some point achieve this. It's that expectancy. People rock up with this expectancy that I'm going to put in minimal effort and I'm going to get maximal return. And unfortunately, that is how social media has presented our industry.
Yeah, I have a friend,
which is sad, because
it's
negatively impacted by that.
100%, man. You know, like I said, I have a friend, and he's big on social media, and that's all he posts. He's got his partner, which he is a party guy, I will admit, but he's not at the same time. Like, he loves his missus. Him and his missus go everywhere together. They're very much in business together, even though he's the trader, but again, different story. But however, he posts the flashy lifestyle. He posts all the Lambos, all the money floating around, the Dom Perignon. He posts his skyrise apartment in Dubai, and he has to post it because no one's interested in listening to him unless he posts it. But the guy's got value, man. The guy, he's one of the only people I'll actually watch where I'm like, dude, I'm gonna give you some time. Like, I'm gonna listen to you. But like, I got to know him when he was like a small fry. Like, we were both very new in our journey. He's actually a bit younger than me as well, and he's a big guy now. He blew up because of the way he promotes himself on social media. However, he's fully aware of how it works. He's fully aware that sex sells. He's fully aware that you gotta sell this unrealistic dream, which is realistic, granted, if you put in the right inputs, but nonetheless, most of the people that follow him don't want to put in the right input, so it's an unrealistic dream. However, the value that he does give genuinely is fantastic, and he's a great trader, but the garbage he posts is awful, because like, I'm looking at it being like, yes, I suppose he does live like that, but he's dramatized it for social media. Like, he's made it look so much more extravagant than it really is, because what he actually is a very rich guy living a normal everyday life in a very affluent city, being Dubai. You know, he's still fantastically wealthy. True. Yes, he's living in a very affluent area, Dubai. True. But no, he's not flooding parties every single day. He probably just goes to one party a week or one party a month and then posts it throughout the week. You know, it's what all these traders do.
Yeah. Scribbles is saying, seen a video of a guy called Fabio Valentini. Now, for those of you who don't know who Fabio Valentini is he is a scalper. He has been on, I think it's Trade the Pool's YouTube channel before. And he's had interviews and whatnot with, I think, Mickey. I'm not 100% sure. Please don't quote me, but I remember seeing him on having a discussion with Mickey. His strategy can sometimes mean moving your stop loss multiple times on the 40 range time frame. This is only when opposition fails during the trend is this allowed. Okay, so here's the thing. Fabio is a scalper, and his idea of trading, for those of you who have seen his content, is that he has very aggressive movements on his scalps, and I think he's probably, if there was a way to rank him, they'd consider him to be the greatest scalper in the world. But his strategy that he uses, he's always making sure that he locks up quote unquote profit by moving his stop loss up quickly. Now, here's the problem with this is that if you yourself have not tested this strategy, you can't just go and watch a person do this and then turn around and say, I'm going to do that. Because they know exactly why they are doing that movement, whereas you are only reacting to this information that he's giving you. But he actually understands it. And he understands why he's moving it. So you're going to go and implement something that he has back-tested and he understands 100%. And the thing is, we can explain something, and only a certain percentage of people would be on the same wavelength that understands exactly how I'm explaining something. And someone else might not. It's not to say that there's an intelligence difference. It's got nothing to do with that. It's purely with the way that I speak versus the way that someone receives information. And sometimes there's differences. So I can explain my strategy exactly, but when it comes to testing and putting it into the market, you will not get the same results because my understanding is a very specific way and your understanding is different, but you're trying to trade my strategy with your understanding of the market. And that's the difference. So Fabio is an amazing trader. He's really good. I would not go and implement portions of his strategy based on how he sees the market on my strategy, based on how I see the market. It's just going to clash. And I'm going to then turn around and say, this guy's strategy doesn't work. So
That's why I always say be careful following someone's strategy. You know, we've all got different ways of seeing stuff, and I don't mean like we've mentioned enough. You know, we've all got different life experiences. We've all got different this and that. Yeah, okay, avoid all that garbage. I'm on about we genuinely see things differently. Like, you know, certainly with people with autism, they see patterns maybe a lot more than people without autism. You know, so for example, you know, other people with OCD may pick up on certain things more than people without OCD. You know, so we see things very differently. And based, a lot of people, you know, there's 4 different types of learning. I'm not going to go into it. I really can't remember off the top of my head. But you got visual learners that do that learn through doing, through standing and watching, through reading. You know, so there's so many different ways of learning and understanding. There's also so many ways of seeing and implementing. So, Rich, you may see. In fact, let's take your wife into consideration here. She's a very artistic person, you said, whereas you're a very analytical person. Literally. You know, I had to buy my art. You get yours created for you. So your wife will see a lot more creative. Maybe she'll see colors differently, shapes differently. She'll see the world in a very creative way, whereas you'll see it in a much more analytical way, almost probably black and white. It's this, it's that, it's numbers, it's patterns, and that's what makes you such a great trader. Now, if your wife was a very profitable trader and you're a very profitable trader, you're both going to have very different strategies, even if they're the same strategy. You're going to execute differently. You're going to see it differently. So therefore, why would you look at her strategy and go, I'm going to take this from you, I'm going to test it the way I see it? Well, if it doesn't work, you've now ruined your strategy. Your strategy doesn't work anymore. You're now questioning whether you're a good trader or not because you're, what do you call it? You're maybe losing an edge, or you're now questioning your whole overall trading experience because you've taken something from someone who sees the market completely different.
I wanted to get to this. Juan is saying, strongly thinking about getting a funded account. What platform to trade you guys are using? So obviously we're with the Fivers. I have a 5K high stakes account, which is for the stream. So you can go to the fivers.com. There is a link in the description box below, and you can go and apply for any one of the evaluation accounts that we have. The platform that we are using is MetaTrader 5. However, you can also have CTrader, which is also another platform, so you can get the exact same account, but on the CTrader platform if you so wished. So yeah, you can go to fivers.com to go and get a... And my personal recommendation is go for whichever one you can afford, first and foremost, and whichever one you are comfortable with trading according to the rules. So each one of them has standard rules, but also rules that are unique to each account. Just go make sure that your trading style aligns with the rules as they are stipulated on the T's and C's, and then go for it.
Yeah, absolutely that. You know, me personally, I've traded the hypergrowth and the high stakes. I love the hypergrowth. That's everything you see on Funded Freedom. If you haven't already, go check it out, Funded Freedom on YouTube. That is a hypergrowth account, a 40K hypergrowth account, whereas what I trade now, this account that I'm trading is a high stakes 100K funded. Also, going on to high stakes 100K funded, Dubco, I know that it's just sarcasm, but bro, like, it's been 3 hours now and these two are talking, but no trades have been taken, I'm sure. Let me show you literal trades being taken.
Right now.
Two you are looking at on Rich's screen. That is two trades on the NASDAQ. I'm now going to bring up my screen, and you're going to see one trade from yesterday closed today on the Euro JPY, all taken on stream, by the way. And again, this one taken live on stream. It was opened this morning on the open of the stream and closed when I joined back about half an hour ago. So this trade here on the S&P 500 was a buy, closed up here for profit, and I can actually, there you go, see the profit from today's and yesterday's trading. So this is, if I can try and make it a bit bigger. Why won't it let me grab it? Oh my god, what's it doing? What? Come here. There we go. As you can see, $764 banked just today alone on stream, live, with a $100,000 live funded account. Yes, by the way, which is in drawdown by 2.99%, which sucks, but nonetheless, it is what it is. It happens. So there you go, guys. Just you don't get this anywhere else. Pure, genuine transparency and live trading. So yes, this is called the live talking room, but it is also, when it's not high impact news coming up very shortly, it is also the live trading room.
Yeah, and I mean, what is your intentions if you come and watch the live stream? Is it so that you can get better as a trader, or is it so that you can get signals? Like, I can't stop you if you are here only for signals, but I will always say this: you can teach a man how to fish, and that's a lot better than giving a man a fish. Anyway, let's just get into this as well. Juan is saying, I'm looking at the high stakes 100K. Okay, so first and foremost, make sure that that account that you are going to purchase, that you're going to try and get an evaluation and pass on, you are comfortable with the sizing of it. Now, it may sound strange, but there's this psychological effect where you can take a trade on a 10K account and you're risking, let's say, $100 or $50, and it has no impact on you. It's 1%, all right? Or 0.5%. But that exact same 0.5% or 1% on a 100K account is now all of a sudden $1,000 or $500. And then all of a sudden it looks so much bigger. So just make sure that you are comfortable with, let's say, hypothetically risking up to, let's say, $1,000 a trade, but consider changing the way that you perceive that information and view it always in the idea of percentages. It's all relative. A 1% on a 5K will always be a 1% on a 100K and on a 200K and so on and so forth. It's the dollar amount that people get scared by. So kind of train your brain to think of it in percentages. That's the first thing. The second thing is make sure that you can afford it. There's a high likelihood that a lot of people, if they do an evaluation count, they will probably fail that evaluation. So just make sure that you're not going in with the expectation that this is the one account that I can buy because I only have X amount of money and I'm going to make it work. You're putting unnecessary stress on yourself trying to pass an account. So I would suggest, if you can, start with a much smaller account. If this is the first time that you're either doing prop trading or this is the first time that you intend to join, let's say, a new prop firm. Start with a lower amount, start with a smaller account, and then pass the smaller account. Let's say a 10K. Let's use a 10K as an example. Get yourself a 10K. With the proceeds, with the profits that you make from the 10K, use that to go and buy yourself a more expensive account or a larger account. Because your risk, your capital risk in the beginning is a lot less, first and foremost. Secondly, psychologically, you will not be as negatively impacted by this. I only have X amount of money to buy a prop account with. I better make this thing work for me. And then thirdly, it's like a stepping stone. It's like a proving point to yourself. Look, I did it on a 10K. Let's see if I can take this 10K, make it a 20K. And there you go. And then at the end of the day, if you're really good, you can have a 100K high stakes account that you bought for the price of a 10K because you scaled your 10K all the way up to $100,000. So it's just a different way of looking at it, and I would always preface caution when just jumping into something. Now, obviously, I don't know what your level of experience is with trading and so on. But I would say that to anybody. Start small, build your way up from that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Will NFP news be released?
I believe it will, because
I don't want to risk it.
The adaption non-farm employment change is guaranteed, even though the NFP for Friday. Oh, where is it? No, it's unemployment claim. Sorry, NFP is not coming out this week. Unemployment claims is tentative, but the adaption NFP, non-farm employment change, is definitely coming out. It's got a number here, it's got a date, it's got a time, all other kind of stuff. I do expect it to come out. So NFP, there's no NFP this week. It's just employment change from the Canadian dollar, and then we have unemployment claims from the US, which is tentative tomorrow.
Yes. Yes, sir. Indeed, my friend it
This one
is.
is MetaTrader. The one that Will has up on his screen, the one that I use as well, is also MetaTrader. So it's MT5. That's the platform. When do you guys stream? Well, we stream Monday through to Thursdays from 8:30 GMT until 3 o'clock GMT. Every day, Monday through to Thursday. And then on top of that, we have a Discord where if you have purchased a evaluation account in the past, you will gain access to the Discord. And in the Discord, after 3 o'clock GMT, we have live streams as well within the Discord every single day, Monday through to Fridays. So if you have got or have in the past purchased a evaluation account with the Fivers, get yourself into the Discord. We have somebody that's coming in a little bit later, Victor, the Marks Trader. He is live Mondays through to Wednesdays in the Discord. He is live every single day, Monday through to Thursday on the live stream. And then tomorrow we have our performance coach, Rich Wells, who is going to join us for the live stream. But he also has a call every Thursday and Friday, just after the stream on Thursday, and then on Friday a little bit later in the afternoon, where he also does his performance and psychological wizardry section. So yeah, get yourself in there. We want signals.
I just saw that as well. We want to. I was like, yeah, man of honesty.
I can't stop you if you want signals, but you will definitely learn to be a better trader if you actually listen to the advice and take it to heart and try and dissect and implement some of the ideas that we're sharing. Let's consider this, and this is a bit more of a serious talk. What are you going to do if you are only here for signals and the live stream stops? How are you going to trade? Are you going to look for signals somewhere else? You can do that.
Probably.
I mean,
yeah, probably.
You can do that, but you will never learn. Unfortunately, you will be surpassed. You will be surpassed by everybody else who puts in the effort and the time trying to build their own strategy off of good, solid, experienced advice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we're not saying what we're doing here is Holy Grail or anything like that, but yeah.
You could be like Sam, the Sniper VWAP, the absolute legend, by saying, guys, we watch a live stream here to share ideas together and learn from the Fivers guys. This is why you should be here. To share ideas, to communicate and be part of a community, and to learn how not to do it from the guys at the Fivers.
Triblizzy is saying, you could lead a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. I'm still in my sell trade for AUD USD. I mean, you see, that's the thing. It's if you followed exactly what LJ said, LJ was probably also still in his sell. So
yeah, absolutely. Fair. Yes, exactly, Remy. Saying professional trading is 90% waiting and 10% execution. That is why all of us Forex traders are so bored 90% of the time. And that's why we got a live stream, is because otherwise we're just going to be really bored during the day while we wait. So we may as well stream and, chat with you guys.
For now, it's time to stop trading and think more and learn more. That's exactly the point.
I love that.
Juan is saying, I appreciate the advice. The reason why I'm doing the size of account is because that way I can achieve a 0.5% trades. 0.5% risk per trade. So you're looking at in the sense of like what you require out of the out of the account. You can still do a 0.5% trade on any of the other sizes. But like you're saying, in this case, 5% is or 0.5% or 100K is $500, and if you're going to do a 1-to-1, then you would expect to make $500 per trade, and that is what you're comfortable with. Fair, 100%. Love it.
Love it.
Krishna is saying, well, I think it depends on person to person. Some people make money on bigger accounts rather than small accounts. Once
True.
again, it's
I know someone who earns more money on a $100 account than they do on a $100,000 account. How stupid does that sound? I know.
It's a psychological thing. I kid
it's psychology. He's so much more okay making more and losing more, and he can blow up an account. And this guy, he'll blow an account every single week, but it's $100. But he'll like get 200-300% return in a week as well. And if he can do that every single week, let's say he blows an account up once a week, but before he blows the account up, he makes, I don't know, 100, like 200%. He's net profit 100% a week. He's making $100 a week. The minute he goes onto a 100K funded account, he'll blow it up. Like he'll earn like $400 in one trade and then lose like $900 the next trade. He'll just completely fry it.
Yeah, that is true. But it's definitely a psychological thing. It's the fact that we look at the value of money, and we see $100 loss as that's okay, but we see that, let's say that's 1%, but we see that same 1% as $1,000, then all of a sudden, our hearts start racing and we don't know what to do. So that's why I only look at it in sense of percentages at all. I don't bother. That's what I look at always. Discord channel ? Yes. If you are a Fivers trader, if you have a evaluation account that you've purchased, not one that you have won, if you've purchased an account, you will gain access to the Discord channel. I can bring up what the Discord channel looks like, just as an example for you guys, if you guys don't mind. So we have different things in the Discord channel, and there's a lot of stuff like the server rules. They give you all of that stuff. There's support stuff. We have going live segments where people are going live every single day, and you only gain access to that if you've purchased an account with the Fivers in the past or recently. There is a button that you can click. I think it's bottom or top left of the hub. You will have a little Discord icon. You click there. If it doesn't work or if it's grayed out, you can contact support and just ask them if there's something wrong with your button, or just find out if you're eligible. And like I said, you will only be eligible if you have purchased an account in the past. And the Discord is well worth it. Like I think we have 30,000 people. Okay, I don't know where to go and check that now, but we have 30,000 people in the Discord channel. 3,000 active members at any given point. It's really well worth it.
Yeah, 100%. All day long, all night long, all night.
So can I join and share my trading ideas? You are more than welcome to in the Discord. You can go in there and you can share your trading ideas. There's different channels, not just Forex, but also crypto. There is bond stocks, all of that kind of like discussions as well. And then we have a futures segment, which will eventually be released as well. So there's so much stuff in the Discord that also makes it well worthwhile to be there. And there's a lot of people. We have weekly competitions. We have giveaways in the Discord as well. It's really worth it to get into the Discord, in my opinion. It's probably the single greatest Discord channel I have ever been in. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And plus our community manager there is a swell guy, so that also helps. What is the progress of my targets? Well, first and foremost, where was your first target? It was 25,700, right? Which is there. Yeah, we're quite a ways away from there. And then gold, you said 2587, something like. What was the 4987 or something like that? I can't remember exactly. somewhere down here. Yeah, we're also still a ways away, but you said 24-hour cycle, so we're still going to wait for it. Do you teach strategies? Is the Fivers available in for South Africans? I'm South African, so yes, it's available to South Africans.
The perfect question, the perfect person to answer that question.
Yes, the Fivers is available in South Africa. You can go and get yourself an account with them. You can choose in which currency you would like to pay, dollar, pound, euro. You can choose. Payouts and stuff like that is also not a problem. You can have it directly paid into your bank account via a platform called Rise. Not a problem at all. So yes. And do we teach strategies? Yes, we do. However, we always preface caution about teaching a strategy. What we do is we try and give you a fundamental picture. We try and give you a platform upon which you can build. And we will always preface that you go and test it and kind of like establish your own version of that strategy. That's the first and foremost. Secondly, we also have a learning section. We call it an academy on the Fivers page, which is thefivers.com. We have an academy section there where you can go and learn about support and resistance. You can learn about the fundamentals of trading. And then, like I said, with the Discord, we have a person called Victor who's going to be in a little bit later today. He also has his own strategy that he teaches people every single day, Monday through to Wednesdays. And then he does that every single day here on the live stream as well. So yeah, you can go and check that out there. Which pair do you need? Tell us about USD CHF. Trability, if anyone's looking to enter AUD, look now. So AUD, USD.
Bro, we've got a bunch of signal providers on the stream today. I love it. It's glad. I don't need to trade. Just copy chat.
So this area of support over here, we've had a singular reaction off of it already, and we've had a secondary reaction now this morning during the London session. We've had a slow uptick, pretty much the whole of the New York session of yesterday up until now. So this was a ascending flag pattern, but we've dipped lower than the low point, and it seems as though we might be turning. However, depending on what the news is going to bring, we might see price either continue pushing higher or we might see price push lower. That begs to be seen right now. Overall, we're still stuck in this segment over here that we created on Monday, the 2nd of February, but we are more bullish on it. So not that bad right now. Ask the Fivers as well. Yeah, you can ask the Fivers for that. M16, hello guys. I want to join the Fivers. I want to know which Forex pairs are traded on the platform. Very easy to see. I can show you right here. This is the MT5 platform that we are using. You can click on the symbols. On the Forex pairs, we have all of the majors. So that's Euro USD, GBP USD, all of the majors. And then we also have some of the minors like AUD NZD, AUD CAD, AUD CHF, CAD CHF, CHF JPY, Euro AUD, and so on and so forth. We have a bunch of them that you can trade. Then we also have indices, NAS 100, SP 500, UK 100, the Japanese 225. We've got the US 30 as well as the DAX. Precious metals, we have silver and gold that we trade. Crypto, we have Bitcoin and Ethereum. And then on energy, we have Brent crude and Brent spot. UK and US, Brent crude and Brent spot that we trade. So all of these you are allowed to trade. And yeah, that's what we have available. And we pretty much have some of the best spreads, I think, in the industry.
So I do all the trader interviews for the guys who come through the Fivers, and every single one that I've actually interviewed has said to me, like, once the meeting's over, I'm like, yo, dude, that was absolutely awesome. They've been like, bro, seriously, like the Fivers, best trading conditions I've ever traded with. And I've traded, I've interviewed like younger traders, like newer, greener traders, all the way up to like fantastic, like multi-million-dollar funded traders, and they've like the whole array of them have complemented the trading conditions in the fibers. You know, it's not just us saying it. Technically, it's also you guys saying it.
So look at this. So Euro USD is over here. The spread is 1 pipette. And it drops between 0 and 1. GU, 1 pipette. UHCHF, 2 pipettes. UJ, 1 pipette. UCAD, 2 pipette, 3 pipette, 2 pipette. AUD USD, 1 pipette. That's seriously, seriously low. And then on top of that, the commission is also very, very good. So there's no reason why you shouldn't come to the fibers, in my opinion. DJ Warhorse is saying, yes, I agree, you should work in percentage. Exactly. Most fall expected pairs mates, they even do Bitcoin and Ethereum. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. Can you join the Discord only when I buy a challenge with the fibers? Yes. And the reason for it is quite simple. We're trying to have people invest in the Discord so that the Discord being free afterwards, you never have to pay for it. Even if you go and buy yourself a $22, 2.5K account, you gain access to the Discord and you'll have access for life. It's so that the Discord itself can give back to those people. Now, remember, a lot of the accounts that we have, if you pass your evaluation, you get refunded. So on a high stakes account, you're going to get refunded if you've passed phase 2 and you get into funded territories. So effectively, it's free. And then if you join the Discord, all of the stuff that's happening there is also free. Effectively, you don't have to buy, you don't have to pay a monthly subscription to join them. It's the once-off evaluation fee. And it's kind of like, if you're serious about joining the Discord, that's you're going to buy an account. You're going to try and trade the account, and then you're going to gain access to the Discord. And the Discord is seriously well worth it. Seriously. We have a pretty freaking cool trader in the background. Just let me know if you want to jump in, Aaron. You good?
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
What's up, Aaron? How are you, my friend?
What's good, man? How are you doing, Aaron?
I'm great. How have you guys been?
We've been good.
Any trades today?
Yes. One failure and one effectively break even.
Unlucky. On NASDAQ, I assume, right, Richard?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Will? Any trades?
I took a trade in Ibiza. I took a trade yesterday, lost it on gold. Took another trade on Euro JPY, closed it today for about $600 profit, so that was quite nice. And then took another trade earlier on stream, which was my S&P trade. So I only banked about 130-ish bucks on that, but profit's profit, I suppose.
Yes, exactly. Oh, well done, man. I mean, to be honest, for me, it's been like one of those weeks where everything doesn't just make sense.
So I feel you. I feel you. Gold rinse.
Oh, yeah, bro. I mean, I've recovered very well, but I have lost a few trades this week, and I've recovered all of it, and I'm back in profit now. But on futures, nice. Like gold and NASDAQ have just been like so odd.
I banked $700 today, but I lost $600 yesterday, so technically I'm only up $100. Yeah. So that's for February. January ripped me for about -2%.
I mean, it happens, you know.
Yeah, man, exactly.
It's going to be good, you know, as part of it. To be honest, for me, January was great. I'll be real. January.
I was going to say, how have you found the start of the year?
It was great. I got 3 payouts in January.
Beautiful.
And nice. I've now on the Top Step Live account. So I basically requested a payout with no real buffer. So I didn't really have much to work with. And then I managed to risk the whole buffer and make it back. So I'm up a good amount now. And I've almost got another payout ready with them. So see how that goes.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, nice one.
Cool. DJ Warhorse asking, "Spreek je Afrikaans?" Yes, I do. I do speak Afrikaans. English and Afrikaans.
Yeah, there's a few times I've been chatting with Rich and his brother, I've walked off. That this was back in the UK, so I'd walk off and go make myself some food or go get a drink. I'd be like, guys, I'll be back in a bit. And I came back in like 5-10 minutes, and I was like, yo, what's good then, guys? And then like I've been sitting there, and I obviously, I keep forgetting to unmute myself, so I'm like, yo, what's good, guys? No answer. And then next minute I'm listening to them talk, and I'm like, bro, are you even speaking English? And now I'm like, oh yeah, I've just realized they're speaking Afrikaans to each other. Yeah, I was like, fair.
Most
It's like,
certainly speaking English.
I was like, yeah. So what's going on? Why can't I hear anything? Well, yeah.
Richard, you're from South Africa, you said, right? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm from South Africa.
Yeah.
You're in Belgium.
Yeah. I mean, I know a few South Africans that speak Dutch. Do you guys speak Dutch as well?
I do know a few people that speak Dutch, but Dutch and Afrikaans is very close to each other. So Dutch is basically the mother language of Afrikaans. Afrikaans is heavily derived from Dutch. So if a Dutch person were to speak to me and they speak slowly enough, I can understand everything that they say.
Yeah.
And vice versa. So generally, it's very similar.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, but then obviously,
it's like French and Spanish. Like you like a lot of Spaniards can actually pick up the French language a lot quicker because they're very, very similar in some of the phrases that like some of the words.
Yeah. So with Afrikaans as well, we've also got a lot of loan words. So words that we've loaned from French, English, and all that kind of like stuff. So and some German words as well. So we have all of the North Germanic languages that is forming part of which Afrikaans is one of them, and there's a lot of similarities between them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because it's just a random thought that came up. Do you mind sharing my chart for a second, if possible, Richard?
No.
Yeah.
I kind of want to show a trade that I almost took like a few minutes ago, and I decided not to take it just because it's been an odd week. So this is
a valid reason.
Like, honestly, I just sometimes you have to step back, right? You can't trade every day, especially when you're not feeling it. So we have a 1 hour sweep here and then a 15-minute break. Now, obviously we haven't lost yet, but it's not looking too good, right? So I would have taken this on my live account actually, because this is like an A+ setup for me. But I literally avoided this loss just because I didn't feel this week inside out. And I think that if I was in this trade right now, I'd be angry at myself because I told myself yesterday I'm not going to trade this week. So I'm quite happy with that.
So, Aaron, I forgot. Do you ever trade news?
Oh yeah, 100%. I trade news on challenges though, not on live accounts.
Really? That's
yeah. I mean, I have taken on my last trade on my live account. There was news, but it was very minor news, so I just sat through it, and nothing happened. But if it's like CPI or something, I'll stay out. But if it's a challenge, I'm definitely not minding it. Like if I have my bias, my setup, I'm just staying in.
Will you take the fundamentals into consideration, or do you believe that? Because I know a lot of people will look at the numbers and be like, news is just numbers. They won't care about the fundamentals. They'll still look at the numbers, the technicals, all of that, and they'll still trade through news.
I mean, honestly, like the numbers on FX Factor don't mean much to me because every time I've tried to like forecast it or do what they do and try and predict it as well with the numbers, it never went well. So I kind of just ignore that, to be honest.
There are people that believe that the news event is pointless because the market has already
printed it.
Printed that information previously. And that whatever reaction you're seeing there is just that scare factor that suddenly, not scare factor, but like suddenly everybody wants to jump in now. Right. That ultimately afterwards the price will revert back to where it was going to go, regardless of what the news was going to be, because it's already calculated within the price.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. To be honest, that could be a thing. I don't know, but I just trust my bias when I'm trading.
Yeah, so you're still only trading on the 2 time frames, 12 hour and the 1 hour, correct, Aaron?
Yeah, but on futures I also trade like the 5 minute and the 15 minute with it. So On futures, I'll trade the 1 hour with the 5 minute and 15 minute combined. But on Forex, it's just 1 hour right now because I only have live accounts with Forex, so I don't want to take risky setups or go more inconsistent by dropping to the lower time frame.
Yeah, so you're very much like Griff in that regard. Griff only trades the 1 hour, but
Yeah.
he hasn't had all that many trades this year coming out of last year, where I think you gain a lot more trade ideas, or at least your hourly strategy prints more ideas for you.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends. Like, I've had times where I didn't trade for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, honestly. I know that sounds long to some people, but it's not a bad thing when you're on live accounts, right? On challenges, I wouldn't wait. I'd just look for a lower time frame setup at that point. But yeah, it just depends. I mean, January was a great month for me. February has been quite well for me as well, honestly. Like, I've made 1K on one live account. I took a loss on my 50K live with Forex, a GU buy, but I recovered that. So we're back at break even, luckily. And other than that, it's just been profit. So I've made a bunch of profit. Now I just need to keep it, you know? So that's why I'm being cautious. Cautious.
I feel like that's how people should trade, man. Even if you've not made the profits or have not made the payouts, people should still treat it as if they are being paid out on a live account.
Yeah, 100%. Because when you have that mindset, you adjust to it as well. Same with the profitable thing. A lot of people ask, like, how can I become profitable? In my opinion, you just need to tell yourself you're profitable in your head.
Manifestation is
exactly.
a lot of people will laugh at you.
Yeah,
I think
100%.
I think manifestation is super important.
Yeah, I mean, you can laugh all you want, but once you get it, they're not going to laugh at you, right? They're going to ask you.
Yeah, mate, literally. They all laugh until they watch you live in what you've said that you're going to live.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that it's a little bit more difficult. It's not like for everybody that positive affirmations is going to lead directly to whatever it is that you want. It's if that positive affirmation is followed up by action.
Yeah,
you can't just say like I'm going to be a millionaire, sit on the couch.
No, that doesn't work. No. But I mean, like, a lot of traders are like, they have a very bad mindset. Like, they enter a trade, they see a bit of drawdown, and they're like, I lost a trade already, like stuff like that. Or they lose a challenge and they're like, I'm a bad trader. But like, when you just tell yourself you're already profitable and just stick to your plan, and obviously there's a lot more before that, but like in the trading process, you need to have that mindset. That's what helped me, just telling myself I'm profitable when I wasn't even making money and just losing money, and then it ended up coming eventually.
Yeah, be delusional until you can prove to yourself you're not delusional.
Yeah, exactly.
Or be delusional until you are so delusional that you genuinely are, you become the delusion, and people look at you like you're absolutely batshit bonkers.
There's a massive difference between somebody that says that they're profitable and doesn't have any evidence to support that. There's a massive difference between that person and a person that's saying, I am profitable and trying to work at becoming profitable.
Yeah. Because I'm not gonna lie, there's so many people out there that will laugh at you. Like, I've been laughed at so many times for my dreams in trading, and I'm still being laughed at.
Yeah.
People are always gonna laugh at you.
Night, every Friday night, I'm laughing.
Every Friday night, I'm laughed at. But yeah, man, it literally it's you're always going to get laughed at because people like us have to be delusional, because if you're not delusional in trading, then there's a good chance you're potentially going to fail. Like, you need a little bit of delusion. So therefore, when it comes to the trading market, the trading industry, your growth as a trader, you got to be a little bit delusional, because once you get there, you're like, cool, let's go for the next delusion. Let's go for the next absolute astronomical growth. And then people are still going to look at you and laugh, and they're just going to laugh at your next day. Oh, yeah, okay, you may have made this one, but you're never going to make the next one. And then you go and make it. Okay.
Yeah, and then
that's the thing with this, where we're saying a self-fulfilling prophecy. Do you know what's the crazy thing about self-fulfilling prophecies? Is that it's not self-fulfilling. It's due to action. It's due to your own actions. So in this case, best way to make a prophecy happen is to do it yourself. So imagine you have negative talk about yourself. Let's just be straight up. Your brain doesn't know when you're joking. So if you talk negatively about yourself, what's going to happen is that you're going to look at yourself negatively, and your actions are going to follow suit. You're going to treat yourself negatively, and that in of itself is going to cause that negative mindset to affect you physically. And it's the same with a positive mindset. Like if you have a positive mindset, or at least you're trying to have a positive mindset, you will do things that will be in line with that mindset. You will eat better, you'll go to the gym, that kind of like stuff. You will try and do improvement upon yourself, which will then ultimately lead to you having a better mindset. So that's where the self-fulfilling portion comes in. It's not self-fulfilling, it's own fulfilling. You yourself have to go and fulfill it. And you do that by action. Neil Gilliland is saying, this talk sounds like the Billionaire Boys Club movie.
I've never heard of that movie, but it sounds like a good movie.
I would go so far as to say that a lot of the stuff in principle that a lot of these like self-help people talk about in principle sounds good, but it's in practice where the difference comes in. It's the difference between someone just speaking about it and a person actually trying to live it.
Okay, I'm going to further your point there, because a lot of people will talk about manifestation. A lot of people will talk about, prophecy and prophesizing your goals, and so the difference between these billionaires and just a standard successful person, I would class myself as just a standard successful person. I'm just as successful as anyone else in a normal standard 9-to-5 job. The only difference is I make it in a couple of hours a day. They do it in, 8 to 12 hours a day, so you're reducing your time, increasing your freedom. That to me is success. So I'm a successful person. Now, the only difference between what I say and what a billionaire says, the only difference between me and a billionaire is action, like you just pointed out. These billionaires and multi-millionaires are a little bit weird. I said it. I've met a few of them. They're a bit weird. Like, you're looking and you talk to them and you ask them about how they've gotten to where they've gotten, and you're like, bro, like, you're not okay. Like, you're a bit odd, aren't you? Like, you're a bit weird, like a bit screw loose sort of, literally, you're a bit screw loose sort of kind of guy. Or, like, I have met a few of these types of people, and just the way they conduct, the way they look at themselves is very different to how you and I would look at ourselves. So when a lot of people say, I want to become the next billionaire, bro, like, there's a whole lot you need to do when it comes to not only what goes on in your mind, not only what you do and put into action, but how you see yourself. Like, these people look at themselves as a third, or almost like a third person. Like, they look at themselves from a different point of view and somehow analytically structure themselves and treat themselves like their own employee, where they will optimize their own life. Like, they will cut out, their sacrifices are astronomical. Like, the sort of things that me and you would just look at and think, bro, I wouldn't want to, sacrifice that. Why would you want to do that? I'm biased trader.
Here's a question from Kathy, asking, may I ask, would be helpful if you explain the logic when you draw that rectangle? So I'm assuming that this was directed towards Aaron.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron, if you please, would you care to explain why you've drawn that rectangle?
Okay, so this is just a setup for me. No, why is it a setup? We swept a swing high with another swing high, then we broke a swing low, and then I just mark it out, and that's my setup. Simple. Not much more to it.
So what does that setup mean? Are you going to wait for price?
This is for sells. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take it, obviously, but this would be a sell setup. So you'd wait for price to tag it back in, get involved. Now, some zones are quite big, so I would use my fib for a better entry. This one isn't too bad. Now, let me go and have a look if there's any zones that I can see that are quite big. For example, let's say this EU setup is quite big, right? Obviously, we got an entry and it kind of played for the 1 hour that I would look for. But wait, let me explain it a little more detailed. So this swing low swept this swing low, okay? Right? So then I will look for the latest high before the sweep, okay? So once we got our sweep, I'll mark it to the break, okay? Now, this candle broke above that high, as you can see. We need the break to be a body of the candle, not the wick. So if this wicked, it wouldn't be a break. And then I'd look for price to come back and look for an entry here. Now, I wouldn't take this at the initial entry because it's too big. I'd probably use my fib. I know my fib looks ugly, I'm sorry. But yeah, so that's kind of it. It's very simple. It's just an entry zone. That's it.
I hope that satisfies your curiosity, Kathy. What I can say is the way that I mark up a zone, like Remy, if you can bring up my screen, I'll just look for an area where I haven't brought any or marked anything. Are you there, Remy?
I'll do it for you now. Hang on. Your screen. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend. It is all yours.
Thank you. The way that I mark up an area with a rectangle is usually from areas of reaction. So you can imagine that this is USD CAD. So if I just look at the 15-minute example, if I zoom out ever so slightly, I can see certain areas where there were certain reactions. And what I would do then is based on that reaction, I will draw a box. So first and foremost, I can see that in this area over here, we've really struggled to break above these points from yesterday, from Tuesday. So what I would look for is I would look either towards the left to see if there was an area that it reacted off of. In general, it's usually something like that I would mark out as a box. And the idea of that is that when I look at how the market moves, my idea is based on, let's say, higher highs, higher lows. So typical market structure, we have a low down here. We have the high all the way up there. And in between, we have market structure. So there we have a higher high in relation to the previous high. Over here, in terms of the low, we have a higher low. So I'll mark this as a low. Let's mark this one as a high. And then this one over here would be a higher low. And so on and so forth until I have the highest point. In this case, this is a higher high. This is once again a higher low. And this is a higher high. Now, this is just typical price structure. Making higher highs, higher lows. You can literally see that we are in an uptrend. Okay. Now, what happens is at some point, this uptrend fails. And that is the point where we start printing lower lows instead of higher lows in relation to the previous one. So you always go back to the previous one. This high over here is the base. You will look at the very next swing, it's higher, and so on. Very next one, you look at what happened previously. This low that's down here, this is a higher low because it's higher than the previous one. And so on if this low over here, same thing. You always go back one step. So in this case, where we are currently, or where we were, this low that we have here is lower than this previous low swing. So there might be a change in character now. So then I look for where was the last time that price failed to try and push price higher. And that happened to be on this point over here, which is effectively a lower high in relation to the previous high point. So you can see this was the first time where a new higher high was not printed. And it was also the first time that a lower low was printed as well. Once again, in relation to the previous structure. So then what I go and look for is I go and look for whether or not that area was a decision point. Is it an area where the bulls failed to push price higher? And I can only know this by looking towards the right and seeing if there were reactions off of that area. Here you can see a nice slowed reaction around that area exactly. So the last two candles that we have here was the last attempt to try and force the price to push higher. So to try and continue this upward trajectory that we had. There we failed. This was the exact point that the sellers started to take over, creating a new downward trend or sideways trend. But the idea is still that the upward trend, the bullish momentum, failed. And this is where it failed. You go and look for areas where it tests it. So that's why I build up a box like this. This is what I would use for that. And then the secondary one is within a trend. So this is what I would use to kind of look for the break. This is a break point. I call this just a break point because it's where the upward momentum broke. And then I want to see the same kind of reaction that we had here. I want to see the next time we come to that same area to try and push price lower as it had done the first time. So then what I look for is I look for within a trend. I'm looking for areas where price struggled to break that same trend. So if I can go look on a higher time frame, let's say on the hourly, here we can see we've had a downtrend. This was a very nice downtrend that you can see here. And at this point over here is when we started to fail that downtrend and it started to push into a bullish trend. You can see it because once again, here is your low. There is your recent high. You suddenly, instead of printing a lower low in regards to this one here, you're printing a higher low as well as effectively a higher high. Okay, but it's way up there. But you can start seeing it with these wicks as well over here. Like it's starting to present. But in general, this one up over here broke this recent high point over there. Okay, and anyway, so the idea is then I start looking for within a trend for if price were to come back, would they go to the same or at which area are they likely to come back to? And that to me is this whole candle over here on the hourly. And the reason for that is because this is the establishment of a new upward trend. Okay? Meaning this area over here, the bears are trying to break this new upward trending trend. It's trying to break it. So I always view it in the idea of an arm wrestle. So bulls and bears are constantly in competition with each other and they will lose rounds. In this case, this was the round where the bulls took over and they completely forced the bears out of the way. So my expectancy is in future, if price were to come back to this point, are we going to see a similar reaction? And the only way that you can do that is by testing and seeing where that failure was. Once again, so we have a rally, we have a base. This was one of the bases. We have a continuation of a rally. We have another base formed over here as well. Same idea, same concept. Price continues pushing up. Bears tried to break this upward trend. They failed. Price pushed up. So you can see price pushed away, came back to it, tested the area, continued up. And now after a while, it's come back to test this area again, and it looked like we're having a reaction off of it. However, this reaction is not as strong as, for argument's sake, these reactions that we had over here. So that's one way that I also use the boxes to line up areas that potentially could come back to. So let's say hypothetically with the one that we had lined up over here, if my strategy said, listen, wait for price to get back to it. So create a base, break out of the base. There's the breakout. Pull back into the base, take a trade on the base as an example. I can have a trade marked up exactly on that base, have my stop loss just below either the base or the most recent swing, which was over here, and then I look for a 1 to 2 or 1 to 1.5, that kind of like stuff. In this case, we would have had a 1 to 5 example. If I had it exactly at the bottom of that box, I could have gotten a 1 to 2. But you get the idea. You get the idea how it works. There's different reasons why you would draw a box, and with different rationales. So I don't use it as a I don't always use it as a trade entry like what Aaron would do, for argument's sake. But
Yeah.
there's a different rationale to it. And find your rationale. You can build boxes whichever way you want. Atigel is asking, do you use ICT or SMC? No. The thing is just that the idea about ICT and SMC concepts is not new. ICT took information that already existed and just put a fancy name on it and then marketed it.
He made it sexy and sold it.
Yeah, but the concepts existed long before. So like Wyckoff theory, a lot of the stuff that ICT built on was Wyckoff theory. It existed for many years, long before ICT was even on the scene. So, yeah. Any discount codes for first timers? We did have some New Year's discounts. But what I would say is stick around. Very soon, we're going to have a very nice event centered around our 10-year anniversary. I can't give you the exact date, but it's gonna be soon, and there may or may not be some discounts associated with that event, and there may or may not be some giveaways. So you're gonna have to kind of like stick around to find out whether or not that's going to happen. Atigel asking, anybody got denied by the Fivers? Can we trust the Fivers payout? I don't trust funded anymore. Well, fancy that you asked that question, Atigel. So
It's
here's
a
the
fantastic
thing.
question. Oh, that's sad, man. It's sad that has to be a thing.
So if you go onto the Fivers website, you will see that there's a fair few awards that have been handed out. And you can go and read testimonials. You can go to, what is it? Not Hello Peter. What's that other one? Like the review platform?
Oh, you got prop something. Oh my god. Prop review or some prop. I'll try and find. I'm sure I'm following them on Instagram.
What is it, like a website you mean with all the prop
Yeah,
firms?
it's a website where
I think
people
it's
go and review prop firms.
Prop Firm Match, I think
Prop firm
it's
match.
called.
There we go. Thank you, Louis. Thank you very
Prop
much.
the match.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can go to Prop Firm Match and you can go and see, just don't take my word for it. You can go and see how good the Fivers really is. Now,
Yeah.
have they denied payouts? Yes, they have. Going to be very blunt with you, they have. However, they have only denied payouts where there have been gross negligent behavior with regards to the rules of the fund. There isn't any hidden rules that the funds, the funding programs have. All of the rules are available on the Fivers website, and the only time someone would have been denied a payout is if they have gone and broken those rules after being advised not to. So here's the thing. They will send you a warning if you're doing something that is considered a breach, or if they're doing something that is a soft breach. They will send you a warning, say, listen, there's certain things that you're doing right now that is going against the rules, which is all upfront, nothing is hidden. And then if you continue, they will give you an opportunity to change your habits. And if you continue to just completely disregard the rules, then they will say, listen, we're going to deny you your payout because the funds that you made were based on rule breaking. And here's the thing. The Fivers is a book, which means that everybody that gets a funded account, you are participating along with all of the other traders as well as the Fivers and participate within the liquidity market. So if you lose money, they lose money. It's not B-book. They're not like alternating or changing your trades and then send some of them to the market and the rest of them they keep within. It's all a book. So the idea is they want the best traders. There is no reason for them to deny a payout purely for screwing with someone. They have their reputation on hold. And remember, the Fivers is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. So 10 years. Established in 2016.
Yeah, not 10 months, not the 1 year, 10, this a decade in the industry.
Yeah.
It's
And
a
the
long
thing
time.
is, they've built the whole prop, this whole business was built on trust, and they've proven that they've been trustworthy through all these years. You don't get to where you are with the Fivers by denying people payouts for no reason. And remember, denying someone a payout is, you will see it as negative if you are unwilling to accept that you have disregarded the rules. If you've disregarded the rules, then you'll be like, yeah, I didn't really play according to the rules. And then it's just fair.
Yeah, 100% that. Literally that. Also, I saw in Bias Trader's comment a little bit earlier on. Will, stop meeting Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It's not healthy. Fair. I like this comment though. Bellower saying, "No, Will. The difference between you and billionaires is their access to capital." I like that. That's a nice little comment. Yeah.
Maybe some of them
Also,
sold a portion of their soul to get that capital, and they were willing to do what
maybe.
do.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Also, share the stream with your trading squad. Yes, everybody. Make sure that you are trading with the Fivers. Make sure you're watching the Fivers. Make sure that you are sharing the Fivers with your team. Make sure you're sharing it with everybody who wants to get into trading, has thought about getting into trading, or is in trading. Make sure you share it.
Oh, dude, this is awesome. Atigal is saying, anyway, I'm from New Zealand. Welcome from New Zealand. We have a fair few traders from Australia, and we've got some New Zealand traders as well. So LJ, I don't know, Atigal, if you've watched LJ. LJ is from Brisbane. I know it's not New Zealand, but he's basically your neighbor. Thanks, and I know the 5%ers is reliable, and I will try one day. Lots of my friends use Fivers. You see? And if you trust your friends, you can trust us. You are my team. I mean, fair, Louis.
Louis, I love that.
Roland FX is saying, Seacrest funded just closed. This industry is no longer safe. Well, you have to ask yourself, what was Seacrest funding doing? There's a massive difference between A book and B booking, and there's a massive difference between the Fivers and any other prop firm.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been out for 10 years. I think that proves a lot, honestly. I wouldn't question a prop firm that's been out for 10 years.
No, it's a long time in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
10 years
Hello, Victor.
They were going before
Hello,
I
Victor.
heard of trading.
Victor's here.
Well,
Victor.
hello.
Hi. How are you doing, guys?
Yeah, we're good.
Good, my man. Yeah.
I think
Yes,
we're talking about the Fivers' excellent reputation.
Yeah.
Yes, we are referring to Fivers as absolutely unperishable ability of being just the best prop firm in the industry. But yeah,
Yeah.
It is saying that on the Fivers live trading room. It may triggers people saying we are biased. But I mean, if something is true, then how do you express it otherwise? It's a constant, right? It's not a variable depending on your perspective.
Yeah.
It's a constant. It's a fact. But hey, yeah, I think longevity is a great argument, right? You guys have mentioned that as well already.
yep, I've been in the industry.
And if you compare, I think one of the things is that if you there's a wise saying. I think we have said this in before, but you can judge the tree by its fruits, right? So what are the intention? What are the things that a company does, what are the other things that that company does. Yeah, by by observing that, you can get a pretty good idea, where their heart is, where their intentions are. And if you consider that the five is putting a lot of funds, money, resources, time in getting us right on the live stream, we're not charging anything for that. That's completely free. That's investment. Why are they doing this? Why would they? Right? And give you education, these events. Why would they have workshops on the Discord and organize all of these things, um, which are more than anything for the benefit of the trader, who is getting all of this access to information, knowledge, and so forth. So if you look at that, it gives you, actually, you see the true face of the Fifers. We're a company that is committed to not only give you the funding, but also help you to maintain the funding, and actually be able to be funded, not only offering you to be funded with evaluation, but actually help you get those funding as well. Because it is, as Richard said, it is in our, when you have the same interest lined up, then it makes sense for the company to actually have as many as possible traders being good traders, consistent, risk averse, right? Not super. That's why we have risk rules, because we need to be safe with the fund. There's actually a fund behind this program. Yeah? It's not just selling evaluations. So when you consider all of that, it makes a lot of sense to uh, to start, and you will see, you will stick with us as well. That's my conviction.
Dropping
Victor,
absolute logic bombs on it.
All right. So
Love it.
you guys in any trades? I haven't put up my screen yet.
No, I'm not in any trades. I wanted to take a a Nasdaq long, but I sat
Okay.
out, and it's very close to my stop loss, so I'm glad I sat out.
Okay. Any
I
reason,
was
particular
sell.
reason why you didn't take the trade?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you have any particular reason why you didn't? What made you not take the trade, which resulted in a good decision?
Um,
Back
si-
this week?
Simply because January was a great month, and this week has been a bit like the price action's been odd, and for me at least. So I'd rather just step back. That's kind of it.
Richard, you were gonna say something?
No, I was just going to say I had a loss this morning on the live account. I got in a lot later than I wanted to get in. If I had gotten in where I wanted to, it would have been a winning trade, but I didn't. I took a full loss, and then I tried, before I reached the full loss, I tried to hedge the trade as well, and then I had to close it before the news came out. So I got a very, very slight amount of profit on that one. So one full loss and then a little bit of profit on the secondary trade. So we were
I see.
discussing earlier as a like a snowball effect of one poor decision. So
Mm-hmm.
the first poor decision was I didn't enter when I was supposed to. I entered late, and then the willingness to hedge the move was based on that first negative decision. So it's just like a snowballing effect and making negative decision after negative decision because you feel like, you should have been in on this move, and you missed out. So today was a little bit of a learning curve for me as well.
Yeah, I think it's I've had this before, and it came as a little bit of a tiny revelation, many years ago. I if you think about it, every trade and everything we do has a certain probability, or every indicator or any event has a probability, changes the probability of price going one way or the other. Same thing
Mm.
with the characteristics of every trade, right? Let's say the setup, if it's in the morning, has a certain probability of hitting TP. If it's in the midday or whatever session, or if after news and so on, all of these characteristics, they have a probability in affecting the TP or stop loss being hit. And
Mm.
However, and we should, right, logically thinking, we should be taking decisions based on those characteristics, based on those patterns, based on those time of the day, on the session, on whatever price action we see, and on the chart, whatever the indicators are telling us. And because we know that, we are adapting, we're adjusting to the changing probability. However, I think that's a sound decision making process, right? You either before, during, not after, but during, you read the signals by whatever indicator, time of the day, etc., and then you adjust whether or not you make decisions to do nothing or to change, modify your position, to close, etc., or to open a new position. However, I found myself, and I think many people will relate to this. I found myself making decisions that are not based on any of these probabilities, but based on what happened to my previous trade, if I was late or not, if how I feel, if I had a great day at the beginning, or if my day is going well. I mean, on non-trading related. I mean, outside of trading, where when you think about it objectively, that has nothing to do with the market.
Yeah.
So why? And I thought thinking, reflecting about many years ago, why am I taking decisions based on unrelevant information, unrelated information? If you think about it, it doesn't have anything with the probability of the trade. And if you consider that, then to me that was an eye opener. It said, well, I should only be making decisions based on what the charts and the other characteristics that do have an impact on price, and only that. So, not because I'm feeling a certain way today, or because I have a streak, a losing, winning, whatever streak, or because whatever, I'm close to my TP to being hit, or I'm close to my targets being hit on my evaluation account or funded account. It's close to a payout. All these things have nothing to do with the market. They have all to do with us, and they make us feel differently, right? But
Yeah.
it doesn't matter for the market. The price will do whatever it will do, regardless of these things. So that discerning between those two, what kind of information is this? Is this something that's going to affect the probability of a setup or not? That question was key to me for improving my trading.
I'm never surprised by you, Victor. Like, I have this certain expectancy when it comes to you. It's just like when you rock up, you're always going to have like this very sophisticated way of presenting an idea, and it's usually like you just drop into, you've just listened a little bit of what we've spoken about, and you have like this section that you can just absolutely go ham on. And I'm flabbergasted, but at the same time, I completely expected of you that you're gonna rock up and have this absolute like wealth of good knowledge that you share with everybody, free of charge, by the way.
You're too kind.
Will, I think maybe Will is struggling with a little bit of his with his Wi-Fi at the moment. So we will excuse Will, and the three of us will carry on.
I just got a notification that someone I gave a free account to just got a payout. That's so nice to see, man.
How did you give
Nice.
someone a free account?
I basically, well, my Discord started growing, so I just did a giveaway.
Oh, okay.
I got a good payout, so I sent him some money to buy him.
Nice.
Yeah, wow, that's great to see. That's a good way to start the day.
Can we be friends, and then you can send me some money, and I can buy myself some?
Yeah, we're friends, Richard. Don't worry. One day I'll do that for you.
You heard it here first, guys. Aaron is going to buy our friendship.
Yep. I had a question for you, Richard.
Yeah.
How much do you risk on your live accounts?
Live accounts. Okay, so it's going to depend on which. Is it my personal account or if it's a prop one? Prop ones, I will.
I mean, what do you do on both? Is there a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. With the prop ones, I don't go larger than 0.5% when
Okay.
I'm live funded. So
Yeah.
I don't go larger than 0.5%. On my personal accounts, of which I've only got the one, I had two, but I closed the one.
Yeah.
There, it will depend on like where I am in the month. So if I'm a little bit down on the month, because technically it's all my capital. So if I'm a
Right.
little bit down, I will reduce a little bit. I'll go down ever so slightly, and I'll drop to about 0.2% of risk. And if I'm doing a little bit better, if I'm taking a little bit of money out of that account, then I would pick up my risk a bit to about 0.4.
Right.
So it's slightly less than my prop firm account because it's my actual capital that I am risking.
And you usually target a 1 to 2, you said, right? If I remember correct.
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, I mean that's solid to be honest. I mean 0.5%. If you win your trade, you make 1%, so that's very good. Yeah.
In general, but it's also slightly. I used to do it differently, where I would, I would scale down and scale up depending on how good things have been going.
Yeah.
But I decided, you know what? I think just keep it to a standard one. Have a set expectation, have a set risk, and just work my way from there with the
Right.
evaluation. I had to learn how to do it a little bit differently with my actual funds, with a account that I had, a personal account, because I was jumping all over the place. I would be risking, let's say, 1% the one day, and then I will get a nice, increase in my account, and then the next day I would risk 5%.
Right. Okay.
I tried to bring both of them closer to each other, so that's why I have a 0.2 and a 0.4 on my personal, and a 0.25 to 0.5 on my prop accounts.
Okay. I mean, I like your approach. It's very, yeah, it's ideal to be honest, especially the prop firm one. Because I personally am quite a higher risker than that. But that's the downside, I guess, to trading a 1-to-1 when you're live, is that if you risk 0.5 and you win, you make 0.5. And I mean, 0.5 is 0.5 profit, right? But it's not always a lot, right? I mean, if you have like 300K in capital, you don't want to be making 0.2%. I mean, what's that? Like,
fair.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So I like that approach, to be honest. You've adjusted it quite well to your strategy.
Yeah, I think also there's another factor that I think maybe comes into play as well, is I don't need a lot.
Right.
The exchange rate for the rand, which is the South African currency, versus the US is heavily weighed in favor of the United States dollar. So it's right now it's like 16-1. So the idea is it's 15.9. So the idea is I don't need to make 100 or 10K every month. I don't have to. If I can make $2,000 a month, then I'm already making more than what I need, So I don't have to go absolutely ape and then risking and trying to make $100,000.
Yeah,
So
I mean, that's fair enough, actually.
That's quite interesting,
yeah.
Richard. And that gives me another question, actually, a follow-up question to all of you. Maybe those who are in the chat as well, to let us know what your stance is on this question. How do you see the profits you get on a monthly basis, right? The average, the whatever it is that you get. Do you see it as income or capital growth? That's the question that I have for any of you who might be interested. Go ahead, William. I see. I tickled you. Go ahead.
You did a little bit, but I'm going to answer this question, then pop off. Also, this comment here is amazing. I've just Googled it. I'm going to look into it. So thank you very much for that comment. But my Wi-Fi seems to be in all sorts of things. So I'm going to make it real quick. I see it as both. I divide a percentage of my my earnings. I'm not going to go in and divulge into my strategy or my percentages, what I use. However, I will tell you sort of a little bit about how I arrange it. There's a certain percentage goes into savings, certain percentage goes into spendings, and then a certain percentage goes into growth for my accounts, so like my personal accounts. So you've got to understand that if you want to stay in the game for a long time, you've got to strategize the way you earn your money. That's why you're not seeing me off in Dubai with Lamborghinis and all sorts of watches flooding cash about the place. It's stupidity. It's not smart. We're in trading for business, for growth, as a career, and hopefully for life. Treat it that way. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. Victor, one absolutely awesome question. I will watch on my phone because I can't wait to see everyone else's response on this. Guys, let us know as well, what do you think about that question? Let us know in chat. If you haven't already, smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share. And I shall see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much, guys.
Take care, Will.
Thank you. Full of great energy as always, Willie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Aaron, Richard, who goes first?
Aaron.
Only if you want.
To be honest, for me, I'm kind of the same, like Will said, but it's not the same as in South Africa. If I make 2K here, like obviously that's a good amount of trading, but it wouldn't be enough to me to, for example, do nothing else. You know what I mean? So I kind of am the guy that just likes to save his money when he gets payouts and just invest like 30% of it back into challenges or live accounts, and that's kind of it.
Yeah, that's a fair way of looking at it. Like, your living standard across the world is going to be different. That's unfortunately the reality of the fact that we have different forex pairs.
Yeah.
I have a very similar approach to you as well, Aaron. Okay, so I won't go into detail specifics, but the approach is very similar.
Why not? Why not? Spill it out. I'm kidding.
It's that
the private person. I'm just kidding.
That thing of like personal capital. It's that personal aspect of it. It's just like
I'm just pulling your leg. Go ahead, Richard. I know exactly what you mean.
So the way that I used to approach it, and I think that it's going to be different for everybody else because it's really based around what is called necessity and what is called want. Obviously, everybody wants to be rich. Who doesn't want to be rich?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying my name, rich. I mean like capital. People want wealth. Okay. But at the same time, if you're only ever chasing wealth, you will realize how shallow wealth can be. And if you take a step back and you kind of like look at your life and you realize that, you know what, I can be content with this amount. Anything more is a bonus. Anything more, and this amount here is like you're covering everything that you need to. You're covering your responsibilities. You're covering future responsibilities. You're covering savings, investments, everything. This bracket. Anything that you make outside of that bracket is an extra. It might mean an extra holiday at the end of the year. It might mean I'm going to, instead of buying myself $1,000 watch, I can do a $2,000 watch. Silly example, but the point being that it's the idea of that extra stuff you can give back to yourself. The way that I've always viewed it is make sure that everything is covered. I have enough going into savings. I have enough going into retirement annuities and all of that kind of like stuff. And I make sure that everything is covered long before I look at luxuries, long before I look at the wants. I look at the responsibility first. And that's how I've always viewed trading as well. I make sure that if I need to make, let's say hypothetically, $2,000 a month, that is something that is being covered first and foremost, long before I even look at buying myself a Lamborghini or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, similar approach.
Good. Yeah. Very good. That's a very nuanced and responsible way of handling your profits, Richard. I think there's a lot to be said here, and it will depend on your location, geographical location, on your age. I mean, depending on your age, you may have a different view and different set of responsibility. You may have a family. You may have or not. You may not have anything yet, and you can take more risk and be a bit more aggressive with your decision making. It also has to do with, where are you now as a trader? Are you just starting off? I mean, what's the point in, getting your small payouts and putting in them in a savings account? Probably you're still at the, building the number of accounts you have, but
Yeah.
perhaps you are already you have a number of years under your belt where you have been getting with some consistency payouts, and then it becomes much more relevant, what do you do with the excess money? Because that's what you're thinking about, the wants, right? That's the excess money. It's above your needs. And you gotta make it, it doesn't make sense. And that was what Bill was talking about. It's stupidity to just, smash and throw around excess capital. I mean, you work for it. It's your time and your energy. It's your resources for the future. So you want to be implementing, or you want to be putting it in at work at the best way. And to me, it depends, as I said, depends on your age and what stage of your life you're currently in. But to me, in my current stage and age, etc., I'm I'm a bit more. I see whatever that I make as a great majority of that is seen as capital growth and not much as income. So the income is a fraction of what I make. I'm much more, um, because I see trading as one of my ways, most important one of my ways to grow my capital, my
Right.
net worth. And so I'm interested in what my trading account is doing, but I'm not actually only using it as the trading account in isolation. It's actually the engine of my capital growth. So I'm looking at, how much I'm taking slices of the profits that I will then deduct and live off. But the rest of it, the vast majority, goes to actually growth of net worth, of capital. And that's how I see it. But it depends on where you are, right? I mean, it depends on these things. They're a bit fluid in time. With time, you will gravitate towards different priorities as well.
Yeah.
So that's how I do it, without saying, what percentage of my profits go for my income and so on. And but yeah, that's where my emphasis lies. It lies in capital growth and much less on income. But of course, my income will come from my whatever the profit is, but just it's a fraction of what I make.
Yeah, and I honestly think that everything that you just said now is exactly how people should eventually come to view trading and building capital. It's a which stage you are in your life. It's the wants and the needs, and it's making sure that you are aligned with what is long term going to be the best decision versus what's going to be a short and quick time. Like Joshua was saying this just now. Richard, that hit hard. Me over here trying to be a millionaire in one day, and I feel a lot of traders are in the same boat. I blame the false gurus on YouTube for brainwashing us with luxury stuff. Once again, sex sells. It's the idea that trading, the actual trading lifestyle isn't very flamboyant. It isn't very pretty. It's not really going to sell a course now, is it? If I give you the realities of trading, especially for new beginners going into trading, it's not very appealing. What does sell, however, is me showing you that what Victor was referring to in terms of like wealth, like building his personal wealth to the point where it's what is his sorry, you used the exact like word for it, but now my brain is not braining at the moment.
Capital growth. You mean my net worth?
Net worth, there we go. They want to show you what net worth is without you actually being at that point where you're building net worth. So these online gurus and whatnot, let's call them what they are, they're not in it to teach you how to trade. They're in it for them to make money. And that's exactly the point. they sell you something that looks pretty, and you're going to buy that because you don't want to buy the idea that trading can be difficult, and the idea that trading is going to require discipline, and it's going to require a lot of mental strain and a lot of self-inflection, because that isn't pretty. That doesn't sell. So the reality is one thing versus what you're getting sold.
Yes, that's it's actually a dream being sold a lot of the times, but that's not the case with everyone. Of course, not every course is that way, and we're talking quite negatively on courses. But that doesn't have to be the case. There are honest, honest, mentors out there who are actually giving you a realistic
Yes.
view. And so it's not about shouldn't reflect, but we all know that the majority has their interest in other points, and they're not exactly aligned with yours, at least not
So I was
optimally.
generalizing there, and I apologize for the generalization. Obviously, there are more bad actors than there are good actors, and unfortunately, they do sometimes overshadow the good actors in the industries. Yes, you are correct, 100%. It's not all of them, and it was wrong of me to generalize as if that is the norm.
The we have the market reacting quite nicely to some levels. Maybe I can share some of that.
Yes.
We'll come back if we have questions in the chat about how you view your profits and whether you should be aiming for luxury or not. I mean, those are actually very good questions too, because I think they help the viewers to get a more adequate, a more responsible, a bit more um real. To me, it's just real. That's reality. Reality isn't about showing off and flexing. It's about doing the wise thing with your resources. But I'll come back to perhaps that if people want, we will come back to that discussion if people want that. But let me show, if you guys don't mind, let me show my screen so we can go back a little bit of a chart dose for today. Let me expand my screen so I can see things clearly. All right, so we have on the higher time frames on
Sorry, Victor.
EU. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
before you go ahead, Aaron, it looked like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys something real quick.
Perfect.
I'm sorry for interrupting, Victor, but I wanted
No
to
problem.
ask if you guys would recommend for me. This is a question for me. If you guys
Okay.
would recommend to me if starting a live account with personal funds, or would you say just stick to prop firms for now and build that personal account later on, or what do you guys think? I mean,
You're asking us.
yeah,
You're
because you both trade on personal funds as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And I haven't started that yet. I've always been trading with prop firms, and I've been doing well in that. But I don't know if you guys would recommend me to start a personal account, because I can't afford it, obviously, at the moment. With the money that I would use, it would be from prop firms, so it's not a problem. But like every time I think about starting a personal account, it's like I could use that money to buy challenges and make more money. Is my thought process. You know what I mean? So I don't know
Yes.
what your advice is on that.
Yes. I can give you one, but perhaps Richard is jumping, or maybe should I?
No, you can go,
Okay.
Victor, by all
Okay.
means.
Okay. All right. So the you have to compare the pros and cons. One thing is there's nothing like having your money when you have an edge and you have consistency, when you have your money in your account. No rules, no one's telling you what to do, what not to, right? So it's only good for when you are actually a profitable, consistent trader with a robust edge.
Yeah,
However, it is the prop firm industry, or the offering um, gives you a huge potential, much bigger than the life account, because the life account, you can be risking 10%, on the trade, or 5%. That's going to kill your account. That
yeah,
just a time bomb. But you can, I don't say you should do this, but you can allow more riskier um, uh, risk management or risk rules on prop firms within the norm, within the rules. I'm not saying here to go beyond the rules,
yeah,
much more so than on your life account. Or with your life account, you should be protecting both of them with your with every every way you can, but your live account should be a bit more it should not, it is a lot more valuable than the prop firm account. So eventually you want to be ending up having your capital flowing into your personal account.
Yeah.
However, to grow that, prop firm are the potential they give you are much more attractive. So what I would tell you is to get all of the possible prop firm capital, funded capital as possible, and for that you would need, to reinvest your profits.
Right.
And once you have you've seen, I've gotten all the prop firm accounts that I can get reasonably. I'm not, we're not going after, things that are of low quality. Once you have the ones that you think, okay, these are the ones that I want, then you would switch to go the profits. I no longer need prop firm accounts, and I'm making, nicely. Then I'm going to be building up my life account. But
Right.
so it's a depending on where you are, like if you're just, not you personally, but I mean this is a general answer for everyone. If you just have one funded account, then the best thing is to get another one, buy more accounts and have the capital, the assets under management, the AUM, as big as possible on their prop firm first. When you have maximized that, then you will then move towards building your life account. That's my idea. That's how I did it, and
Right.
that's what I recommend others to do. So there is a moment for each one of them. Prop firm is great, but you don't want to stick to it forever.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
I mean, you want to keep it, but you don't want to only stay with prop firm forever.
Yeah.
You want to add your life accounts when you're, when you have all the accounts you reasonably can buy and get funded with.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Victor has had to say. I think that is definitely the right way to go about it. It starts off with the idea of risk to reward. So what
Yeah.
am my personal risk that I'm putting on the table, and what I gain to potentially gain from that? It's obvious. If you go pros and cons, prop firms, granted, it is a reputable, well-established, properly managed prop firm, and not a let's say one and done. We don't actually want you to pass. If it's one of those kind of prop firms with the intention of actually growing with the trader,
Yeah.
get as many of those as you can up until you feel like Victor said, your capital under management is high enough that it makes sense to start investing some of your own capital with a personal broker, as an example. Now, the thing is, it's going to the idea of a prop firm is to gain capital and grow capital as quickly as possible.
Right.
Because not everybody has got X amount of capital just laying around, $10,000, $100,000, in which they can then try and build their estate with, So that's the first thing. The second thing I would say is also consider if you have a strategy or something that you would like to implement that is outside of the rules that these prop firms that you're trading with would allow. Also consider then getting a personal account where those kind of trading conditions are allowed.
Right.
Hypothetically, you want to start trading news events, but the prop firms that you have got all your prop accounts with are, they have limitations on that, and you have a personal account that would allow that, then yeah, that's something that you can also consider.
Yeah.
Just as another pro versus con list that you can create to say whether or not it's worth it.
Right. I mean, it's not something I'm really thinking about much because I haven't maxed out with any prop firms yet, as funding wise. But it's just a thought, it's always there, right? It's always an option that's available. And as you two already are doing it, I just thought I'd ask, right?
Fair.
So yeah, we'll see. Thanks for the advice, guys. I do have to shoot off now. I'm sorry. Was a good time to be on stream with you guys. Great seeing you guys again. And I'm on tomorrow again, so hopefully I'll see you guys then.
Yes, and then tomorrow we again have our new futures a gentleman, David, that's going to join us
Ooh.
again tomorrow. So I don't know, Aaron, if you're going to be joining in on the future section, but
Well, I definitely will be. Maybe if you join my Discord, I'll buy you an account as well, Richard. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
well, I mean, you have my details, so
Yeah.
nudge, nudge, wink, wink. You know,
Hi guys. Have a good
Aaron, have
stream.
a good day,
Take
mate.
care, Aaron. Thank you for being you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. All right. Take care, guys. Peace.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All
And
right.
then there were two.
Yes. So we I think it's what happens after. It's a good from time to time we discuss these these topics. What do you do with the profits? How do you invest? We're not This is not investment advice, not financial advice, but I mean just sharing our experience. What do we do? What do we think is recommended, or to be suggested, because in the end it's not only about trading, right? You got to take care of your estate, your net worth, your capital, uh, as well. Not outside of trading, mean investing. What do you do with the excess capital? Richard, let me go through the if that's okay with you. Let me go through the EU.
This is your
Uh,
segment, Victor. It's you can do whatever you want.
Thank you for being so generous. We have on the higher time frame. So let's take a little bit of understanding where we are, and what has switched in the meantime since last time we watched this. Maybe you don't watch us every day and haven't seen the higher time frames that I show all the time, but maybe last time was last week, maybe last month, whatever that may be the case. We are on the monthly time frame. There is a structure that we're always been talking about since a long time now. It's the monthly, right? It's so the last couple of months. Left shoulder head neckline breaks it and comes back for the first right shoulder and extends the pattern even more and comes back for presumably the second right shoulder. Now the second right shoulder is typically is not as strong as the first one, but it can be. It's not always as the win percentage, the formation, the success rate of creating or not creating a right shoulder is a little less the second time around than the first one, but it is still, if everything is lining up, it is still a great opportunity to look for, for the reversal, meaning you're looking for the possibility of price doing this, either going to maybe not the whole pattern, right? The whole pattern would be ending here, but perhaps to something that makes sense on the weekly, on one time frame lower, meaning you're doing the pattern on the monthly, but you're targeting just the weekly, just being conservative on your target. So what do we have? We do have a fresh order block on the entry on the monthly. However, because we already tapped into the monthly, which is above the last one, this is the one that you want to be watching. It's quite wide. It's not very efficient because it's wide. It can do a lot of things before actually reversing. If even it's going to reverse, what we do have to consider is that that's just one consideration. So currently, if you watch the on the monthly time frame, we already tapped into a bearish structure, right? So that's this, right? That's this what we have here, and that's what created the wick. So we have a first reaction off of this. Before we actually interacted with it, we created a outside bar, which is something that I look for a lot. And let me very quickly say what's the definition that I use. It is where two bars, right? These two bars, this one and that one, when the second one, right, the following one takes out the high and the low, which it did, and closes outside of it. That's a very strong candlestick combination that I use all the time. It's one of my favorites. And it created it before reaching the supply zone. So you have a bullish structure that was created as we went on to touch the bearish structure above. I know it's the monthly, so it may not be as actionable as you may not think it's very actionable, but in reality, it's the basis of what the market will do. And if you align yourself with this time frame, you have a higher probability of, if you have alignment with lower time frame, if you have alignment, you will have a higher probability in getting the direction right, which is a huge thing. So this order block to the left is still there, but not relevant anymore, since we passed and went to a higher level. So these two are the relevant areas that we should be looking for. Now, the question is, if we created an order block, right? This is the move that we had, and we are now coming back. That's the move. The question is, where will I be interested in? Will the market tell us that we will more likely than not continue to go higher, and when will the this the bias change, basically, or the candlestick combination invalidate? So the area to be interesting for a long is obviously when we have where we have the monthly below us. We haven't reached that yet, and that area is at 117.48 more or less. And if we break the low, that's why we have these two lines. If we break that low and close there, then the whole thing switches completely 180 to being bullish, which we are, right? In terms of the pattern, in terms of the trend, in terms of the uh, price action. It is, and even though we had the reaction of this bearish, it is still bullish. So I'm interested in looking. I invite you as well to be watching for the next couple of weeks to see if we are able to bounce off of this area. If we reach it, we may not even reach that, and whether or not we're gonna close below that area. It looks very unlikely, but those are the boundaries of the bias, right? Of the bullishness that we're seeing currently. So that's the monthly. There isn't anything else other than the fact that we do have a bullish monthly structure right here. That if we get, so if on the weekly, that would be this whole great area. And what I do with using an alignment and so on, I would be wanting to look for the weekly to come back to, to align with that monthly. That would mean that I need a bullish structure on the weekly as well. And we do see one which is quite much lower than current level, but this is the weekly and the monthly. So this, on a big candle and a few big candles, you can reach this, relatively easy, this distance. So it is at 116.30 up to the low of that candle, which is at 115.77 and some, more or less, right? So that's one thing that I'm looking for long term, for price to come back perhaps and indicate or create a new structure on the weekly, which could happen when we come back and interact with the monthly, and we perhaps create a bullish candle here, a bullish candlestick combination, I should say, and that would be the alignment that I would be looking for. If it were to happen, I will look for the retest of that overlap for the continuation, because it looks, as long as the market is creating bullish structures, and it is on the monthly, we should be, for that time frame, expect price to continue going higher, with or without a retest in the middle. So that's the weekly. We don't have anything currently. We don't have anything, to be trading, nothing actionable, right now on these time frames. But let's see, we have on the daily, do we have a quasi? We actually had a very beautiful, that this pattern has already been completed. This is the pattern, basically. That's the established downtrend. It breaks the neckline. And after breaking the neckline, it uses one of these two areas, high probability areas, for the reversal to continue. And that's exactly happened. And once it gets to the target, the pattern is done, right? It's completed. So that this pattern no longer offer us anything unless you expect a second right shoulder. And we do have, this would be then considered a second right shoulder, because what you will have is something like this, right? That's the possibility of the second right shoulder being here. that is valid, right? If we mark from the low to that high, you can see that this order block, together with the other two, they form a maximum number of 3, which make this pattern still valid, and you would be waiting for price to come back to this area, and that area for you guys who are interested is around 117.24 up to 116.69, right? That area becomes quite interesting. It is within the monthly. There is no weekly there yet. Maybe in the future there will be, but if that gives us potential, right? You could be looking for it. Maybe we can get on a lower time frame, get a swing trade from, and then after a few days, when your price is moving in your direction, the weekly will then come for the confirmation. If that happens, then you would have after the fact the alignment completed, and you're allowed to use weekly targets as well. So that's a probability that possibility that I would like to tell you guys about. Actually, this entry order block is no longer valid. I left it there just for the count. So we have 2 entry order blocks for that possible right shoulder, a second right shoulder. What else do we have? So that's the daily. We do have a fresh bearish structure above us that if and when we do get there, we could be looking for possible ears, but that's not happening right now, right? Current to the direction of the the market participant, right? The side that is taking control, we can see that the market is not at least not on this time frame, is not creating any candlestick combinations that will indicate that we have switched back to bullish, right? On the daily, from the momentum is still to the downside. There's nothing here telling us that the buyers are stepping in. And I expect, I don't know what's going to happen. We know, nobody really knows, right? It can start going up from here without touching the structures below. But if it will get there, and I think the chances are quite good that it will reach these levels, then I would be much more interested for looking for that switch back from the daily to the lower time frames until the daily then switches back to that bullish bullish stance that we can take advantage of it, right? So this is an area that I'm very, very interested in. When we get there, I will then use. Yesterday we talked about this. Maybe those who are with us regularly will know about this. Yesterday I talked about with Dave, right, our futures guy, that I'm always looking to upgrade my trades, my intraday trades, my day trades, to swing trades. I'm always looking for that because there's a lot of profit there, right? I can get very high R multiples, um, much higher than the intraday, if I'm able to do that. And it's quite safe. It's quite, it's a low maintenance, low investment in time and energy, because basically I then go on a autopilot. It's passive trade management. I can continue trading my day trade strategy and just leave those swing trades to do whatever they will do, right? And that's a low energy, low time cost, but it gives me a high high return. So but we're not there yet, right? So I am very interested, but we're not there. When we get there, then for sure I will be telling you guys to consider, see if you can see on your analysis if you're also, this would be a great area for you, because it is for me, and who knows, maybe it is for you as well. All right, so that's one thing. All right, so that's the daily. Daily isn't ready yet. We only get interested when the daily gets to this area, or we start creating new structures on the current price action on the H4. What else do we have? Let's take a look. We went, let me zoom in, if that's okay with everyone. So I'm gonna take this out because this already hit TP and just clean things a little bit up, right? So we did have a fresh order block on the H4, and that worked nicely. You can see how the market came back to retest and move away beautifully. And we are currently, after this happened, right, the trend is quite strong, and normally I would be targeting the H4, but because of the trend, you should only use your ATR projected TPs and not expect for the H4 to be necessary, be touched or interacted with when the higher timeframes are much more, they're moving with, with momentum, which is the case. So if I that means that on the lower time frame, you should be using the ATR as your projected. So what else do we have? We do have a H4 that was created this morning and was retested. However, I did not get a alignment with the lower time frames, right? With the hourlies that will allow me to take that trade. Let me indicate it here. Price did not come back, right? There's a retest of the area. And even on the one, that's the area that I'm interested in. Price did not reach it. And we didn't get that overlap. And that's why I'm not short, although there was a quasi on the lower time frames that, would have helped anyone using it for a very nice entry right here, right? I didn't get the alignment on the hourlies, but this is, very beautiful. You can see how the market comes back. This is the left shoulder. That's the neckline. That's the head. It breaks it. And once you are here, you can look back using the fib for the 50%. Look for everything in this area for possible areas that could be indicated by entry order blocks of, high probability areas for the market to react from. Price gets there, you can see that big reaction. And I know some people will say that this is the news, and it is, but they go hand in hand, right? The news is the catalyst of the move, but the technicals will tell you up to where the news might go to, or where we'll reverse from. So understanding that is can be very helpful, right? So basically, the pattern was beautifully followed, but I wasn't in this trade because of what I just mentioned, right? It wasn't that reversal based on the overlap on the hourlies, and that tells me that I'm not allowed to take that trade. I'm not gonna take it, and those are just my rules, and I'm happy just following. So that's on EU. There was a beautiful reaction, and maybe some people in the chat have caught this one. If you did, let us know in the chat. And while you are thinking about this, don't forget about the like button. The like button needs your attention urgently to click it so we can reach as many people as possible. And keep on bringing new hosts. As you can see, we have Dave here with us, a new addition to our team. That's in your benefit. You want us to be able to add these, traders for your delight, for your enjoyment, and for your growth. And one way to make sure that we are able to keep on adding these traders in our team is by making this channel bigger. How do you do that? By liking it, subscribing. You make us bigger, make it possible for us to keep on bringing more traders, better traders, bigger, guests. That's all within your hands. So, don't forget about like and subscribe.
Thank you for that, Victor.
No problem. Let's take a look at the chat. Go ahead.
Yes, I was about to bring up just a few things. Stephen here asking, if I scrolled in the videos past, will I come across the one where Victor explains the basics of his strategy? For example, how he marks up order blocks, etc. And we had a very lovely reply from Remy saying, yes, you absolutely will. Victor did a deep dive masterclass during our Black Week series, and then he posted the link. But also, I think, Victor, you have a Discord call every Monday through to Wednesday as well, where you specifically go through your strategy. Do I remember correctly?
Yes, you do. Yes, I did a couple of times. I talked about, well, I do it all the time on the live stream, but specifically, I believe it was on the 5th of November 2023, where we also had an event, and it's on YouTube on our channel, where I talked about risk. And in around that date, maybe it was a day before or maybe a few days before, I also talked about the order blocks and the reason behind it and how you can use it. So that's all in our channel, along with the other great content we have. And on the Discord channel, yes, Rach, I have 3 times a week, I have a slot where we come together, and I go through the strategy, my analysis, and it's a Q&A session, basically, where people can ask anything trading related, and I'll give them my perspective. But it's more, it's also, it's not only about me, it's also about it's a group effort, meaning I'll pull the group and see where we are, and discuss and debate many of these topics around being a trader. So everyone is invited to our Discord community. I keep saying that, but it is because it's an amazing community. Without exaggeration, it can actually help you because help you a lot, because trading can be, for a lot of people, and it is for a lot of people, quite lonely, right? You're sitting there with your screen, and people are social creatures. We are supposed to be in contact with others, for multiple of reasons, and that you only get that when you're part of a community. And so you want to be in a good community, a non-toxic, a positive, where other people are willing and able and actually helping you. And it's not only about us. I'm there doing my best, but it's the whole community, where you see everyone trying to help each other, because we're all in the same boat. We could be more experienced, more profitable, less profitable, but we're all in the same boat. We're trying our best to crack the code, as if you will. It's not really a code, but I mean, the holy grail is the process, right? And crack that code, in having good habits, in pointing towards the good sources, and everything around it. It's an amazing community. So everyone is invited as well to join us in our on the best Discord community, trading community, which is the Fivers.
Yeah, I completely agree there. I see there is one person, Free BD3000, saying, no, this channel is not for me, nothing here. We're very sorry, Free BD, that we cannot provide you with what it is that you are looking for. But I'm sure that there is a community out there that would suit your exact needs. For everybody else, we have the Fivers live stream Monday through to Thursdays, and the only thing that we ask of you is to like and subscribe, and just participate. Send us questions. Even if you don't have a question and you just want to brag about a trade that you took, by all means, go ahead and brag. We will cheer for you for your good trade. And then for everybody else that's here to learn, please don't hesitate to ask us any questions. And then, like Victor said, jump into the Discord. If you have been a client of the Fivers before, if you've purchased an account previously, you will get lifetime access to the Discord, and it's honestly worth it. What we're doing here is just a fraction of what is available to everybody. So go jump into, like Stephen said, you can also win hub credits. So for those of you who don't know what hub credits are, hub credits is a credit that you can use to purchase funded accounts with, and they are the equivalent of a dollar value. So every one hub credit is equal to $1. So every day, like Victor has his weekly session, his slot in the Discord, where often they give away 10 hub credits, and it's completely free, and you can use that to buy absolutely any account. So imagine this: you bought an account, a 2.5K high stakes account, for $22. You go in on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, and a Friday into these sessions, and you win 10 hub credits. Next week, another 10 hub credits. A week after that, another 10 hub credits. Congratulations, you've just bought yourself another 2.5K account, as an example. So it's really, really worth it. And we do give away a lot of these hub credits, even on the live stream as well. We haven't done one in a while, but that's because we've got something very special coming up. But once again, my lips are sealed. I cannot divulge just yet. But it's something very exciting. It's something very fun, and yeah, you need to be there to experience it.
Sure. Yes. Yes, and it's having a chance of winning. I mean, the hub credits, and in this case, having a chance of winning that, which is the more valuable thing, it is while you're spending time with other people where you can learn from, right? People in the audience, they will share their strategy, their experience, their things they find out, lessons learned, and that can be something for you. Like, the discussions can be very, very helpful for anyone who is trying to improve their trading skills. And I think the knowledge shared, not only centrally, but I mean collectively, is huge value. All right, so let's take a look at and I actually I like the fact that you put up the person who said there was nothing on this nothing on this chat. Oh, there we go. Yes, I couldn't find him. But that's perfectly okay, right? We're not everyone is supposed to be liking the same stuff, right? Maybe you don't like it. That's fine. That's perfectly fine, right? We're all individuals, and you're free to stick. If not, that's fine. We're pretty sure you will find somewhere else that will be of your liking. There's a couple of messages. I'm unable to read all of them.
Well,
let's take a look.
There's a very good one here from Sean, asking,
Okay.
wait, order blocks be marked as demand and supply?
Sean, yes. Shall I? Yes. Go. Oh yeah. And also, how do you use support and resistance? Because I have come to realize that most traders use them differently. Sean, that's Sean Ronald. That's an amazing question, actually. Order blocks, what they are, and I'll show you on the charts. What they are is they're building blocks, or you can see them as evidence left behind of price action, right? What was happening for example, in these two candles, or actually this one, right? And the one before that could also be included, but only in this candle. If you understand, what the market has been doing on different time frames, right? For example, on the H4, that it created, right? Let me go to the H4. It created this order block before, right? And the fact that we had an outside bar, which created that order block, tells you something. That's the evidence. That's the crumbles left behind by the market, telling you that sellers were very, very interested in selling the area. Let me take that off, right? This candle, when it was created, in comparison and in relation to the previous candle, the one here, right? And it creates that outside bar. It tells you something. That's information. That's price action. That it tells you something about the price action during that time, during those two candles. And if you know that, and what you mentioned is perfectly applicable, right? Yes, order blocks can be used as demand and supply zone. That's what they are. It's an area that the market has told you that they are interested in buying or selling. Right? And that's exactly what you see by creating these order blocks. And the next time price comes to that area, perhaps look at that on the lower time frame, and let's show you like so. And let's go to the lower time frames. You will see that's on this one. Let me mark it better. So this is from the 11 o'clock. Okay. So if you go down from the 11 o'clock, okay, all right. So the neckline is actually here. So there's a little, it doesn't really matter. That's coming from the 2 hour. You can see that after at 1 o'clock, the close was after that candle, you can see that the market comes back to the same area that was previously that the market has already given you as a supply zone. It comes back and it reacts off of it, right? And that's what's that? That's the definition of a supply zone, right? Price comes back in, and there's supply, right? There's sellers there willing and able and wanting to short price from that level, and that's what creates the price action in the lower time frame. Price comes back, creates this move is what creates the order block, and it comes back and moves away from it, and that's the order block. Just using it from different time frame and top-down analysis, but that's what they are: supply and demand. Same way, just a little different than the traditional way of marking them. Yes, OB, Steven says OB is a refined demand and supply. That's exactly what I use them for. I understand that these order blocks are where price will at least react from. Why? Because there's demand there or there's supply there, and this is very simple. You can use that in your trading plan, in your trading day. Let's take a look at, I think I have a couple of questions. There was someone, all right, so maybe I went a little bit too far. Aussie dollar, someone asking about the that pair. Let's take a look at that using they're using the strategy. I don't know what time frame, but let's take a look very quickly. Right, there is you see, there's that bullish bearish order block. Price comes into it. That's on the daily. So you go on the 4. You see how it reacts to it. Comes back, reacts, leaves a wick, gets there, moves away. That's just beautiful. That's just make trading so easy. All right, so it's the 4. Do we have a quasi? We don't have a bigger quasi on the H4. What we do have is a fresh order block here, like so. And it is right there. Okay. So this is the area where you had the overlap, but it wasn't. You have the overlap after this was where it was created and afterwards. So there is no overlap between the daily. So there is no reason for me to take this as a swing trade yet, short. That's one. On the 2-hour, you do have this one. Let's mark that. The refinement isn't as great, but hey, that's what it is. That's one, and that's the area. When price comes back after the creation, right? So that would be on the 1-hour. Oh, that's even better. Yes, that's a much better refinement. Whenever these are created, let's see, on the 4, that was 11 o'clock. That candle was the 4-hour candle was done, 11 o'clock. So if you look at the 1, right, 11 o'clock was here. So this area is a valid area to be trading. Let me mark it. H1. Let's take out the H2. That's the refinement. So this is the area which is based on the H4 and H1. Didn't get the daily, as I said, but it did get the refinement. That means that you want to be looking whenever the price comes back to this area. Let me mark it. The overlap of these two order blocks, right? It comes back. You want to be looking on the lower time frame for your reversal to go short, which is what it did. So let's take on the 5-minute, and you would see that the market does this so many times, not always the same way, right? So that's the neckline, or actually, let me mark it properly. So you have the market doing this. That's the left shoulder, the head. That's the neckline. It breaks it, and it comes back to use on the higher time frame, use the overlap, but on the lower time frame, use something on the left, a quasi of some kind. Let's see. So we have this area, right? And maybe that's the reason you said that you missed it by 0.7. Let me check. Yes. The only thing is that the order block, this entry order block is actually, there is an overlap. I use not only the engulfing, my friend, Antokahoro, but also the outside bar. And what do we see here? The first one, I assume that's what you meant because you said 0.7, right? That is 0.7. All right, so that's one why you missed it. However, if you look good, what do you see there? Can anyone tell me in the chat? Manish knows this quite well, and many others in our Discord. What do we see here? This is 42 minutes ago, so I'll mark that so we find this message afterwards. But let me check in the chat. Who knows what I see here? Let's make it a little interactive. There's a delay between when we say things and before you guys hear it, so I'll have to wait, like 20 seconds or so before you get the message, and then you start typing, and then we can read it. But in the meantime, while you guys are typing, I will continue because I know you guys are already typing. Right. So what we see here, outside bar, exactly. You're a good one. There we go. So actually, there are two order blocks that were created on that area, and if you have two, that means that your entry order block becomes wider because you would take the overlap. So that means that the area was perfectly touched. There you go. Look at that. This is a pair you picked. I didn't pick this. This is a pattern you guys. Who was it? Anto Kahoro picked. I didn't pick this. And look at that. Look at how beautiful this is. Right? This is to be hanged on the louver. All right. So it reacts and it moves away with vengeance. So that's the quasi, and then price comes back. It doesn't happen all the time with this precision, but it does happen quite often. They'll see this cannot be coincidence. This has to be because of the market wanting to do reacting to this pattern. All right, so outside bar, very someone asking, how is this an outside bar? Perhaps is that the question? If that's the question, then let me mark it. And all right, so what is the definition of the outside bar? The definition that I use, Pauli, I9I, or is it L9I? Pauli, what is the definition? Definition is very simple. It's a two candlestick combination. That's 1, 2, right? Two candlestick combination where the range of the candle number 1, that's the range. The range is taken out by both sides, right? On both sides by the following candle. So candle number 2 takes out the high and the low. And the second criteria is it needs to close, not only take the high and low, but also close outside of it. Closes here, and that creates the order block. And the order block is it includes the body of bar number 1 right there, and it goes to the extreme because this is a bearish order block, so you have to put it on top, and that's the order block. And so it's also it's engulfing and outside bar. And you can see how beautifully it reacted to that area. And if you're in the lower time frame, let me put it back, right? So let's mark it here, including the body, drag it and put it there. If you're in the lower time frame, had a 4R, but I'm using RSI for extra confirmation. Thanks once again, no problem. If you have this, let's say you are watching price action, and you know that there is a 5-minute entry order block there, and you see that the market comes in with this precision, and what does it do next? It creates an engulfing, and you could be, engulfing in isolation doesn't mean that's the signal to get in necessarily, but you can see, okay, well, what does it do with after, right? So you get a reaction here with a lot of precision, which is highly suggestive, that something happened there with a precision there. What does it do? When it goes back to a bullish structure, what does it do? Does it just fizzle out and continue? Or does it break it? It breaks it, right? So it's telling you that it's breaking structure, right? After hitting something of relevance. And that's enough for me. And then you can look for entries. Once it breaks it comes back. Maybe that's your signal to go short. You go short from that's just an idea, right? It's not my signal necessarily. You go short, you put your stop either above here or wherever it is you want it. This is only 4 pip. If you think that's too risky, you put it above the structure. That's also fine by me. And then you short the thing all the way to wherever your target is. And you understand that can be a nice trade right there. Possibly that area or some other, depending on what you're targeting, right? So understanding the quasi and knowing how to use it can be very, very helpful. All right, let's take a look at, we were at 42 minutes. Let me go back. All right. Great one. Someone is asking how to put it in Spanish, our stream. Luis Chacon. What can I say? I think after the stream is done, but I'm not too sure about this. After it's done, you can then switch. You can set the settings for the spoken. I'm not sure about the spoken language, the audio, the audio, but you can have at least the subtitles being in different language. But if I'm not wrong, that's only possible after the stream, so not in real time.
Yeah, after the
stream. Yeah. All right. Let me get something here. Let me see something else. All right. So I'm going through the chat. See if we have anything else.
In 5 minutes or so, we will have ISM services PMI on the dollar. So for anybody that is trading the high stakes program, within a minute or so, pretty much now, you are going to have to refrain from entering a new trade at least for the next 4 minutes. 2 minutes before the direct folder news and 2 minutes after.
Mm-hmm. We have someone saying, someone quoting me, an engulfing on steroids. That's how I call these outside bars, because that's what they are to me. You have the same, they are, a lot of the time, they are actual engulfings as well. But if they are outside bars, that's a step up. That's a level up in the strength, usually, right? The strength it has compared to an engulfing in the same time frame. Let's take a look on gold. We have a couple of seconds, not a couple of seconds. We have like 3 minutes here. Let's see, look at gold. There's an outside bar, someone says, in gold.
On the 2 hour.
Let's take a look if that's the case. You mean the one below here? If that's the case, then you are right. And see, it took out, is that the one? Because there could be a one here, but I don't know if it's let me check. 63.22 is 63.29. So by definition, there is also an outside bar being created right now, but it hasn't printed yet, hasn't closed yet. So you cannot trade something that is moving, right? So there's potentially there could be an outside bar there, but you have to wait for it to close before you can take any trading decision off of it. But this outside bar, this is also an outside bar, right? And the way to mark it is to use the body of the first candle and then go to the extreme, expand it to the left, and that's the outside. That's the order block that I mark, and that's where you want to be looking. It's not an invitation to go long when the market gets there, but it's just that's the place where you start looking, start building your case. Do I have alignment? What does the H4 say? What is the lower time frame telling me? Is it when we get there, let's say on the 1 minute, right? This is the area, right? This is the area. You can see it here. That's the area that I just marked. What does price action say when we get there? Does it start getting acceleration? Something like this, right? If it does that on the lower time frame, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want there. The market is telling me it's not reacting off of it. And why do I want to be buying something that no one is? I don't want to be in that trade. So you want to use all the time frames, and before you actually use the order block, not just, well, not all the time frames, but I mean, you want to have it properly aligned before you go in and buy it, using other information like trend, day of the time of the day, and the alignment you are getting from these areas. So, but that's a great place to look for a possible long, right? The H2 order block that you mentioned, and also understanding. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, it's an area that has already been broken, right? It broke it here, but look at that. Look at how the precision. Even this is a order block that was taken away a long time ago, right? Taken out a long time ago, but look at how it still reacts to these levels. I mean, it's never stops to amaze me. Okay, let's take a look at where I'm running out of time without being able to read every message, but that's a good sign. It means that you guys are active, you guys are very engaged, and that's exactly what we want to see back, right? That's the best reward for our efforts and our time, seeing you guys are enjoying and engaging us as well.
If anybody has asked a question that we didn't get to today, please join us again tomorrow and then post that exact same question, and we will make sure that we get into the in-depth questions, because I see there is a fair few ones that popped up. But unfortunately, we have pretty much come to the end of today's stream. So I want to say thank you to everybody that has joined us today. We are very appreciative of all of you sticking around with us throughout the day, for all of the likes and all of the subscribes. It doesn't go unnoticed. Victor, have you got anything to say before we close out the stream?
Sure, I have a lot to say. Parth Gohil says here, to talk about that, and it still is about, let me see how long we have. Oh, it closed now. All right, so it actually closed right now. So that is the outside bar. And if you ask me why it is an outside bar, because if you mark the high and the low of the previous candle, you can mark, if you hover over it, you see here, you can see it, it's the OHLC, which is the open, the high, the low, and the close of the candle that you're hovering out over. And if you read the high, it is 5,063.22. And if you hover over the next one, the one in question, it is 63.29. So by definition, the second one took out the first high, even by a little bit, but that's the definition. And it also took the low, and it closed below. So that is confirmed an outside bar, and you mark it as such. So next time price comes back to that level, you know that for whatever reason, sellers are interested. We're interested in selling from that level, and they're likely to have some kind of appetite again to sell it again, maybe once, maybe twice. And that could be one piece of the puzzle for you to look for a possible short there. We are at the end of our stream. Would like to invite everyone for our Discord community, as we've had before. All of you are invited. Bring your cows, your goats, whatever it is that you have as your company pets. Richard, thank you very much for your being with us, being in my segment. I appreciate that.
It is only a pleasure, Victor. Tomorrow we will have Anastasia, we'll have Ashley coming in the morning section. We will also have our performance coach, Rich, who is going to join us again tomorrow afternoon as well. It's also an amazing section to jump in on. And then we'll also have Victor. We'll have Pedro, LJ, Dirk, myself, and Will. And from all of us here, we would like to thank you all for joining us. And please, like Victor said, join us in the Discord for a very informative section this afternoon. And then we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us.
Take care, everyone. Goodbye.